If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 71, A mere 3 years. 4 years have passed after the Lost Heaven sect emerged to the public and shocked the whole continent. In the recent Blue Wind ranking tournament, the Lost Heaven sect completely wiped everyone out of the competition. If the Blue Wind ranking tournament doesn't limit the number of fighters, the Lost Heaven sect might have taken over the top 10 rankings. Fortunately, each sect only gets 3 spots to contest in this tournament. Even then, it was jaw-dropping for everyone to see the Lost Heaven sect's disciple dominate the other contestant. So, besides the top 3 ranks, other sects are competing to get rank 4 to rank 10. Also, there is a sect that has better performance than usual. People thought the Heavenly Sword Villa would be the second strongest after the Lost Heaven sect, but no. In the last Blue Wind ranking tournament, the Frozen Cloud Asgard stole rank 4th and 5th with their new disciples. The Heavenly Sword Villa, Burning Heaven Clan, and Xiao sect could only fight over the last 5 rankings. If not, they would be embarrassed to call themselves 5 great sects in the Blue Wind Empire. Even then, the Blue Wind ranking tournament solidified the Lost Heaven sect's #1 position in the Blue Wind Empire. Well, it's not like people haven't acknowledged them. The other nations already acknowledged the Lost Heaven sect as one of the sacred grounds. Not many people know, but the Lost Heaven Master is a peak-level monarch. Chain Cloud's mountain range is near the Drifting Cloud mountain range and has white clouds all year round. And within this cloudy mountain range, a super sect stood firmly. Lost Heaven sect. In a calm-looking mountain peak, a middle-aged man with copper-like skin and purple eyes sat on a rocking chair under a golden-leaved willow tree. He wore a thin wool-woven robe and stared at the distance absent-mindedly. "What are you staring at?" A middle-aged woman in a green robe comes with ginger tea. She has black hair and green eyes, which are enhanced further by the teardrop mark near her eyelashes. "These two are Yulong's grandparents." "Nanan." Su Sanshin smiled slightly. "It's nothing. I was thinking about our lives before meeting Yulong. We always prioritize our safety, run, and hide away like injured dogs. I can't abandon the noble duty left behind by our ancestors, and thank God that heaven doesn't play around with our fate. We are lucky." Su Nanan added while sitting on her rocking chair. "Our grandson is very talented." Well, very talented is an extreme understatement. Yulong is a monster of the highest caliber. "True, true." Su Sanshin nodded giddily. He sipped the ginger tea and added, "I hope he returns soon. We haven't seen him for 3 years after he entered seclusion." A curt expression formed on Su Sanshin's face as he sighed, "My grandson is 16 now. And he already stood on the top of a pyramid. He might touch the profound god realm already." Su Nanan added as a matter of fact. "But you're right, honey. I miss him too." Even though Yun brought news once a month, it was different from seeing Yulong himself. "Do you think Yulong will agree to enter the ancestral land with us after the seclusion?" she suddenly asked her husband. "No." Su Sanshin answered weakly. "He would be too bored." Su Nanan thought it was a pity and responded, "Ah. Never mind, then. But after 3 years, he should become mature and view things differently." Su Sanshin continued uncertainty. "Drifting River City, Yu Clan." Uxin gently hummed while watching a baby in the cradle. She smiled and caressed the baby's cheeks. "Mei Mei, your older brother is going out soon." The baby squealed adorably and responded, "Goo goo, gaga." Uxin giggled, "Hee hee, Yulong would be shocked when he finds out he has such a cute baby sister now." Someone knocked on the door nearby, and Uxin used her senses to check who it was. "Enter, I didn't lock the door," she said eagerly. "I've come to visit." A woman in a green-blue dress entered the room. "How have you been, Uxin, Mei Mei?" "Like usual, what about you, Shiro?" "Being an empress is hard, no." The woman in the green-blue dress is Lan Shiro, the empress of the Blue Wind Empire and the mother of Kang Yu. Don't get me started with the irritating things that happen in the Imperial Palace." Lan Shiro sighed as she sat on the edge of a bed. "Oh. Do tell me, please." Women love drama, and Uxin is no exception. Lan Shiro smiled and said, "It's my sons. They are such foolish boys and couldn't understand their duties as the princes of the Blue Wind Empire. Instead of making this empire great again, they play factions to seize their father's seat. Why can't they be like Sweruo?" She grumbled unhappily. "My daughter is still the best, but I haven't seen her for 3 years. After saying 3 years, Lan Shiro deliberately glanced at Uxin. Uxin's mouth twitched because her son abducted, brought, his 2 fiancés along when entering the seclusion. Okay, don't give me that look. She said helplessly. I know what you want. Yulong and others will come out soon. Really? Lan Shiro's eyes lit up. She missed her daughter so much. People only know that Kang Yu, the princess, studies somewhere outside the nation. However, the truth is that she has stayed in the wasteland of death for 3 years. If the group didn't have Yulong's presence, Lan Shiro would have been worried to death. Yes. Uxin nodded at her. I wouldn't lie about this kind of matter. Yun just sent a message a few days ago. She told me that Yulong would come out in a week or maybe sooner. In fact, you're not the only one who visited me and asked this. Is it King Yu's father, Xia Hongii? Lan Shiro guessed the person. Uxin giggled and stated, people say father worries more for their daughter, and it's indeed true. Not far away, in Yu Zhan's office, Xia Hongii sneezed and rubbed his hands against each other. What's the matter? Did you catch a cold? Yu Zhan asked while bringing 2 cups of coffee to a table. Xia Hongii smiled bitterly, maybe. You know that my body isn't as sturdy as yours. You should start training and become profound practitioners then. Yu Zhan argued immediately. It's not too late for you to become powerful enough and live a long life. Xia Hongii shook his head gently, no, I'm fine with being an ordinary businessman. Once I enter the profound practitioner world, my life won't be peaceful anymore. If I could watch children grow older and marry, my life would be pretty much fulfilled. He added while gazing at the window, seeing the vast white land. The winter season has come again. Xia Hongii has confirmed Xia Qingyu's return after talking with Uxin just a moment ago. But another thing worried him. Brother Zhan, can you help me with something? He finally uttered. Yu Zhan leaned on his chair, as long as it is within my capability, I'd help you. Don't be tense. We are family after Yulong and Xia Qingyu got engaged to each other. Then, pardon my request. Xia Hongii laughed heartfully. It's about Yuan Ba. Can you help him enter the Lost Heaven sect? Just that. Yu Zhan raised his brows. He thought Xia Hongii would ask something more selfish, like finding his long-lost wife. Nevertheless, Xia Hongii never ceases to surprise Yu Zhan. Well, leave it to me. It's so easy. Yu Zhan answered confidently. Wasteland of Death. Deep inside a dry land, a massive rock is blocking an entrance into an underground cave. Many people who accidentally entered the Wasteland of Death thought it was weird. Since when did this massive rock appear in the Wasteland of Death? Still, after years of attempts, no one could destroy it. In the end, people leave it behind. Thud. Suddenly, the massive rock moved by an inch. Unfortunately, no one sees this alarming sight. The ground and sky are shaking violently but later stop abruptly. Silence. Boom. The massive rock that could overshadow a small mountain was literally destroyed into pieces, and a bright blue ray escaped the cave, creating a pillar of light. A shadow jumped out and landed on one of the rock chunks. It was a tall, handsome young man with long dark hair that reached his waist. He is probably over 180 centimeters, with a muscular build that is barely covered by his untied purple robe. His hair appeared wild and unkempt, but one couldn't deny the lustrous, healthy glow. Under the swaying of his bangs, one could see a pair of boundless golden eyes. In a mere 3 years, there are massive changes in the depth of those gold oceans. Hello, world! I'm back! Ha ha ha! The young man let out a gleeful shout and laughed excitedly. The Kaiju Maker has returned. Chapter 72, Growing Older and World-Devouring Tyrant Dragon. I'm back, ha ha ha! Wasteland of Death, Dragon God Trial Ground. After the wild young man is out, 7 individuals in the cave stare at him helplessly. 6 of them are ladies with unique beauty of their own. And 1 is male, who looks rather handsome with this rugged yet manly quality. The 6 ladies are Xia Qingyu, Kingyu, Hongguan, Lily, Chu Yueli, and Yuan. After 3 years, they have become much more beautiful, except for Yuan, as her appearance won't change even if she continues to live forever. Xia Qingyu has grown from a charming young girl to a fine young lady. She stood over 170 centimeters, with her luscious black hair flowing down her waist. Her body is well developed in 3 main areas, giving her a more ripe charm. Especially her chest, that's slightly below D cup. Her face is dainty with no blemish, red lips brighter than cherry, a small nose, and mellow eyelashes. On top of that, she has black eyes with deep and rich quality, as if they could swallow one whole. Xia Qingyu currently wore a blue dress, which highlighted her growing body. She could still become more beautiful in a few more years, but right now? She looks like an otherworldly fairy. Besides Xia Qingyu is Kang Yu. After 3 years, the princess of the Blue Wind Empire becomes much more dignified and noble. Unlike Xia Qingyu, Kang Yu styled her silky black hair in a ponytail, exposing her fair neck and collar bones. She's slightly taller than Xia Qingyu, with D-cup breasts and an hourglass figure. Although the Blue Wind Empire's princess isn't as breathtaking as Xia Qingyu, she is still a beauty who could destroy an empire with a flawless complexion, pink lips, dimples, and sharper eyebrows. She wore a green dress with a white sash, having a gentle and pure aura around her. Behind them, Hongguan is gazing at Yulong with a helpless smile. If Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu are considered young, then Hongguan is someone you could describe as a tall milfy or ripened adult lady. After entering seclusion, Hongguan's bloodline is so concentrated it becomes one with herself. Thanks to it, her crimson hair became much brighter, and her green eyes became more gem-like. Due to the transformation, even the loose red robe couldn't hide Hongguan's voluptuous body. Her twin peaks are bigger than D-cup, perky, and somehow gravity-defying. Her curviness isn't something young ladies like Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu could contest. So, calling her a mommy or demoness won't be wrong. On the other hand, Lily experienced tremendous change. Like Hongguan, the altered bloodline has fully integrated into her whole being and triggered surprising changes. She becomes taller but actually shorter than Xia Qingyu. Her black hair has become auburn, and her eyes change into a captivating yellowish gold color as if they were fallen leaves of fall. Her face is oval with thin lips, a small nose, and slanted eyebrows. She might not have the most desirable body, but her humble C-cup breast and slim waist make her look huggable. There is also sunny-like air surrounding her. Wearing a well-fitted maroon robe and styling her hair in twin tails, Lily looks like a childhood sweetheart who has grown into a fine lady. And lastly, Chu Yueli. Chu Yueli actually hasn't changed much in the last 3 years. The only noticeable change is her skin becomes more jade-like with an icy tone, and her hair nearly becomes full white, giving off the image of falling snow. With her snow-white robe, Chu Yueli appeared like a snow goddess. Master has finally reached it, Yuan commented with a smile. No one in this era could rival him now. You made the right bet, Zilong. She glanced at the only man nearby and commented, following Kaiju Maker is the wisest choice you could make. The man replied helplessly, if I didn't accept him as my lord, I'm afraid I would miss out on many things. Including my daughter. The man is over 190 centimeters with a muscular build, having sheen black hair with some azure strands. His skin was seemingly made of pure white steel, which his martial robe failed to hide. An azure dragon tattoo spread from his back and wrapped around his arms, containing intense pressure. Yes, he was primordial azure dragon, or what is widely known as the dragon god in the realm of gods. After that day, Yulong barged into his trial, which caused the dragon god to be shocked by the Kaiju Maker's prowess and decided to follow him. After the shocking revival, Dragon God acknowledged Yulong as his master and brother. Not long after, Yulong gave him a new name, Zilong. Of course, not before giving Yulong the hardest Dragon God legacy trial ever recorded in Primal Chaos's history. Even then, Yulong passed with flying rainbow colors. No, crushing the Dragon God trials would be a more appropriate term. Even now, Zilong couldn't gauge Yulong's potential and power. The boons he gave Yulong, such as the true Dragon God's soul and primordial Azure Dragon's bloodline, are just a little incentive. All Zilong knew was Yulong was an existence beyond the primal chaos itself. Besides the 8 primordial gods of creation, only the ancestral god could probably rival him. Then again, the ancestral god has long gone from the world. Zilong glanced at the cave where he had resided for years and laughed amusingly, haha, I'd miss this place. Old Yu, where are we going after this? He asked Yulong with a shout. Yulong smiled and shouted back, well, of course. To my home. Then, I'll give you a ride. Zilong stepped out of the cave and disappeared from everyone's vision. A massive shadow suddenly covered the wasteland of death, stretching out of the area. Staring at the sky, one could see a gigantic serpent-like body covered by dark azure scales. Each scale is the size of a house, which is around 100 meters square with countless hexagonal patterns. 5 claws extended from the body, and a pair of ocean-like wings folded neatly above them. The head of the gigantic creature is bigger than any mountain descended, revealing grey-colored whiskers, a lion's mane, curved antlers, and a pair of dim azure-colored eyes. Kaiju number 17. Species, World-Devouring Tyrant Dragon. Grade, SS+. Abilities, True Dragon God's Power, King of the Void, All-Devouring, World-Devouring Domain, True Dragon God's Presence, Transformation, Spectral Dragon Gate, Meteor Toss, Azure Void Immortal Body, Unrivaled True Damage. Given name, Zilong, Old Zi. Yulong laughed, sure, Old Zi. Give us a ride. But you might want to cover yourself first. The new body of yours is too eye-catching. Zilong smiled in his kaiju form and gradually became smaller, condensing into a 20-meter-long azure dragon with no special feature besides the 5 claws. Clouds surround his body as well. Everyone, let's depart. Yulong jumped lightly and landed on the dragon's back. Hehe, we are finally out. Let's foo *King go. Lily arrived on Zilong's back with a flash. Hongguan smiled, Lily, language. But you're right, I'm also excited. I wonder what state the Lost Heaven sect is currently in. I miss my money. Lily giggled while rubbing her hands. Chu Yueli, who just landed, stared at Lily blankly. This money grubber. Xia Qingyu arrived shortly after and hugged Yulong's arm. Big brother, how is your body? I'm in the best condition. I felt like nothing could stop me. Yulong answered casually. Even though it barely answers Xia Qingyu's question, the girl is still satisfied. After we finish a few things, let's go to the realm of gods and find your mother. He added while rubbing Xia Qingyu's head. Xia Qingyu enjoyed the pat. Yulong's head pats are one of the best things in the world. Kang Yu and Yuan were the last to board as a translucent film covered the area around Zilong's body. Kang Yu opened her mouth and said, this is a spatial barrier. Even I need a large amount of energy and concentration to make one. You and Zilong are different. Yuan pointed out. He's a kaiju, so this kind of thing is within his capability. You, on the other hand, are our little oracle. Yes, Sweruo. You're as important as the others in the group. Yulong winked at Kang Yu. Kang Yu blushed, I see. Yulong gazed into the distance and shouted, to the drifting river city, Yu clan. You have seen my memory once. You should know the location, right? Hehe, leave it to me, Zilong answered confidently. Zoom. The azure dragon disappeared from the sky, leaving behind scattered clouds. Chapter 73, Return and new member of the family, Yulong's sister. A blinking light appeared above the drifting cloud mountain range, and an azure dragon clawed out, landing on a mountaintop. Drifting cloud mountain range. Yulong said with a wide smile hanging on his lips. 3 years. It's been 3 years since he visited this place. Yulong jumped from the dragon's back and landed on the edge of a cliff, overseeing the vast land of drifting cloud mountain range. Not far away, one could see the drifting river city surrounded by several flowing rivers, also where the Yu clan resides. He gazed down at the mountain range's border. Motivation starts from somewhere. Don't worry. I've promised to make Hongguan live well and happy, Instructor Hong. He clasped his hand, paying respect to the sky. Hongguan watched Yulong's broad and athletic back with a small smile on her beautiful face. After seclusion, her young master has become much more mature. Well, it has something to do with unlocking his past life memory. At first, Hongguan and others were shocked. However, they accepted it quickly and realized how Yulong achieved all these abnormal achievements at a young age. Although there are some conflicting emotions, they still love him in the end. Yulong is still Yulong, and that's all that matters. Yueli, mirror. Yulong waved his hand excitedly. Chu Yueli nodded and created an ice mirror for Yulong, presenting it before him. Yulong stared at himself for a second and mumbled, I look like someone who hasn't come out of the bass * meant for years. Wait, that's the truth, isn't it? Should I cut your hair, young master? Chu Yueli offered with shining eyes. Yulong chuckled and questioned back, can you? This response causes everyone to smile curtly. Even Chu Yueli realized how stupid her question was. Before the seclusion, Yulong's body was nearly indestructible already. Yu Long's body contained a mystery of primal chaos as if he were a condensed, vast universe with countless bright stars. First, let's not talk about people in the mortal realm like Blue Pole Star because even the residents of the divine realm above there couldn't possibly damage his hair. Every part of Yu Long's body was thoroughly powered by the meaning of profound way constantly, and several bloodlines coexist to keep him at the peak of the true, physical aspect. Heck, the primordial Azure Dragon's bloodline alone makes Yu Long's physique above every one of the same cultivation base. Zilong returned to his human form and offered, "Do you need my claws?" "Nah." Yu Long waved his hand casually. Who would waste such a precious claw from world-devouring tyrant dragon only to trim some hair? Hehe, it's not Yu Long definitely. It's not like he hasn't used evil god's fire seed to heat water for tea or do some barbecue. Cough. Cough. Fire seed aside, Yu Long pinched his finger, and invisible air formed on the tips. Pressured air strengthened by space elements slowly condensed into a fine edge. Yu Long waved his finger casually, creating a wave. Xia Qingyu's smile froze as she commented, "Big brother didn't want to use old Z's claw but used void blade art to cut his hair instead. What is this? Does he perhaps want to brag?" "That must be it." The ladies nodded in agreement. "He is always like that," Lily pointed out. Yu Long ignored them and swiftly cut his hair to a desirable style. It wasn't a hard choice as he likes his hair to be around shoulder length range. He brought the hair near his ears to the back of his head and tied it into a bun with a ponytail before letting out some bangs. This style highlighted Yu Long's handsome face and well-chiseled jawline. "Nice," he said while blowing the bangs off. As for the cut hair, Yu Long stored it for later use. He could make some artifacts with it. Maybe several dozens of needles or fine lines. 90 points. Kang Yu uttered all of a sudden. "Of what?" Xia Qingyu gingerly eyes the princess. The princess giggled, "Of course. Yu Long's current look. He would be more handsome if he wore a suit or a new set of robes. I mean." Everyone stared at Yu Long intently. This guy hasn't changed his style of clothing for 3 years. Purple martial robe all the way. "Let's go, or it would be too late." Yu Long casually jumped off the cliff. Everyone laughed and followed him. 8 shadows fleeted in the blue sky and reached the Yu clan in seconds, landing in a quiet courtyard. Yu Long scratched his nose and awkwardly checked if he smelled or not. After checking he was fine, Yu Long walked to Uxin's courtyard and sensed she was talking with someone. He also noticed a small ball of joy nearby. "Damn, father! You still have the game on." Yu Long couldn't help but admire his father. If only Yu Long knew that his mother was the one who initiated the game. "Hello." Yu Long knocked on the door, and Uxin stopped talking with Lan Shiro. "Who's there?" Uxin frowned slightly. She couldn't recognize this voice or presence. "It's me." Yu Long responded helplessly. "It's me, who?" "Yu Long." "You what?" Yu Long." Still suspicious, Uxin didn't digest the words well. However, when she realized her baby boy had returned, Uxin immediately jumped from her seat and rushed to the door, opening it hurriedly. Her eyes lit up in shock as a tall, handsome young man stood in the hallway. He reminded Uxin of her husband, especially that handsome face and those deep golden eyes. But what makes two differences is this young man is younger with special charms around him. Before Yu Long could say something, Uxin lunged forward and hugged him tightly. The last time they met and hugged, she appeared taller and slightly bigger than him, but now the position reversed. Looking down at Uxin's relieved expression, Yu Long could feel her happiness radiate to his body. "I'm back." Yu Long hugged his mother back. Uxin felt the firm and warm hug. "Welcome back, my little handsome son." Sitting down around a cradle, Uxin has a happy smile permanently plastered on her face. She gazed at Yu Long, who had grown into a handsome young man and was old enough to marry. Yes, 16 is considered an adult in this world. "Yu Long, what do you think about marriage?" she asked seriously. "Mother knows you're a special kid from a young age, but I'd like to see grandchildren as soon as possible." Hearing Uxin's abrupt demand, every lady close to Yu Long in the area was alarmed. They stared at him intently. Yu Long's mouth twitched as he answered, "Not now. Also, don't you have this little bundle of joy here? I don't think you need grandchildren for now." "Ah, so cute." Xia Qingyu was the first to look at the baby in the cradle. "She looks like Yu Long, as expected of the genes." Kang Yu commented while blinking her eyes in surprise. After that, everyone surrounded the cradle curiously. The baby cutely blinked and stared at them. Gugu. Uxin giggled and carried the baby out. Let me introduce you to this little princess of our Yu clan. Yu Long, this is your sister. Her name is Yu Mei. Yu Long stared at the baby. She had her mother's nose and her father's golden eyes. With baby fat on her cheeks and a small droll, she looks adorable in every way possible. On top of that, he never felt this sense of closeness before. Probably because he never had a sister, not in his previous life. Mimi, this is your brother. Yu Long. Uxin introduced him this time. In the future, if someone dares to bully you, you can ask him for help. He will beat all the bad guys for you. I don't think the baby will understand that, ma'am. However, the baby laughed joyfully. Baba, Baba. She waved her tiny hand at Yu Long. That's right, Mimi. I'm your brother. Yu Long stretched his hand and poked his younger sister's cheek gently. Baba. As if Yu Mei had a magical power, everyone felt happiness from her small laugh. From now on, Yu Long's family has one more member. Chapter 74, The Depth of Power, More and More Kaiju. After knowing he had a younger sister, Yu Long could only accept this bundle of joy wholeheartedly. He swore not to spoil Yu Mei too much because it would be a recipe for disaster, but if someone dared to mess with his sister, that person wouldn't see another day. Laying down on the comfortable bed he hadn't touched for 3 years, Yu Long finally released a sigh of belonging. A pleasant smirk formed on his handsome face as he felt at peace. He closed his eyes and muttered, I recovered nearly 70% of my past life memory already. The function and skills of Kaiju Maker have grown smoother in the past 3 years. I didn't have much problem creating a superior Kaiju with an inferior essence sphere anymore. Unfortunately, I barely could remember the 2 women back then. He sighed helplessly. Maybe there is indeed a price of reincarnation, such as forgetting some memory. He could grasp their appearances but not their names or voices. I hope they are living well. Yu Long commented while opening his eyes again. He clenched his hand and added, my vitality is overflowing. I should do something with it. One of Kaiju Maker's essential skills. Raising abilities grade by using my vitality. 5 Great Harmonic Senses. Dragon Phoenix's Sight, SS. Lazy King's Ears, S. Snake God's Tongue, SS+. Wilderness Emperor's Nose, S+. Heavenly Touch, S. Sensory Ability. Profound Sense, SS+. Echolocation, S. Ripple Sensing, A+. Abyssal Mark Hunt, C+. Danger Sense, S+. Auxiliary Ability. Omni-Regeneration, F. 100,000 Poison Immunity, S+. Elemental Immunity, D. Pain Immunity, A. Thoughts Acceleration, SS+. Chimera King's Stomach, B. Inner Organs Modification, S+. Size Alteration, S. Photosynthesis, S. Adaptable Body, B+. Combatability. Body Strengthening, SS+. Extreme Acceleration, A. Unconventional Movement, S. Bioelectricity, SS+. Elemental Control, A+. Poison Manipulation, S. Presence Nullification, C. Dragon Scales Generation, A+. Iron Blood Wings, B. Muscles Augmentation, SS. Thousand Beasts Claws, C. Silk-like Thread Creation, D. Ultimate Predator's Gaze, A. High-Speed Petrification, D. Bone Manipulation, SS. Igniting Blood, S. Smokescreen, A+. Rare Ability. Improved Growth, S+. Self-Purification, S. Insect Voice, A. Insect Emperor's Vision, A+. Plant Control, S+. Chimera Metamorphosis, A. Illusionist, D. Kaiju Synchronization, F. Profound Incarnations, SS+. Spatial Phasing, B. Corrupted Light, S. Dark Iron Creation, S. Phoenix God's Soul Cry, B+. Dragon God's Soul Roar, B+. Dragon Phoenix Transformation, A. Future Sight, D. Devoured Skill. Weapon Refiner, A. Trap making, S. Herbology, S+. Medicine making, S. Tool making, SS. Metallurgy, SS+. Medical knowledge, SS. Martial arts insight, SS+. Core skill. Kaiju Maker's vitality, unlocked. Kaiju Maker's authority, locked. Forbidden skill. Kaiju overdrive, unlocked. Kaiju sacrifice, locked. Kaiju eruption, locked. Kaiju. Great Slime Emperor / Wabi, SS. Mutant Desolate Bite Butterfly / Yum, S+. Spiritual Emerald Phoenix / Yun, SS+. Spirit of Mountain / Tanky, S. Wolf Dragon Commander / Shogra, S. Ghostly Living Armor / Mori, S. Thousand-Eyed Deep Sea Leviathan / Levi, S. Scorpion-Tailed Demon King / Musen, S+. Immortal Azura Berserker / Heracles, SS. 3000 Tons Ant Queen / Seamew, S+. 9-Knot Grim Ichthyosaur / Oni, S. Ugly Mirror Monster / Zika, S. Spacewalker / UDA, SS. Crimson Duke of Midnight / Born, SS. Goblin, Dakibi, Lord / Subin, S+. Corrupted Unicorn / Alexandra, S+. World Devouring Tyrant Dragon / Zilong, SS+. I will upgrade some abilities to S grade. Yulong commented as he transferred his vitality into essence spheres in his body. After feeling warm energy disappearing in his chest, Yulong chuckled because this method is more effective than training. However, this method also has a downside. Yulong has to adapt to the newly upgraded abilities, but it wouldn't take long usually. Master, do you want to have a booze? A deep voice rang in Yulong's head. Not now, Subin. Yulong responded casually. Well, it's your loss. The Goblin King returned with a laugh. 14 of Yulong's kaiju gathered and enjoyed their time in the inner world, excluding Tanky, Yun, and Zilong. Tanky hasn't moved from the drifting Cloud Mountain range. He is always the last fortress of Yulong's family. As for Yun and Zilong, they are having a Disneyland experience around the Blue Wind Empire. Yulong's mouth twitched as he clicked, whatever, enjoy your time well. Because tomorrow, I'll assign something to some of you guys. What? Good night. Yulong shut their telepathy and drifted to sleep. The next day, Yulong woke up and found Hongguan and Lily on the bed, hugging him tightly. Chu Yueli sat on a couch not far away, dozing off silently. You might think, where are Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu? Xia Qingyu has returned to the floating cloud city with her father to grab something. She would go to the Lost Heaven sect and meet Yulong there in 2 or 3 days. As for Kang Yu, she also went away with her father and returned to the Blue Wind Imperial City. It's been 3 years, so Yulong understood how homesick the girls and lonely the parents were. He also missed his parents and grandparents, after all. Placing blankets over Hongguan, Lily and Chu Yueli, Yulong washed his face and called a kaiju, Seamew. Yes, my lord. A swirl appeared on the sink, revealing a finger-sized creature with a black exoskeleton and tiara-shaped antennas. You will be in charge of protecting my sister from now on. If her life is in danger, I give you the right to eliminate any possible threat. The 3,000 tons ant queen lowered her head and responded, I'll fulfill your order, my lord. Should I change my form or stay like this? Do it as you fit. Yulong swept his hair with cold water. Very well. The ant queen disappeared from Yulong's sight. Near Yumei's cradle, countless black ants under the control of the 3,000 ant queen appeared and camouflaged themselves. Yulong sensed this from his room and nodded in satisfaction. Although Seamew isn't the strongest kaiju, Yulong knows very well her ability is suitable to be a bodyguard. Not to mention the ability to create worker ants swarms, Yulong was confident no one could hide from her detection ability because he made her that way. Don't look down on ants' size. They are predators on their own. Yulong learned this fact after unlocking part of his past life's memory, where a whole country is literally overrun by trillions of mutant ant monsters. Those mutant ants have short lifespans. Yet they could multiply in a fraction of a second. It was a spine-shivering and horrible sight, but thankfully, Yulong's previous life self had Kaiju Maker. Yumei's protection is done. I should start investigating the other continents. Yulong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. One has other races, which is more pleasing for the Kaiju Maker. But the other continent has a beast from the age of gods. Yug, this is a difficult choice. He clasped his hand and continued, Fu *k, let's explore both. I would eventually get to the Azure Cloud continent anyway, thanks to a certain tournament that would get held soon. Levy, Oni. You two stand by on the nearby beach. Roger. 2x. A male and female voice echoed in Yulong's mind. At the same time, two lights escaped Yulong's inner world and went to the nearby beach. He glanced at Chuyueli on the couch and mumbled, I still have 2 or 3 free days. Maybe I should visit the frozen cloud Asgard to settle the calamity they are afraid of. Wait, I didn't know what kind of state that sect is currently in after the female shadow agents invaded it. Knock. Knock. Someone knocked on the door of Yulong's room. Yulong, let's have breakfast together. Uxin's voice enters the room. Yulong's expression loosened as his lips curved into a happy smile, I'll be there in a minute. He hasn't eaten his mother's food for 3 years. So, this makes him rather excited. Yulong was more excited than finding God's legacy on the other continent. Hee, priority. Hearing Uxin's shout, the ladies also awakened from their sleep one after another. Morning. Chuyueli said while stretching her alluring body. Ha! So relaxing. Hongguan yawned and rubbed her thighs before Yulong's eyes. Did someone say bread? Lily rubbed her eyes sleepily. Her sleeping robe is literally falling off her shoulders. Yulong stared at them respectfully because he was a healthy young man and coughed, Morning. Wash yourself up. My mother is waiting for us in the dining room. Yulong felt something was rising. Chapter 75, New Realm, Mission, and Rebellion? Yulong arrived at the dining room with his maids. He saw his parents and younger sister sitting around the dining table, waiting for him to come. Several dishes are neatly placed on the table, ranging from easy-to-eat food like congee and light soup to roasted meats. Grabbing a seat, Yulong couldn't help but smile and greet, Morning. Morning, here. Uxin responded with a giggle. She also placed a plate down for her handsome son. Baba, Baba. Yume waved her hand at Yulong. Morning, Mimi. Yulong poked the baby's little nose gently. Yuzhan watched this scene and was amused because he never thought his son would accept the younger sibling this fast. In the past, Yulong wouldn't even talk to his half-brothers. There were some exceptions, but the contact is still minimal. Well, his son has become much more mature. What's with the gaze? Yulong glanced at his father. Yuzhan chuckled, Nothing. Just take it as your senile old man thinking about a good time. Yulong. So, you're admitting you're a senile old man now? After that, Yuzhan ignored Yulong's suspicious gaze and sipped his morning coffee happily. Oh, by the way. What level are you currently in? All of a sudden, Yuzhan asked. My cultivation base or profound arts? Yulong returned while picking up his chopsticks. Both. Uxin said this time. Yulong stared at them and answered, I'm currently at the peak of Tyrant Profound Realm. I could get into the Sovereign Profound Realm anytime, but you know why I don't do that. Understandable. Yuzhan nodded because Yulong likes to comprehend the meaning of each cultivation realm. Before Yulong left for seclusion, he was at the peak level of Sky Profound Realm. As for Profound Arts, they are level 21. Pfft. Yuzhan sprayed his coffee. Uxin's hand froze mid-air, causing the roasted lamb to fall on the congee below it. Goo goo, gaga. Yume found this sight funny and laughed. Are you joking? Yuzhan wiped coffee from his mouth and table. Yulong shrugged, No. Why would I? After entering the seclusion and obtaining a reliable reference from the dragon god himself, I can assure you the level of profound arts mastery I started is just a basic. He gave them a smug look. The first 10 levels are the basic of handling one's energy and understanding the profound arts. Based on the profound ways. I called this the acquired realm. From level 11 to 20, it's called innate realm. In this realm, your profound arts wouldn't be limited in range and area anymore because it was strong enough to overpower it. At this level, it's possible to create a domain. Of course, it would be based on the profound arts you cultivated. Then, what about level 21? Uxin couldn't help but ask. Yulong put on a mysterious expression and answered, Level 21 is known as Ultimate Stage or Merging Realm. Take a guess why it's called Merging Realm. Yuzhan. Uxin. Why are you questioning us instead? Yu Long facepalmed himself at his parents' antics. It was a rhetorical question. He sighed and explained, merging realm is where one's mastery could affect the fabric of reality itself. Not in the literal sense, but close to manifesting your will in the real world. The strong in the age of gods called this manifestation of their concepts. For example, I cultivated art of violet mist. Violet mist suddenly appeared around Yu Long and turned into a cute teddy bear dancing around Yu Mei. Baba! Yu Mei's eyes lit up. You might think manifestation aspect could achieve this, but no. Yu Long laughed helplessly. To reach level 21 or merging realm, you need to know what profound way you walk on. It's not a simple manifestation, but changing the world itself. Well, don't overthink it for now. Yu Long pinched his chopsticks. Beside me, only Xia Qingyu could reach this stage. Yu Zhan and Uxin sighed, staring at their son in amazement. To think he would bring this mind-boggling surprise. Isn't he simply a god now? If Yu Long knew what his parents were thinking, he would laugh like a madman because God in this world is too lousy. Hongguan, Lily, and Chu Yueli awkwardly stood nearby. Sit down. Yu Long said with a smile. They nodded and grabbed a seat near Yu Long. Let's eat. Uxin calmed herself down and fed Yu Mei. Yu Zhan nodded, yet. They have enough for Yu Long's surprise for today. Everyone enjoyed the breakfast, and Yu Long ate more portions than ever. Yes, although Yu Long didn't lack food in seclusion, no one could beat the cooking at home. Filling up his stomach, Uxin told Yu Long to bring his sister and bond over some walks. Yu Long wanted to refuse, but damn. Mother is scary. So, with the baby in his arms, Yu Long flew to the beach, where he ordered 2 of his kaiju. He also brought some shadow phantoms along because this mission was beneficial. Young master. Are you really planning to visit my sect? Chu Yueli hovered beside Yu Long. Her misty eyebrows fluttered due to the air. Yu Long stared at the distance and answered, yes. Wait, are you perhaps don't want me to visit Frozen Cloud Asgard? No, no. I wouldn't dare. Chu Yueli flustered and hurriedly responded, which made her rather cute than usual. The cold beauty is the most satisfying one to conquer, they say. It would be a lie if Yu Long said he wasn't attracted to Chu Yueli, but the latter viewed him more as a god than a partner. And he couldn't do anything about it. Don't worry. I won't do anything to your Frozen Cloud Asgard. Yu Long uttered casually. I'm simply visiting to give them a wake-up call, especially to your stubborn master and sister. Chu Yueli bit her lips because her young master was too good. Thinking about it, she hasn't served him much. Their relationship might be vague, but they are indeed after spending time together for 3 years in the Dragon God trial grounds. All Chu Yueli could say is, thank you, young master. Yueli will never forget your kindness. But can you treat my master and sister more gently later? I mean. That depends on their response. Yu Long returned with a playful expression. Okay. Chu Yueli took Yu Long's words for granted. She hoped her master and sister wouldn't be so dumb later when they visited. They arrived at the beach and saw a massive whale and serpentine dragon in the water. What is this? A shadow phantom felt a dreadful sensation all over his body. These creatures are beyond our league. They are my servants, Levi and Oni. Yu Long answered, landing on the beach. And you, shadow phantom, would follow them to the other continent. There are other continents. The shadow phantoms are confused. Yu Long crossed his arms. There are 2 more continents beside the profound sky continent. Your mission this time is to infiltrate them. Are you up to the mission? Shadow Phantom's eyes glistened as they bowed. We will follow Lord Shadow's order. Good. Yu Long laughed in delight. There is no time limit, but I expect you guys to find them quickly. Also, you may use force, but don't endanger innocent people. Report through our link if you encounter any problem. Shadow Phantoms nodded and separated into 2 groups, one to the massive whale and the other to the serpentine dragon. Watching the 2 kaijus swim away, Yu Long looked down and discovered Yu Mei sleeping soundlessly. She even drooled on his shirt. Yueli, handkerchief. Yu Long stretched his hand. Here. Chu Yueli grabbed a handful of handkerchiefs from her spatial ring. Yu Long grabbed one and wiped the drool from his sister's mouth. Why is an adorable existence always so fragile? Let's go back. Hongguan and Lily must have done their task. Yu Long grabbed Chu Yueli's hand and made her blush. Using short-distance teleportation several times, Yu Long returned to the Yu clan in seconds. He looked around and found neither Hongguan nor Lily in the area. Where are they? Chu Yueli tilted her head upon arriving at the underground facility. Yu Long checked the research room and discovered a note. This is a rebellion in the 11th base. Chapter 76, Art of Ghosts' Terrifying Secret. Rebellion. Yu Long expected this to happen sooner or later. And he was gone for 3 years, so the Shadow Realm's growth was out of his eyes. Besides the founder and core members, Yu Long knows the future members of Shadow Realm will have an idea or two to become independent. Well, this is the problem of all successful organizations. It become too big. And it's the 11th base of all bases, as expected. Yu Long commented in annoyance. The 11th base is odd. Located on the corner of Divine Phoenix Empire, this Shadow Realms branch doesn't recruit shadow agents like any other branch. They used a fake sect and recruited everyone in the area. The problem is that the Divine Phoenix Empire's people are known for their arrogance. After all, the Empire is widely acknowledged as the best out of the 7 nations. Like a bloated balloon, this 11th base finally felt overconfident with its ability and even attacked other branches. Yu Long should know better, but there were no other choices in the past because the Divine Phoenix Empire is the nation with the tightest security system. Right now, he wouldn't get so fuzzed with this matter. He has the Lost Heaven sect and deeper foundations now. Technically speaking, I've planned and founded the Shadow Realm for roughly 10 years. It's bound to have a problem. He laughed at himself. Chu Yueli walked to his side and said, "This isn't your fault, young master. Those ungrateful bastards should die. Hongguan and Lily should know this, probably giving them what they deserved. Are you perhaps consoling me?" Yu Long smiled a little. "I'm not so fragile that a half-assed rebellion would crack me. However, thanks, I appreciate it." He turned around and walked away with sleeping Yu Mei in his arms. Chu Yueli watched Yu Long's broad and muscular back, smiling from ear to ear. Not many people know, but Yu Long carried perhaps the heaviest burden in this universe. Since Yu Long revealed his power that day, Chu Yueli knows her young master needs emotional support. They know Yu Long would like it, even if it was just encouragement and small talk. In the lonely path that Kaiju Maker took, he was still a human at heart. Following Yu Long's step, Chu Yueli walked up from the underground facility and was immediately greeted by a bright light. After sending Yu Mei to her cradle, Yu Long and Chu Yueli immediately went to the Divine Phoenix Empire. On the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire, an explosion occurred as several dark-clothed figures surrounded Hongguan and Lily. The ladies have a gloomy and cold look on their faces. Hongguan, in particular, looks like she wanted to decimate everyone into ashes. "Shadow brides, you have no authority to order us around." One dark-clothed figure stepped out. "Our Dark Moon sect would come out and announce to the world that we are strong." "Dumbass." Lily straight up commented. "How strong? You guys are merely a group of Earth Profound Realms, and even the strongest person in your group is only at Peak Sky Profound Realm." Lily indifferently laughed. "With such a low strength, you're sure having a boundless dream, hee. Ants who know nothing about reality. You have eyes but cannot see the large picture." "Shut up. You know nothing about us." The dark-clothed figures collectively shouted at her. "Since 4 years ago, we know your main branch people have abandoned us." "Abandoned?" Hongguan laughed like their statements were a joke. Shadow Realms branches get enough resources to become stronger and survive for years, but the 11th branch is daring enough to want more. The 11th branch has attacked 3 other bases so far. And it wasn't due to frustration that the main branch abandoned them. It was greed. "We need to revise Shadow Realm's teaching." Hongguan patted her forehead. "In the past, we recruited people that would be grateful and wouldn't doctrine them heavily, but now I see the flaws." She lamented. "Fine, I give you guys a choice. Surrender now and stop your rebellion. This is your final chance before the Lord Shadow gets the wind of this matter. And he won't be as merciful as me." The dark-clothed figure snorted. "Ha! Lord Shadow, you said? Are you sure that person even existed?" All of a sudden, the atmosphere froze. An arm shouldering the dark-clothed figure's neck as a carefree voice echoed in the area. "Oh, you're saying that I never existed then? Funny, since when did you decide such a thing? Ha ha ha, are you my mother?" Even though the words seem like a joke, there is a thick killing intent behind them. Every dark-clothed figure stares at the person who locked his arm around their leader's neck. Their eyes widened in shock because they recognized the young man. He's a tall, handsome young man with mid-length black hair that was neatly tied in a bun and menacing golden eyes. They heard he was gone, but showing the older version of their supreme leaders makes them shiver instinctively. As if the bucket of ice-cold water dumped on their faces, they knew they were *ked beyond return. Hey, why don't you repeat what you said earlier? Yulong flashed a smile to their leader. In his cold golden eyes, a measly peak sky profound realm used Shadow Realm's resources to reach this point. The dark-clothed figure released cold sweats as he trembled because Yulong's arm felt like a Grim Reaper's scythe on his neck. Everyone, attack! He roared in panic. However, none of them could move a muscle. I said. It was too late when Lord Shadow knew about this matter. Hongguan was the first to comment. She despised them. Well, it's your fault for not taking me seriously. Chu Yueli arrived at the scene late and noticed Yulong near a shadow agent. A frown appeared on her beautiful face. Yulong released a faint dark aura and laughed, attack me. You guys. It seems all of you forget who makes the profound arts you cultivated. A mere level 6 dares to move near my presence. How laughable. Art of Ghost, Ghost Emperor's presence. Boom. A wail of ghosts echoed throughout the land. Yulong stood amidst the chaos and watched these trashes suffer from energy loss. Their cultivation was quickly stripped from their bodies. Their profound veins got destroyed due to their energy slowly drying out. Their vitality left, causing their skin to wither. Arg! No, no! My cultivation, my body, everything! Regretful shouts come from their mouths. Men become hungry ghosts. And women become banshee. They wailed because of the Ghost Emperor's punishment. The Grim Reaper God. Yulong watched these people turn into husks and crumble into ashes due to the withering force. The man in his arm paled, looking at his comrades as they became handfuls of soil. Hey, look at this! Yulong stretched his hand and opened it. This is the accumulation of dead souls. A ball of ghostly flame appeared, burning coldly. Why do you think I named the cultivation technique of Shadow Realm, the art of Lesser Ghost and art of Reaper? It's a sign that shadows aren't human anymore. You walked in the darkness that I paved with my light. Yulong said nonchalantly. Unfortunately, you didn't understand the darkness enough and wanted to walk in the world of living again. What are you without Shadow Realm? Trash. The weak of the weakest. Bottom feeder. Give me one reason I shouldn't kill you. I have a family. They are innocent. The rebel responded ghastly. Yulong smiled, but you attacked other bases, and those people are innocent. They are innocent, but you're not. No, no, no. Don't kill me, Lord Shadow. The rebel panicked. I will do anything. Please give me one more chance. It's my fault. It's my fault for not following your order. Well. Just die. Yulong responded dully. No matter how much this guy pleads, Yulong never takes his words seriously. One more chance? No, I gave you guys that one chance long ago. And now you threw it away. No. The rebel screamed at the top of his lungs, but he slowly turned into a mummy in ashes. Yulong emotionlessly watched the man crumble into nothingness. Ha, I need to appoint another guy as the 11th base's leader. Yulong sighed helplessly. He tilted his head and recalled a thief from the Divine Phoenix City. If he wasn't wrong, that guy also hates one of the 4 great sacred grounds. Hehe, I'd get my hands on a better subordinate. Chapter 77, Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand. Yulong and 3 ladies entered the Divine Phoenix City. This place was 10 times bigger than Silver Lake City, thanks to it being the capital city in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The atmosphere also had slightly searing heat due to the huge number of profound practitioners with fire-attributed profound arts. Surrounded by tall red walls, the streets are clean, with people walking around with a hint of pride to be able to stand in this area. Numerous profound arcs are hovering in the air, signifying the wealth of the residences. So, those are profound arcs, hey. Yulong gazed at the sky, finding these transportation tools amusing. A profound arc is a luxurious type of flying tool. It uses profound stones and crystals as a source of energy to fly and carry passengers. They can vary in size from a few meters to tens or hundreds of meters. Making one is extremely expensive, and the profound arc's consumption of precious stones and crystals is even more costly. Those who can use a profound arc are people of high status and wealth. No one has used a profound arc in the Blue Wind Empire, whereas they are commonly seen in the sky over Divine Phoenix City. Some profound arcs have flown in and out of the Blue Wind Empire since the Lost Heaven sect's emergence, but those are nothing compared to the ones above Divine Phoenix City. It's probably because the Lost Heaven sect wasn't as open as the Divine Phoenix City. No, if we are talking about being open, Silver Lake City should have that level of attraction. However, people from other nations still use carriages. What a waste of resources. Yulong commented helplessly. He could see a variation of several arrays in these profound arcs, and each is very inefficient and burns profound energy faster than fossil fuels. Hongguan was slightly amused by Yulong's comment and added, "Young master, if you want, we could make millions of these profound arcs easily." No, no, no. That would be a waste of money. Before Yulong could reply, Lily flat out rejected this idea. As Shadow Realm's fund manager, Lily knows how much waste it was to make profound arcs. They have immense wealth, but she'd use it on funding other things than throw it on a useless piece of flying metal. On top of that, our flying speed is faster than that garbage. She crossed her arms indigently. Chu Yueli giggled on the side. I would never think of myself agreeing with this money grubber, but she has a point. Who is money grubber, you shaved ice machine? Lily countered in annoyance. Chu Yueli's mouth twitched. As much as she wanted to deny Lily's statement, Yulong and Yuan liked to eat shaved ice after training. As the only person who cultivated Chronicle of Frozen World, making shaved ice somehow became Chu Yueli's permanent role. Yuan even told her to always bring different kinds of syrups for it. Contrary to her fellow maid's belief, Chu Yueli didn't hate her job because the satisfaction on Yulong's face when eating her shaved ice somehow became her pleasure. After 3 years, she maximized her shaved ice technique and turned it into her regular training. Watching Lily's boastful look as the sunny-looking maid puffed her chest made Chu Yueli want to laugh, but she held back. Okay, stop fighting. Yulong sighed while giving them a flick each on the forehead. It wasn't painful, but enough to make them feel a little heat. Chu Yueli and Lily covered their heads. Ouch. Yulong glanced at Hongguan and continued, I want to find someone in this city. I don't know if he still lives here or not. He frowned because his existence most likely changed the world already. Your job is to trace lightning element in the air. Even if it is just a minuscule amount, you may report it to me. Only that. The 3 maids are surprised by this simple task. They thought their young master wanted to find a substitute for the leader of the 11th base. Consider it done. Hongguan confidently smiled. As the maids disappeared, Yulong whistled and stopped by a noodle stall. He's currently in the outer southern area of the Divine Phoenix City. The stall owner laughed at the prospect of the new buyer and brought a clean and cold towel alongside roasted nuts for Yulong. Welcome, welcome, young sir. He said with a grin. He's a modest man with tied black hair and freckles. Yulong smiled, give me 2 bowls of noodles. The stall owner giddily responded and returned to his cooking counter, okay, come right up. Yulong stared at the sky and let Lazy King's ears and echolocation be unrestricted for a while. He could hear a spectrum of sounds changes into strings in his mind. There are countless of them. One is big. One is small. Each moves in harmony, or so Yulong thought. The profound practitioner's moves sound different than normal people's as their movement carries more energy. The ones in the city's center and the far southwestern area feel much, how to put it, chaotic? Yulong raised his brows and heard a bowl rattling noise. It was the tall owner. 2 bowls of noodles are ready. The condiments are on the table, so feel free to adjust the taste. Thanks. Yulong answered while picking up chopsticks. When he was about to slurp the noodles, Yulong's ears detected something. Young master, a faint lightning element is near your location. Lily warned him. Yulong shook his head gently and watched a fleeting white light blow the street, leaving nothing behind. Even the shadow didn't come after it. However, Yulong didn't pay much attention to the white light because it was a facade. It might fool people with weak senses, but not Yulong's. It sounds like bragging, but he could discern the profound strength in the atmosphere to the smallest detail. There, I saw the light there. Hurry up. We should catch that petty thief quickly. He has stolen many things from our master's house. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand, you bastard. Several armored guards ran, chasing after the fleeting white light. Yulong slurped his noodles and watched a man in a grayish-green robe sitting before him. This guy looks like a wandering warrior who has roamed the profound sky continent. Boss, give me a bowl and wine. The wandering warrior shouted with an accent. Yu Long leaned back and asked, new to the city? Yeah, it's my first time. The wandering warrior answered humbly. Haha, I never expected the divine Phoenix City to be this big. He added with a small laugh. Same. It's my first time as well. Yu Long chuckled in a meant. The stall owner brought a bowl of noodles and a wine jar to the table for the wandering warrior. Enjoy, he said with a toothy smile. They enjoyed their meals, ignoring the fussy guards who ran back and forth around the area. Yu Long finished his first bowl and glanced at the second bowl. Not bad. Growl. Someone's stomach growled. It was a kid in a brown robe. He stared at Yu Long's second bowl of noodles intently. Do you want this? Yu Long asked casually. The kid nodded excitedly, but Yu Long's following words shocked him. Yu Long started eating, then, keep watching. This will teach you not to wish a good thing always happen. The world doesn't revolve around you. The kid. The stall owner. The wandering warrior. They stared at the handsome young man speechlessly. Slurps. Yu Long finished the second bowl quickly and patted his stomach in satisfaction. He rummaged through his spatial ring and placed down 2 yellow coins, which was the price of the meal. Thanks for the food. He stood up and walked away. The three watched Yu Long's back and had a curt expression on their faces. What the foo *k was that? After a while, Yu Long sat above the roof of a building and watched the wandering warrior and the kid walking away. He laughed and commented, you know your cover is blown already, right? The subtleness of your action can't be hidden with a layer of disguise. How did you know? A mirage of lightning appeared behind Yu Long as a dagger pressed against his back. Yu Long hummed, your disguise is nearly perfect, but any normal business owner would show some nervousness when someone with authority is around. On the other hand, you are still calm when guards pace back and forth in the area. No, you are still in the mood to make more noodles, hehe. You're gutsy, for an ordinary noodle stall owner, that is. Tisk. A click of the tongue is all the response Yu Long gets. Yu Long stared into the distance and continued, nice to meet you again, stall owner. Your noodles are not bad. Or should I say? Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand. The most famous thief around. Foo *k. It is the best thief in the profound sky continent. Don't get it wrong. Creator's thoughts. 9_clouds. Have some idea about my story? Comment it and let me know. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 78, New Subordinate. I have added this fanfic to my P4TREON page. You can support me and read advanced chapters there. It motivate me to write more chapters for you guys. Link, p4treon.com/9cloud69. Chapter 77 Yu Long laughed when the so-called thief proudly exclaimed himself as the best in the profound sky continent. It was funny for Yu Long because no one would have the same confidence when meeting him. Even the primordial azure dragon won't be so smug. Yet Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand possesses such a quality. He didn't know about Yu Long's status and power, so this ignorant reaction was easily expected. So, what do you want from me? The thief opened his mouth. No funny business because I'd kill you if it's a half-assed offer. Yu Long rubbed his chin and answered casually, well, I've come to recruit you. However, you still need to pass some tests first. Test? You're blowing my cover just for this. The thief was speechless. You gotta be kidding me? What makes you think I won't kill you right foo *king now? Yu Long glanced at the Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand, who currently wore the noodle stall owner's disguise, and commented, you can try. But it wouldn't be a good time for you. Humph. With a flash of lightning, the dagger behind Yu Long's back traveled at a sharp point and reached his neck. Yu Long nonchalantly yawned and ignored the dagger that soon broke because of its low quality. Crack. Upon reaching Yu Long's neck, the dagger snapped into 3 pieces. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand. My dagger. Foo *k. The thief grimaced as he realized this handsome-looking young man wasn't your typical young master with low cultivation and strength. He's a monster. My dagger was created with profound yin steel, so nothing below Emperor Profound Realm could break it. He stared at Yu Long solemnly. Are you telling me this young man's body is that of Emperor Profound Realm or above? Hell no, Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand won't stay here any longer. First test, you may run as far as possible. I'll give you a 10-second head start. Yu Long stated while chewing on a meat jerky. Go. I would be at a loss if you're testing my prowess, but run. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand snorted and disappeared with a flash of lightning. In terms of speed, no one could rival him. In a third of a second, Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand has traveled several hundred meters away. He also changed his appearance and steps. Unknown to Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand, no matter how far he ran, he wouldn't escape from Yu Long's grasp. Abyssal Hunt Mark. Yu Long can detect his target like a predator by placing a certain scent on his prey. This ability won't get repelled by spatial movement and also weakens the target's sense by consuming their blood essence. Not everyone is like Yu Long because a normal cultivator has a limited blood essence. 3 great changes when entering Sky Profound Realm are profound energy, perception, and body. Upon entering this realm, one's energy gained a qualitative transformation and evolved as if it had wings. The energy becomes one with an atmospheric environment, allowing Sky Profound Realm experts to use the profound floating technique and fly. Their perception also increased as it opened a new realm, the Gate of Sky to them. Gate of Sky is the opening realm when one's profound art sublime under continuous accumulation, which allows one to comprehend a domain. Of course, comprehending it doesn't mean using it. And body. The body of Sky Profound Realm expert is different than Earth Profound Realms. As if practitioners' bodies were randomly blessed with profound strength in the atmosphere, they cracked out of their mortal cocoon. They started their path into immortality, in this case, a bigger profound way known as the Divine Realm. Their blood essence multiplied by 100 times that of Earth's profound realm. Their bodies gained rapid explosive power and could decimate small mountains with enough preparation. But it's far from enough to run away from Abyssal Hunt Mark. Yu Long enjoyed his jerky. 9 seconds would be the limit Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand has. 8 seconds later. Several kilometers away outside the Divine Phoenix City, Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand suddenly kneeled on the ground and panted like a sick dog. What? A confused expression plastered his new disguise, a young woman in a black robe. Since when did my stamina become so poor? I can outrun throne-level experts, but this... I felt so weak. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand blinked and saw Yu Long leaning on a tree before him. The disguise's red lips twitched in disbelief. When did you get here? Just now. Yu Long smiled at him. Just now. Like I'd believe that. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand stared at Yu Long dumbly. Oh, you ran 33.5 kilometers away in just 10 seconds. Could be better, but not bad. Yu Long observed the Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand's profound veins. Your profound energy circulates smooth enough to put you above the rest of the similar realm. But it won't cut it for me. Too much inefficiency and waste of energy is made when using your profound arts. Your presence concealing is strong but flawed in a certain way. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand shivered. Not because Yu Long could catch up to him but because he could tell his profound energy and presence. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand cultivated Extreme Mirage Lightning, and it was a movement skill hereditary to his clan. Extreme Mirage Lightning has 2 core usages. First, Hidden Flowing Lightning. It allows the user to suppress his profound energy aura within a range determined by the user, and it also allows the user to display an energy that would seem far weaker than it was. At peak, one could hide and manipulate energy to the weakest feeble stage. Simply put, Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand could turn himself, on top of disguise, into an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. Yet Yu Long could still catch the subtleness of his energy. It is terrifying. Second, Extreme Mirage Lightning itself. A movement skill that even gods and devils could not fathom. It would allow the user to outrun opponents that are realms above their own. However, this terrifying young man could outpace him. Let's start with the second test. Yu Long crossed his arms. All you need to do is resist my aura. If you pass this, you will become my direct subordinate and be gifted with a chance to fulfill your wish. Ready? He flashed a smile at the Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand. The thief swallowed nervously, are ready. Ultimate Predator's Gaze. Under the thief's watchful eyes, Yu Long's golden eyes suddenly emitted an intense, bloody aura. The world lost its color. The air became stagnant as the single thing Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand could sense right now was his own beating heart. His instincts screamed, telling him to run away. Nevertheless, every inch of his muscle seemingly gave up. He couldn't gather any energy. Thud. 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 The loud sound of a heart beating comes from the thief's chest. Coldness washed his body. An image of a woman flashed in the ghost mirage sacred hand's mind, and countless hatred toward one of the four great sacred grounds. He didn't know, but this buried feeling burst out at this very moment. As expected, he has a special bloodline as well. Yulong's eyes lit up because a sleeping beast inside this man was about to awaken. In the original story, thanks to the ghost mirage sacred hand, Yunche obtained extreme mirage lightning and escaped from near-death experiences several times. Not only that, but extreme mirage lightning is also suitable to be paired with other movement-type profound art because it carries the concept of lightning and speed. Such a profound art carries a mystery that shouldn't exist in the current era. Yulong suspected it came from the era near the age of gods. Yes, an inheritance from a god or devil race. At least some of the essence is still there. Yulong grinned slightly. Bang! Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand stood up and successfully broke into first level of Emperor Profound Realm. He gasped for air and stared at Yulong as if he were a monstrous entity, a god. Yulong gave off a feeling of boundless sea. Thank you for helping me, Your Highness. He kneeled on the ground fearfully and gratefully. Yulong chuckled and waved his hand, haha, it's nothing. I simply open a gap for you to enter. And you pass that gate in my test. Congratulations, you're qualified to join my shadow realm. He extended his hand. By taking my hand, your fate will change drastically. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand's heart shook as he remembered Yulong's godly prowess earlier. He grasped Yulong's hand, please take care of me well from now on, Your Highness. Good, good. By the way, what's your name again? Yulong asked cluelessly. Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand once again felt speechless. His mouth and eyebrows twitched. My name is Huaming Hai. Unknown to Huaming Hai, this is the starting point for him to become Divine Commander of Speed and Yulong's right hand. Chapter 79, Helping Huaming Hai's Wife. 5 people are walking in the dark alley. This place is the richest part of the Divine Phoenix City, nearing the center and the busiest area. One might think someone like Huaming Hai, the Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand, would put his safe house somewhere discreet. But no, Huaming Hai thought outside the box. What's better than hiding in your enemy's core territory itself? Entering a secret passage, Huaming Hai led Yulong and his mates to a nice-looking courtyard with an artificial river and a garden full of flowers. Huaming Hai has changed into a new appearance to that of a middle-aged gentleman, modeling a black robe with a golden rim. He has long black hair loose to his back and stubble. Some servants bowed to Huaming Hai, and he dismissed them with a casual hand wave. Sitting in a tea room, Huaming Hai sat on a chair and said, "Welcome to my humble abode." Yulong smiled, "Quite a nice place you have here. I bet the people you robbed would have never thought you'd live in the same neighborhood as them." "They are." Huaming Hai laughed a little. "While they are busy chasing my after-images, I enjoyed their riches in my home. Hehe, I even loaned their own money back with some nice interest." "Damn! What an evil man!" Hongguan and Chu Yueli thought at the same time. Lily's eyes sparkled as she commented, "I think we can be good friends with each other, Huaming Hai. By the way, my name is Lily. I'm one of the Shadow Brides. Code name, Fawning L. You think so?" Huaming Hai was surprised. Why did this young lady look excited for some reason? What a weird development. Lily cleared her throat and added, "Ahem, have you ever heard of money laundering?" "Hoh, go on." Huaming Hai put on a curious look. Hongguan and Chu Yueli glanced at each other, feeling the chaos that was about to happen. Yulong checked the courtyard and sensed a weak life force in the nearby room. He frowned slightly and discovered a cold poison enough to kill many profound practitioners. As Huaming Hai and Lily discussed business, Yulong finally opened his mouth and questioned. "Is the woman in the third room okay? I assumed that the cold poison in her body wasn't a mistake." Huaming's expression became grave as he sighed, "You actually sensed that from here?" "As expected from the lord that I decided to serve. That woman is my wife. Are you Xiaoa?" "Around a few years ago, my Hua clan was a big clan in the south, and we have a legacy known as the Lightning Speed School. However, a disaster occurred. My clan was accused of heinous crimes and murdered out of cold blood. It wasn't a coincidence when the young master of Sun Moon Divine Hall suddenly appeared and took the fancy of my wife's beauty a few months before that. He told me a mere clan like us deserved only to be his dog. Hua Minghai clenched his hand tightly. That son of a bitch killed my family like it was a game for him. All because we rejected his advance. He crippled my wife's cultivation and poisoned her with extreme cold poison. With such a frail body, how could she resist the poison? I began to steal treasure and medicine for her health. Just I used to only steal from corrupts, but for my wife, I'm willing to do anything. Given the current situation, Hua Minghai even wished the monstrous godlike expert Yu Long to have an otherworldly medicinal skill. Even if Yu Long doesn't possess such mastery, the Shadow Realm Hua Minghai just joined must have a rare medicine to cure Sun Moon Divine Hall's extremely cold poison. Calm down. Yu Long patted Hua Minghai's shoulders in a carefree manner. It's just an extremely cold poison. I can deal with it without lifting my hand. He boasted a second later. The three maids. They didn't doubt Yu Long's medicinal skill, but why did he phrase it like that? He sounds like a young master. Wait, is he perhaps embracing his role as the young master? Yu Long ignored the questioning gazes of his maids and stared at Hua Minghai. Give me a few seconds. Can you really do it? Hua Minghai hesitated. Yu Long smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Leave it to me. They went to Ru Xiao's room and found a pale-looking woman lying on the king-sized bed. She wore a white, snowy robe. She looks no different than a corpse from Yu Long's perspective, but there is a steady life force rummaging deep in her body as if she is not willing to give up. Yu Long acknowledged Hua Minghai's effort to keep his wife alive by feeding her rare treasures and medicines that extend one's lifespan and cleanse the cold energy. Even the leaders of first-class sects in the area don't have such luxury, with the Divine Phoenix sect being the exception. On top of that, Yu Long also noticed that Ru Xiao's physique changed due to the constant feeding of medicine. She couldn't even absorb all of them, which caused her body to become more like a tonic. Unfortunately, the cold energy has seeped into her body and spine for too long, causing the medicinal effect to become inefficient. The poison has become part of her body. Both poison and medicine fought fiercely in her frail body. Yu Long stared at Ru Xiao quietly and activated Kaiju Maker, observing her inner body. Haha, Minghai. You're a lucky bastard to have a wife like her. Yu Long suddenly commented. Hua Minghai tilted his head in confusion. Yu Long used Kaiju Maker to read Ru Xiao's bio-information and discovered she was still alive because of her strong will to be on her husband's side. Even if the chance is tiny, even if she had to endure life-destroying pain, she would try anything to resist death. Yu Long snapped his finger, and white light escaped his body, entering Ru Xiao's forehead. Bright green rays of vitality spread from the bed. Ru Xiao gasped as her complexion became better. Her profound veins gradually fixed and revealed a flushed green light, which looked like crystal. Light and ice elements burst from her body, wrapping her like a cocoon. Crack! Boom! The ice cocoon shattered into white haze, covering the whole room. Hua Minghai blinked in disbelief as a feminine figure sat on the ice-covered bed. His eyes widened because the once pale complexion had become flushed red with healthiness. Tears came from Hua Minghai's eyes as he rushed to the bed and hugged his wife. Xiao! Minghai! Ru Xiao opened her eyes in bewilderment. What happened here? You're cured, Xiao! Hua Minghai excitedly said like a child. He couldn't contain his happiness. Yu Long shook his head gently and left them alone for a moment. He brought his maids out and stared at the sun in the azure sky. Did you really heal her, young master? Hongguan was suspicious because she felt the usage of profound aspects a moment ago. Yu Long smirked. Technically speaking, yes. I only give Hua Minghai's wife what she deserves. Ru Xiao would notice the change in her profound veins soon. Yueli, you'll be in charge of training her from now on. He added casually. You could also share the first 3 chapters of Chronicle of Frozen World with her. Noted. Chu Yueli nodded calmly. She was curious about what changes Yu Long made to Ru Xiao. It should be a significant change, considering the intense chill earlier. After a while, Hua Minghai and Ru Xiao finally come out. They couldn't hide the happiness from their faces. My lord! They bowed before Yu Long. Yu Long leaned against a tree. Hua Minghai looked up and vowed, from now on, I, Hua Minghai, will follow you to death. I swore on my ancestors' name that I'd never betray your trust. Ru Xiao patted her husband's back and bowed, thank you for curing me, my lord. I don't know how to repay your kindness, but like my husband said, we wouldn't betray your trust and stay loyal forever. Sure, I will take both of your words for granted. Yu Long agreed with their pledge without much of a fuss. From now on, Hua Minghai will be the branch leader of 11th base. And you, Ru Xiaoa, will be the vice leader. Yes. We will not let you down. They responded with firm determination. Good. Yu Long laughed. This is easy replacement for his loss a while ago. Chapter 80, Making Profit with One Punch. Yu Long decided to stay in the Divine Phoenix City for today. After eliminating some rats, he wasn't in the mood to travel back to the Drifting River City, even though he could do so in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yu Long has a dependable subordinate like Hua Minghai to replace the ungrateful ones. As for Ru Xiaoa, he would see if the wife of the Ghost Mirage Sacred Hand possesses the heart of a cultivator and some comprehension talent first. Yu Long received the Extreme Mirage Lightning from Hua Minghai. It was a hereditary movement-type profound art from the Hua clan, and Hua Minghai couldn't share it this easily with others, but Yu Long saved his wife and the lord he must serve from now on. Weirdly, Yu Long also wanted a few drops of Hua Minghai's blood, which confused the thief, but still agreed to the request nonetheless. Analyzing Hua Minghai's blood, Yu Long discovered an interesting fact about Hua clan's ancestors. They were neither beast, god, or devil race. They were nothing but ancient humans who gained inspiration from the age of gods and created dawnbreak chase art to run away from destruction, imprinting it to their bloodline. The Hua clan passed it down from generation to generation. However, the dawnbreak chase art gradually weakened into the extreme mirage lightning because of the cruel difference in eras. The human of this age couldn't possibly endure the intensity of having one's body constantly stimulated with lightning charge. Even then, extreme mirage lightning still contained the concept of extreme speed from lightning itself. The stealth ability it provided proved effective for Hua Minghai, who could trick and outrun experts at two major realms above him. I could have unearthed dawnbreak chase art like what I did to the Ice Phoenix God investiture cannon, but what Hua Minghai needs currently isn't that. He didn't lack the means of escape, but fight. With that in mind, Yu Long let his creative thoughts wander around the new art series he accumulated over the past 3 years. The orthodox and unorthodox paths will decide whether Hua Minghai will advance later. Let's begin. Yu Long closed his eyes and meditated. On the outside, it looks like Yu Long brooded for only 3 minutes, but he actually spent around 3 hours or so in his mind space. Since Yu Long got a new subordinate, he couldn't let the man down. Searching for Hua Minghai, Yu Long spotted him with his wife. Yu Long walked on them, hugging each other while watching the garden, and bitterly smiled. This is your first gift from me. Train well. He sent a sound transmission, and information suddenly rushed to Hua Minghai's head. Hua Minghai's eyes widened in shock because a profound art book appeared in his head. This profound art is not like others, giving Hua Minghai a headache by simply reciting the first 5 pages of it. A name also echoed in his head. Unorthodox, Dark Speed Force. Hua Minghai couldn't hide his shock. What happened? Why did you look so stunned? Ru Xiaoa, his wife, asked worriedly. Hua Minghai put on a wry expression and replied, well. It seems we are more indebted to the Lord now. Unknown to Hua Minghai, this is just the beginning. As Hua Minghai follows Yu Long, many ridiculous things he doesn't know about would open his ignorant vision of the world. Sun Moon Divine Hall, the opponent he swore to destroy, is merely a speck of dust in the primal chaos. Yu Long walked on the street, whistling like it was Saturday night. He left the couple alone and decided to walk around the Divine Phoenix City. You might wonder, where are Yu Long's beautiful maids? They are doing an errand on the 11th base, cleaning some trash left behind by the rebels. After strolling and visiting some shops, Yu Long arrived at a majestic entrance to a busy-looking plaza. The words Black Moon Merchant Guild are displayed on a bold redwood plaque at the top of the entrance, shining with dim gold colors thanks to the sun's rays. This place is... Yu Long checked his memory for a bit. It's been a while since he read Against the God, but as he recovered his past life memory, more information he recovered. Strictly speaking, he forgot some minor details. This place is the headquarters of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Yu Long rubbed his chin and walked into the entrance, observing the plaza ahead with great interest. In front of Yu Long is an extremely vast plaza. The plaza was full of people, but the most concentrated area was none other than a gigantic crystal stone stage. There is also a pagoda behind it, which is the Black Moon Merchant headquarters main building. Focusing his attention on the crystal stone stage, Yu Long recalled it being the way to enter the main building. Of course, it was a test. Testing your customers' level to sort their qualification. I have to give the Black Moon Merchant Guild a hat for this genius marketing, especially in this cultivation world. Yulong sarcastically said. The crystal stone stage was purposely separated into several crystal pillars, and at the front of every crystal was a vertical profound array that was slowly swirling around. These profound arrays were distributed uniformly around the crystal stone stage. Each was glowing with a mysterious and unfathomable rainbow-colored light. Yulong used his Insect Emperor's vision and noticed the array reflecting between the colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet alternatively at a constant pace. As a master of arrays himself, Yulong could deduce the function of the crystal stage, which functions similarly to scanners in supermarkets. The arrays scanned one's bone age, cultivation base, and even profound veins opened entrances. Oh, it also calculated one's force released when using profound skill, further increasing the viability of one's talent. It's good but too basic for Yulong's liking. As he created the Lost Heaven sect, the only measure one must have is a strong heart to cultivate. When one's heart is adequate enough, one could be a good talent to nurture. After all, one could increase sensitivity toward profound strength in the world by consuming medicines. A man stepped onto the crystal stone stage. He looks no older than 26, with the cultivation of the third level of Earth Profound Realm. This man may be talented in his homeland, but here? Reaching the third level of Earth Profound Realm at 20 isn't unusual. Some geniuses have reached Sky Profound Realm and Emperor Profound Realm at his age. The array is activated, and the man unleashes his profound arts to the fullest, causing a red light to come from his arms. Arms of Heavenly Sun! He arrogantly shouted, punching the profound array. The air trembled slightly, and a small shockwave washed the crystal stone stage. The array formation around the crystal pillars calculated every factor and emitted dim yellow light. Yulong face-palmed, "Ah yeah, what an embarrassing performance. Humph, if you can do better, step on the stage then." Someone coldly harumphed beside Yulong. Yulong glanced at the spot beside him and spotted a young lady in a red robe. With light brown hair, matching eyes, an oval face, and a sharp nose, the tiger coat on her back makes her look fierce. "Are you talking to me?" He tilted his head. The young lady crossed her hand and commented, "Yes, do you have a problem with it? People like you are all bark, no talk. You comment on others, but I bet you couldn't even reach more than yellow level like that guy." Yulong chuckled in a mis meant because this young lady was probably looking down on him as she couldn't detect anything special about his current cultivation. Yes, Yulong looks and feels no different than an ordinary young master with no cultivation base currently. And it is because of his precise control over profound strength. Oh, what if I could reach more than that fellow? He narrowed his eyes at the young lady. Humph, then this lady will bestow you a profound arc. The young lady confidently replied. Don't regret it later. I will make a profit with one punch. Yulong snickered inside and walked to the crystal stone stage, gaining everyone's attention. His step is firm, causing a loud thud on the ground every step. On the highest floor of the pagoda, an elderly dressed in purple robes noticed a person who caught his interest. His breath is steady, and he strode with confidence. I can't sense his cultivation base for some reason. But I felt like I had seen him somewhere else before. Black hair, golden eyes, with a mysterious aura around him. As the purple-robed elder pondered deeply, his eyes met Yulong's. Did he feel my gaze? There is no way. The highest floor of my Black Moon Pagoda is thoroughly covered with arrays formation. Yulong ignored the elder's gaze and stared at the profound array before him. He lifted his right hand and balled it into a fist. All of a sudden, everyone felt suffocated, including the purple-robed elder. Yulong casually threw his hand. It was slow and not flashy compared to the man's attack before. Regardless, the force behind this lackluster punch was enough to make the purple-robed elder flustered in disbelief. No way, no way, no way. A core memory flashed in the purple-robed elder's mind. That young man is... Boom. The profound array experienced a blast. Yulong's fist gently pushed the array of stones, causing it to crack. As the crack spread like spider webs, immense energy traveled into the array. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple colors blinked one after another rapidly. Crack! The crystal stone stage shattered into 7 pieces. Everyone! Purple-robed elder! The young lady! Yu Long smiled and stretched his hand at the young lady. Where is my profound arc? Give it to me. Chapter 81, Unexpected Treasured Item. At the highest floor of the Black Moon Pagoda, Zig, the Merchant Guild's master, stared at the young man sitting before him. Even though he disappeared for 3 years, Zig could still find the resemblance to the Lost Heaven Master's disciple's younger self. The shocking young talent 3 years ago has grown into a ferocious monster with unfathomable strength. To destroy a platform made with luminous rainbow stone crystal, which was a peak of Emperor Profound Realm materials, Yu Long probably has reached the early stage of Tyrant Profound Realm. Yu Long sipped his tea and commented, "Nice tea. I'm glad you like it. The Black Moon Merchant Guild always provides the best quality of tea." Zig responded with a humble smile. "This season is quite good. The floral leaves used to make crescent gold tea are growing nicely." Yu Long nodded because the tea Zig served was actually a rare spiritual medicine that could refine one's mental power. The effect is weak for Yu Long, who has deep and endless mental power. "So, what's the purpose of your visit?" "Oh, the disciple of the Lost Heaven Master," Zig uttered calmly. The corner of Yu Long's mouth twitched as he waved his hand. "Don't call me like that. Yu Long is fine." "Then, young Master Yu Long, may I know why you are here?" Zig fixed his sentence. Yu Long stared at him and answered, "Just for a breather. I've been training in solitary for too long, so my master gives me a leeway to enjoy my time outside. Also, sorry for the crystal stone stage in array formation." "Haha, it's okay. Although the luminous crystal stones are rare, they aren't scarce enough to make my merchant guild flustered. We also have a dedicated array master for this matter." Zig responded with a small laugh. "A new one will be on the plaza in a week or so. You guys are rich." Yu Long chuckled in a mis**meant. "We are merchants. Money is our thing. They come and go in a matter of seconds." Zig enjoyed the conversation. After all, he could show Yu Long that the Black Moon Merchant Guild is the best in the Profound Sky continent. "So, I assume you don't want the compensation of 100 greater heart-linking pills." Crash! Zig choked on his tea and accidentally crushed the armrest of his chair into dust. He failed to control his strength, which allowed Yu Long to determine his cultivation base. He's at the 8th level of Sovereign Profound Realm. Not bad for a shady businessman, Yu Long thought to himself. However, when Yu Long thought about it, it was normal for this purple-robed elder to reach such a realm. The public didn't know, but Zig is intimately related to one of the great sacred grounds. Yes, he's the husband of Supreme Ocean Palaka's ruler. It would be weird if Zig didn't have a high cultivation. So, this elder is quite fortunate. Greater heart-linking pills. Zig frowned slightly. If I may know, what's the effect of this pill?" Yu Long opened his mouth and answered, "They are 2 or 3 times better than ordinary heart-linking pills. Upon consumption, one could enjoy the sensitivity for a longer period." Zig was shocked but tried to calm himself down. "How long?" "Depends on the person, but usually 3 hours." Yu Long casually returned. Truthfully, the greater heart-linking pills are only 10 ordinary versions combined into one. The disciples of the Lost Heaven sect usually used it to feed farm animals, domesticated profound beasts, on the mountain range because it would make them bigger and healthier. Of course, Yu Long wouldn't tell this part to Zig. He's trying to scam Zig for rare things in the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Since this is the headquarters, they must have 1 or 2 rare things. Zig doesn't realize anything weird about this because everything goes according to Yu Long's plan. Yu Long could easily control his strength when attacking the profound array in the crystal stone stage, but he didn't. He won a profound arc and a chance to scam this purple-robed elder. Here, the sample. Yu Long picked a greater heart-linking pill and placed it on the table. The whiff of aroma immediately attacked Zig's nostrils, causing his old body to tremble. Such a high-quality pill. The guild master of Black Moon Merchant's face becomes more solemn. The Lost Heaven Master is not only a monarch-level expert, but also a godlike alchemist. If Yu Long knew what Zig was thinking, he would be laughing his ass off right now. Godly alchemist? Greater heart-linking pill, or just heart-linking pill in general, is the waste released by Yu Long's first ever kaiju, wabi. A byproduct. Shit, if we used a more rough term. Yu Long maintained a bored look as Zig observed the greater heart-linking pill from every corner. The elder even brought spectacle and some appraisal devices, as if the pill was beyond his expectation. Marvelous, marvelous. Sometimes, Zig mumbled like a fool. So you could make a pill like this. Yulong finished his tea and placed the cup on the table. How is the pill? Up to your standard. Well. Zig contained his shock and returned to his businessman persona. Are you sure you wanted to compensate me with 100 of this? The value of one pill alone could fetch you a ton of resources or several rare treasures at Tyrant Profound Realm. Yulong nodded, I'm sure. But if you have a rare item that might interest me, I will add 10 more greater heart-linking pills for each rare treasure. What do you think? T10. Zig contemplated in his head. Zig didn't cast suspicion on Yulong for having these many pills because he was well known for being the only disciple of Lost Heaven Master. His master probably gave these pills for his usage. More greater heart-linking pills. I've made a profit. Zig unknowingly laughed in his heart. He clapped his hand, and a beautiful servant brought a spatial ring to Zig, who fished out 10 grand-looking boxes of various sizes. Each is thoroughly made with rare and expensive materials. Zig opened the first box and revealed ginseng the size of one's head, emitting rich medicinal prowess. This kind of medicine could extend one's life by 100 years and recover one's lost vigor. It was useless for Yulong, who recently turned 16. Not interested, Yulong told Zig to open another one. Up to the 5th item, none of them pique Yulong's interest. Haha. Zig has a helpless expression on his face. Compared to all the customers he has served over the years, Yulong is the most difficult to please. Unlike those old fellows who are afraid of old age and like aged wines, Yulong is unbearably young. He also didn't lack rare medicine because of his upbringing. It left Zig in a difficult position. When Zig opened the 6th box, Yulong's eyebrows finally furrowed. Lies inside the cold wooden box is a heart-shaped crimson crystal with intense blood energy, something one below Tyrant Profound Realm couldn't handle. An example is the female servant, who has fallen on the ground with a foaming mouth. This is Crimson Heart, a near-extinct core harvested from Tyrant Profound beast called Oldenwood Nightmare. Zig answered quickly, closing the box again. This is one rare medicine with the property to refine one's body to the mortal limit. However, I must warn you that the process is extremely painful. In ancient records, 3 people tried to consume the Oldenwood Nightmare's core A.K. of the Crimson Heart, and 2 ended up dying from pain. 1 survived and dominated an era before perishing due to prolonged heart disease. And those people were sovereign Profound Realm experts. It is the kind of treasure one couldn't buy, not because one didn't have money, but because one was afraid of having it. I will take it. Next. Yulong said calmly. After talking with Yulong for several minutes, Zig slightly understood the surface personality of Yulong, so he didn't persuade him further about the profound core. Zig opened the 7th box, and the item inside was a vial of blood. This is the blood of a long-extinct profound beast. It's called the Great Mawing Beast, a great tonic for a profound cultivator as it strengthens one's profound strength by 2 levels. I'll take it. Next. 8th box. Moon's Blessing. A pendant made of pure and refined moon crystal. It increases one's cultivation speed 3 times, but only for profound practitioners below the sovereign profound realm. There is a built-in escape array in the Moon's Blessing that could teleport its wielder from danger. You can set the mark of teleportation, and the limit is 2 spots. Is there a limit of usage? Unfortunately, Moon's Blessing can only be used once every week because it requires a massive amount of energy to teleport. The design is nice. I will take it as well. Next. 9th box. This item is something the Black Moon Merchant Guild discovered about 16 years ago, but even after so long a time, we couldn't determine its origin. We called it Star Egg because this sphere-shaped object releases rich star and life energy, which is very beneficial for a certain profound practitioner. On top of that, the Star Egg could make one's blood essence recover faster and cause a transformation in one's physique to that of a profound beast's characteristic. But don't worry, the transformation is temporary. Young Master Yulong, are you listening? Zig noticed the quietness. Yulong's expression subtly darkened as he gazed into the 9th box. He couldn't be more familiar with this item. Because it was none other than Essence Sphere, something only he, the Kaiju Maker, could create. How did Essence Sphere end up here? Chapter 82, Leaving the Divine Phoenix City. Yulong was quiet. He stared at the Crimson Sphere in the 9th box silently. The crimson sphere is the size of an adult's palm with a crack all over it and this mutated neon aura coming out. Zig thought Yulong didn't like this treasured item, but he couldn't be more wrong. At this very moment, Yulong was shocked and confused at the sudden formation of his essence sphere in this world. He knew this one wasn't recently created, meaning it came from his past life. Yulong wanted to observe the essence sphere closely. However, he couldn't possibly use Kaiju Maker in front of Zig. As if he made a deep thought, Yulong frowned and said, "I will take this thing as well." "Are you sure?" Zig was confused by Yulong's decision. Even though Star Egg is a treasured item that everyone can use, its usage becomes obsolete for Tyrant Profound Realm or above because of the small enhancement the transformation provides. Star Egg also has a problem with its transformation being very short. This Star Egg, in particular, is rare because it could allow someone to transform into an armored beast with the lightning element. "Yes." Yulong answered casually. "Wrap it for me." "Very well." Zig sighed helplessly. "Also, can you answer my question?" Yulong's golden eyes flickered slightly. Zig tilted his head but answered, "Sure." "Does this thing, I mean Star Egg, rare?" Hearing this question, Zig chuckled and responded. "Star Egg is a scarce treasure, but we could find more of it if you want to. However, Star Egg comes with different variations and quality. The one I have here is the best in the Profound Sky continent. The lower quality ones aren't bad, but they are pretty much useless against profound practitioners with high cultivation." "I see." Yulong mumbled. It was weird because the Shadow Realm hadn't heard anything about this matter. Did the four great sacred grounds hide Star Egg's information from the public? Zig said 16 years. It is the same years since Yulong reincarnated into this world. Yulong must order Shadow Realm to gather more intel about Star Egg ASAP. He couldn't let an unsupervised essence sphere roam around the primal chaos, or something unpleasant would happen. Meanwhile, Zig was bewildered by Yulong's acts. This young man's taste is very random. Well, Zig has several more arduous customers than Yulong. Opening the last box, Zig flashed a small smile and revealed the best treasured item Black Moon Merchant Guild has had in 6 months. This thing took them a serious amount of resources to get. Something that even might shock Yulong to the core. "This is the best treasure we have this year. We found it in the desolate forest of the west, very close to the ruin of the ancient site. People in the ancient record called this thing Soul-Chasing Spear." Spear. Yulong stared dumbly at the last item. Zig wasn't wrong, but the item inside the box was just a rusty spearhead with burnt marks. It was nothing special in Yulong's eyes. And he pretended to be interested at first. Yulong used profound sense and discovered something was actually sealed inside the spearhead. It was faint, but the thing couldn't hide from his powerful sense. "Hoh, there is a trace of a profound aspect." Yulong was amused. He cleared his throat and said, "I will also take this. That adds up to 5 treasures so far, so I will add 50 more greater heart-linking pills." After placing 15 jade bottles on the table, Yulong grabbed the treasure box one by one and stored them inside his spatial ring. Zig hid his excited expression as he grabbed the jade bottles. "It's my pleasure to have business with you, young Master Yulong." "Likewise." Yulong nodded calmly. They have a brief conversation before Yulong excuses himself. On the highest floor, Zig laughed joyfully and saw the 15 jade bottles like they were his greatest treasures. He looked down and saw Yulong walking on the street calmly. Yulong waved his hand at him and disappeared into the crowd. Zig was speechless, "So, he did notice my presence, even with all these arrays around me. As expected of the Lost Heaven Master's disciple. He's a monstrous talent. It's a shame we couldn't form more relationships with him because the Supreme Ocean Palace doesn't have a good female disciple. We missed a lot." After thinking about something for a while, Zig lifted a jade slip and whispered something. "It's up to you now, Phoenix Emperor." Since Yulong still had free time, he went to the Shadow Realm's 11th base, which used the Dark Moon sect as its identity. He didn't sense anyone following him, which means Zig was probably wary or afraid to offend him. Yulong smiled. Having a strong identity is a good thing, after all. Those cultivation world's protagonists always get tailed every time they meet high-profile people. And their secrets get out. Well, I don't have to say what happens next." He whistled and stopped at an ordinary-looking courtyard. "This place looks ordinary, but people from the Divine Phoenix Empire come here with recommendations and get recruited to the Dark Moon sect. Well, it was a bad practice. The Dark Moon sect should have stuck on the orphan or just people with ill fate. He entered the area and sensed several presences hiding underground. Yulong chuckled and released the presence of Art of Ghost, causing the people below to tremble slightly. Young master. Someone came out. It was Lily. How is the situation? Yulong asked while carefreely walking to her. Lily put on a wry smile and answered, it's worse than we thought. The leader of Trash used his position to recruit his family members and his close friend. Thankfully, they haven't revealed themselves to the world. Yulong noticed some blood on Lily's cheeks and wiped them off with his sleeve. Lady shouldn't get blood on their bodies. He commented gently. Lily giggled, only you would say something like that, young master. Did you hate it, though? No, I like it. They entered the underground facility and saw Hongguan sitting with thick documents on the table. Acknowledge. Lily looked away. Yulong shook his head gently because it was clear that Lily had come up to run away from this duty. The money-loving maid left the tedious job to her fellow shadow bride. Where is Yueli? Yulong asked. Hongguan raised her gaze and met Yulong's face. Young master, when did you come here? Just now. I see. As for Yueli, you can find her in the training field, probably testing her new attainment. The red-haired lady added with a slightly envious tone. She broke through to level 18 just now. Oh. Yulong was pleasantly surprised. Yulong's mates and fiancé reached innate realm of profound arts after training with him for 3 years in the Dragon God trial grounds. All of them are at level 16 or 17, but Chu Yueli leveled up again just a day after they left the cave. Yulong knows how hard it was to level up one's mastery over the profound arts. It was a tedious accumulation of understanding over oneself, the world, and its essence. To reach level 18 means Chu Yueli has understood something beyond anyone in her era. She, who was unfortunately overshadowed by her older sister for years, finally showed her worth. Good, good. Yulong couldn't help but feel proud of Chu Yueli's achievement. I expected a good scene when visiting the frozen cloud Asgard. In the training ground, Chu Yueli meditated and opened her eyes. A frost light escaped her icy eyes. After stabilizing the Shadow Realm's 11th base and its open cover, Yulong handed the responsibility to Hua Minghai and Ru Xiaoa. Yulong gives him 3 months to recruit more members, and the thief responds confidently. In the vast blue sky, Yulong and his mates rode a silver arc-shaped profound arc and traveled quickly. This thing was actually given by the disdainful young lady with a simple bet. Whoa, where did you get this thing, young master? Lily knocked on the profound arc with a greedy look. Yulong laughed, will you trust me if I said I won this with 1 punch? Humph, don't say it if you don't want to. Lily pouted. So stingy. You shouldn't be the one saying that. Hongguan and Chu Yueli were literally taken aback by this greedy maid. Among the maids, Lily is the wealthiest. Well, let's go back to the drifting river city. Yulong controlled the profound arc and flew into the distance. Wait, it seems Yulong forgot about someone. Divine Phoenix Empire, unknown area. A girl with snow-like hair and a healthy complexion hummed happily. She has innocent-looking bright eyes, a small nose, and rosy lips. There is also a golden red flame mark on her face, which is the sign of Phoenix God's true inheritor. In short, the girl looks like a little fairy. The girl sat in a humble but nice-looking house near a beautiful lake. She gazed at the distance and said, "Ah, the presence of Phoenix God is gone. I thought the other spirit of Phoenix God would meet me. Schwer is disappointed." She let out a cute sigh. The girl balled her soft hand and continued, but, we will definitely meet in the future." Chapter 83, The Glimpse into Nothingness. 5 hours later. After riding around with the profound arc, Yulong finally arrived at the drifting river city. Although traveling with profound arc is slower than flying by themselves, it is more comfortable. This profound arc is actually designed to be comfortable to ride, which Lily moaned for being her life goal to have one. Remember, Lily was the one who opposed the idea of having profound arc a while ago. She complained about it being a waste of money but immediately backpedaled when experiencing one herself. As they landed in the courtyard, Lily leaned toward Yulong. "Young master, please sell this profound arc to me." Lily patted her chest, trying to her womanly charm. "Please, please. For how much are you willing to buy this?" Yulong played along with an amused expression. 3. No, 200 contribution points. Lily reluctantly raised two of her fingers. Yulong's mouth twitched, that's no different than robbing me. In the Shadow Realm, the currency used is contribution points, which the shadow agents could use to exchange for benefits and resources like training rooms and medicines. A low-leveled escort mission in the Shadow Realm is worth around 200 contribution points, and that amount of points can only buy 10 normal-grade heart-opening liquids. Yes, not even an enhanced version, just the normal heart-opening liquids. And now this greedy maid wants to buy a profound arc worth thousands, if not 10,000, more than that. Of course, this is a rough estimation because one couldn't equalize heart-opening liquids to the currency used in the Profound Sky continent. It's Shadow Realm's strategic resources, so they couldn't possibly let others use it. On top of that, don't forget that Yulong is the sole leader of Shadow Realm, so Lily is literally paying Yulong with his own money. Noticing Yulong's expression, Lily put on a pained look and raised her finger slightly, 250. No. Yulong ignored her and jumped out of the profound arc. 260. Lily desperately shouted. Nope, back to work. I shouldn't have known better. 265. 267. T268. 269. Lily made her final attempt. Yulong stopped and turned around, go back to your station. Yug. Lily dropped to her knees and stared at the profound arc with a longing expression. She failed to notice the faint smile on Yulong's face when she mentioned 69s. Hongguan and Chu Yueli jumped out of the profound arc, staring at the sad Lily on the ground. They shook their heads at her antics. Just make one yourself. Hongguan said with a playful look. You have the money, no? Yet, Lily. You owe us that expensive restaurant experience you bragged about in solitary training. Chu Yueli added while crossing her arms. Cold sweats dripped from Lily's face as she coughed. Young master ordered me to go to my station. Bye. And she ran away. Chu Yueli sighed helplessly. She really hates using money for personal use, hey. Hongguan giggled and commented, don't despise her that much. Lily does be like that sometimes, but you'll understand Lily if you talk with her more often. Before being employed by Madame Uxin, Lily was just a village girl and must feed herself with wild vegetables in the forest. Once she knew the value of money and its power, Lily developed this obsession. I was also a normal village girl before meeting the young master. So, I can understand her. You get me wrong. I didn't despise Lily. Chu Yueli shook her head helplessly. We literally lived together under the same roof for 3 years. Hongguan grinned, well, we are good then. I'm obsessed with something too. Chu Yueli gazed into the distance and blushed slightly. Yulong checked for his parents, finding they were going out with Yu Mei to a festival nearby. He shrugged and went to the underground sealed chamber. He also contacted Zilong and Yuan to make haste back. Sitting on the rocking chair in his research room, Yulong sensed a spatial disturbance in the underground facility and felt two silhouettes moving quickly to his location. Master, we are back. Yuan comes in with her usual foxy smile. Old Yu, I come with some gifts. Zilong walked inside with some wrapped boxes. Oh, so this is your research room. I could sense several anti-spying, anti-intruders, and environmental adaptation arrays around it. Well, yet. These arrays are outdated, though. Yulong responded while leaning on his chair. I haven't upgraded it for 3 years straight. Do you want me to upgrade it? Zilong proposed with a smirk. He learned 2 or 3 nifty things from Yulong in the Dragon God trial grounds. Yulong rubbed his chin and said, I give you 5 minutes. Bet. 3 minutes are more than enough. Zilong snapped his finger, and brilliant azure light enveloped the research chamber. Millions of floating characters floated out of nowhere and created a swirl around them. Each character is unique and independent but somehow fits together. Zilong waved his hand a few times, causing the characters to bounce out from the group and disappear into thin air. Some new characters appear and fit into the sequence, causing a brighter light. It might be confusing for normal people, but not for Yulong and his kaiju. After all, the base of this array's language is cryptic codes between Yulong and his kaiju through Kaiju Maker. He named it the Kaiju language. Done, Zilong said, pushing the array formation away. The research chamber trembled slightly as the temperature adjusted to the most comfortable state. Zilong grabbed a seat and placed down his gift, a moon cake. So, why are you calling us here? He cut the cake and placed it on a plate. Yulong took the cake and answered, Well, serious matter. Serious matter. Zilong and Yuan tilted their heads in confusion. Never in their new lives had they ever heard Yulong mention something like a serious matter. He always played a joke around. However, when they saw Yulong's serious expression as he munched a slice of mooncake, they couldn't help but question themselves. Yulong wiped his hand clean and brought out the 8th box he bought from Zig. Opening the lid, Zilong and Yuan peeked at the content and gasped. This is... The Emerald Phoenix frowned. Essence Sphere. The void-devouring tyrant dragon added. Yulong picked the essence sphere and responded, this is no ordinary essence sphere. This essence sphere was from my previous life. The what? Zilong stood up in shock. When the dragon god learned that Yulong was actually reincarnated from a whole other universe, he was shocked and couldn't accept this news. It was a bizarre thing to ever happen in the dragon god's life because he thought there was only one universe. And that's primal chaos. And now Yulong brought up the shocking news that an otherworldly element entered the primal chaos. If the essence sphere could be here, there might be a massive chance those terrifying kaiju survived the cosmic explosion and entered primal chaos alongside Yulong. Yulong read their minds and sighed, calm down. I know what you were thinking. However, we didn't know if my past life's kaiju really entered the primal chaos. The chance is not as high as you guys think. Is it possible to locate them? Zilong asked with a solemn expression. Yulong lifted his arm in defeat, I haven't unlocked all my powers back, which means I couldn't do a wide-range search. However, there is a way to achieve the same result. Divine Sense. Yuan finally opened her mouth. With Divine Sense, you could easily increase the range of Kaiju Maker's scans. That's why you need us, to supply you with our abilities. How far do you think we can support you? Zilong stared at Yulong. Yulong pondered and answered, if we are doing things right, the blue pole star is possible. Zilong and Yuan sighed, this is better than nothing. Even though they expected Yulong to be able to scan the whole primal chaos, they knew he had yet to mature. Their Kaiju Maker is indeed the greatest monster in the primal chaos, but he needs time to grow. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, give me your hands. Yulong cracked his neck because this would be a tedious job to do. Zilong and Yuan held his hands, allowing their essence spheres to rotate and support Yulong directly. Kaiju Synchronization. Zilong and Yuan turned into two streams of energy lights and entered Yulong's body. Azure and emerald light flashed one after another, causing a transformation in Yulong's body. Azure scales grow on Yulong's upper body, covering him like armor. 3 pairs of emerald-like wings appeared out of thin air and wrapped him like a cape. A crown-shaped curved horn grows on top of Yulong's head. As Yulong opened his eyes, one could see his formerly golden eyes had gained an azure color on the left and an emerald color on the right. One eye gained a slit like a dragon, and the other possessed a circle like a bird's eye. Core skill, Kaiju Maker's authority, unlocked. Yulong blinked a few times before looking up, causing several specks of dust to sweep over the whole planet. He grasped the thin air and opened a curtain of darkness. In the curtain of darkness, blinking lights appeared one after another. Every light has its own brilliance. Boom! Yulong's chair turned into dust as he forcibly grabbed the lights from the curtain of darkness. Essence spheres started pouring out like no tomorrow, filling up the floor. Thud! Thud! Yulong's vision abruptly disappeared. He appeared somewhere else and saw countless stars in vast space. Roars! The stars are beating with loud thumps as if they are alive. No, they are alive. Those stars are. Yulong's eyebrows became heavier as the surroundings changed and became pitch black. He drifted into this darkness, having no sense of duty or life. Calm. Cold. Serene. Nothing. There is nothing except for myself. Wait, what's even myself? Crack. You're close. A melodious voice echoed in this realm of nothingness. But not close enough. Come back when you are ready. Cough. Yulong coughed a mouthful of blood and looked very pale. Kaiju synchronization is deactivated by itself, and every enhancement and benefit that comes with it is instantly cancelled. Master/Yulong. Yuan and Zilong worriedly come to his side. Yuan checked Yulong's condition and sighed in relief, some of his internal organs got ruptured. He's in a much better condition than we thought. Zilong also looks relieved. But what happened? Everything is going fine, and our connection is forcibly destroyed by an external force. I also don't know. Yun placed Yulong on the nearby table. We need to wait for him to wake up and explain. She wiped blood from Yulong's mouth and chest, using her phoenix flame to soothe his body. Yet, Zilong decided to stay quiet and glanced down, finding several hundred essence spheres on the floor. His eyes widened as some of them were above A grade. This might be more severe than we thought. The void-devouring tyrant dragon clenched his hand tightly. The realm of gods, I hope nothing bad happened there. Shen Xi, my daughter. Please be safe and wait for your father. Chapter 84, A New Mystery and Goal. Yug. Yun, make a tea or something warm for me. Yulong's pained groan echoed in the research chamber. The young man climbed down from the table. He grabbed a chair to sit and circulate his profound strength. The after effect of Kaiju's synchronization's forced deactivation felt like Yulong's whole being torn apart by raging waves. It was an unpleasant experience but a worthwhile price for some reason. Yun brought a cup of warm milk and handed it to Yulong. Here, master. Please drink it slowly. Yulong picked up the cup and drank the milk, feeling his body coursed with warmness. After finishing the milk, he noticed the primordial energy within his inner world depleted to zero. There is not even a drop of it anymore. Fu *k. He cursed in his mind. Yulong wondered what went wrong and figured that the nothingness realm he touched upon must be causing this. There is no other explanation for it. He sighed and rubbed his temple helplessly. It seems I have to increase Kaiju's synchronization's grade from now on. I also have to unlock Kaiju Maker's authority naturally. If not, I would end up like this again. Zilong sat on the seat opposite Yulong and asked, what happened, old Yu? Our Kaiju's synchronization connection got disrupted, and we also lost our linked vision as if you had gone blind. Yet, master. Yun worriedly looked at him. Yulong put on a wry smile and explained the experience he went through a moment ago. A vast space with countless stars, and those stars are most likely to be his past life's Kaiju. And the realm of nothingness. When Zilong and Yun heard Yulong's explanation, they couldn't help but become quiet all of a sudden. They glanced at each other weirdly. Yulong stared at the ceiling and added, oh, yet. I also heard a woman's voice in the realm of nothingness. This is. Yun mumbled to herself. Master, even in the primordial era of gods, the realm you described might be the abyss of nothingness. It's a forbidden place where even ancient danger resides. However, we also forgot about this information, as if our memory is incomplete. Even I, the true dragon god, couldn't remember the information about abyss of nothingness very well. Zilong continued with a weak smile. Thick fogs are covering my origin soul, warning me not to even peek into the unknown territory. In the end, all this led to one particular existence. The one and only ancestors of 8 primordial gods. Ancestral god. Yulong finished the void-devouring tyrant dragon's sentences. Yes, ancestral god. The most mysterious existence. Zilong nodded calmly. Unfortunately, we didn't know anything about her besides some ancient texts left behind in the realm of gods above. Those ancient texts might be a clue for you. I'm not sure those ancient texts could solve our Kaiju problem here. Yulong laughed in misery. He knew some Kaiju in his previous life were beyond common understanding. Some are extremely dangerous and can't be left alone without supervision. If Kaiju roamed free, Yulong was somewhat scared chaos would happen sooner or later. If possible, Yulong wanted to capture them before that event could ever happen. Fortunately, the original plot should ensue soon, and the red-haired messenger from the realm of gods could answer Yulong's confusion. Let's not overthink it for now. Yulong said calmly. We must fortify the blue pole star first. This place is the safest one because we could develop our strength steadily. That's true. Yun nodded in agreement. I will start gathering more master's stones. Then, I will search for Nishien's traces, Zilong responded while crossing his arms. That man must have left something for future generations. He's well known for being too forgiving. Evil god is such a person. Yulong was confused. Zilong chuckled, before a god, evil god is still a person, you know. Is that so? Yulong remembered something and asked, where are the essence spheres I have pulled out from around the blue pole star? Here, we placed it in a sealed container because it releases an intense hue that makes us hungry. Zilong placed down box-sized spatial storage. Yulong smiled because it was understandable that Yun and Zilong's hunger was inherently aroused by these essence spheres. After all, these essence spheres were literally made by Hayate Kurogami, his past life, someone who mastered Kaiju Maker in just 3 years. The amount of energy in one essence sphere alone is better than Yulong's version by a large margin. Yulong grabbed a random essence sphere from the spatial storage and commented, "I see." After observing the essence spheres in the spatial storage, Yulong discovered that 4/5 of them are the raw essence of various mutated creatures in his previous life's world. Some abilities are mediocre, but some are powerful enough to be graded as S-grade abilities. As for 1/5 of the essence sphere, they are indeed kaiju but lifeless. Each kaiju's essence sphere was actually damaged in some way. It was unfortunate, but Yulong could do nothing except fix them slowly. They are precious, which makes Yulong conflicted. He was sad and happy at the same time to find a trace of his past life. Ak, this essence sphere. Yulong grabbed a milky pink-colored raw essence sphere. Oh, wow! To think my previous life saved this ability. What ability was that, Master? Yulin approached him with a curious expression. Zilong also came closer and stared at the milky pink-colored raw essence in Yulong's hand. From his point of view, the essence sphere is merely an F grade. However, the value might be more than that, considering Yulong's big reaction. Hehe, watch this. Yulong smirked and swallowed the milky pink-colored raw essence in one gulp. Force Bubble, F, acquired. Shadow Paw, F, acquired. Yulong gazed at Yulin and said, "Yulin, do you feel something weird?" Nothing in particular." Yulin was confused. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Kaie. Yulin shivered because someone rubbed her neck, but there was no physical interaction between her and others. Even the air and spatial fabric felt normal. An invisible bubble hovered in the air and entered Yulin's chest, drawing out her strength. "What's this ability?" Zilong, who watched from the sidelines, could feel a concentrated phoenix flame coming out of Yulin's body in the shape of a bubble. He could feel but not see it, as if the bubble existed in another dimension. Yulong snapped his finger, and a small burst of fire behind Yulin's back, accidentally smacking her rear. Yulin blushed, and Yulong awkwardly whistled because his control over these new abilities was low. Master, you're such a tease," Yulin said flusteredly. "If you want to smack my ass, I'm willing to do it with just the two of us around." Zilong gave Yulong a thumbs up and laughed, "Haha, I don't know you're so bold, old you." "Oh, shut up. You know I didn't mean to do that." Yulong grumbled at the void-devouring tyrant dragon. "So, what's with the new abilities?" Yulong lifted his hand, an invisible air appeared. "I gained 2 abilities, namely Force Bubble and Shadow Paw. It comes from an annoyed mutant beast called Thieving Cat. As the beast's name implies, Thieving Cat could touch someone without the target noticing by creating a paw-shaped constructed shadow. But the most dangerous ability is none other than Force Bubble. Thieving Cat's Force Bubble could plunder one's essence. This beast could plunder something tangible or abstract by making Force Bubble contact its target. As you sensed before, I stole a wisp of Yulin's phoenix flame without her noticing. What a terrifying ability." Zilong sucked a cold breath. "With Force Bubble, you could literally plunder someone's heart and kill that person instantly." "No, since you said that even abstract things are possible, you can theoretically steal another's life force, power and bloodline." "Yes, but it comes with a limitation. If not, Thieving Cat will be Monarch-class mutant beast in my previous life." Yulong shook his head funnily. "The plunder's target must not exceed the bubble's size. At the moment, my Force Bubble is barely the size of a child's pinky." Yulin smacked her lips. "Master, I don't mind being your test subject. Please use your Force Bubble on me." "No." Yulong's mouth twitched. "I'll go to the surface. I need to recover my primordial energy first." Watching Yulong depart with spatial storage, Yulin's lips curved because she genuinely wanted to be his taste subject. Zilong sat down and commented, "You know that old you didn't like your approach, right?" "Hehe, you're wrong. Master likes it." Yulin giggled while rubbing her cheeks. "He simply isn't honest." "Well, there is time for that in the future. For now, teasing him is enough to make me satisfied." "Women, how unreasonable." Zilong mumbled quietly. Yulin narrowed her eyes indifferently. "Did you say something?" "Nothing." Zilong looked away. "Humph. I thought so." Yulin snorted. Chapter 85, Visiting Grandparents and Start of the Plot. 2 days later. Yu Long meditated in the courtyard and felt a cold hand wiping sweat off his face. He opened his eyes slowly and saw Chu Yueli with a towel in her hand. The fairy of frozen glass has this sweet look on her face. Her reddened cheeks create this afterglow that makes the ice beauty more adorable. Yu Long smiled, thanks. But you shouldn't touch me when I was cultivating. You might get affected by the yin-yang shock. He added with a sigh. Chu Yueli shook her head and replied, it's okay, young master. After reaching level 18, your yin-yang shock didn't affect me much. Yin-yang shock is the state Yu Long entered when cultivating Art of Ghost and Art of Violet Mist, which was a deep-focused mode of enriching yin, darkness, and yang, light, elements into his body. When the opposite gender touched Yu Long, they would be affected by the shock of his aura and become flustered. They entered this heat mode and would take time to subdue it. Yu Long could see Chu Yueli wasn't lying, but her reddened cheeks and warmed body barely held up from his intense yang element. No wonder the cultivation world's protagonist always uses this excuse to balance women's yin with their yang. Fortunately, Yu Long is a gentleman. Let's have breakfast. Yu Long grabbed Chu Yueli's hand gently and soothed her down. After that, we will go to the Lost Heaven sect. Understood. Chu Yueli closed her eyes and enjoyed Yu Long's warmth, feeling very comfortable. The former Chu Yueli won't let any man touch her skin, but now she felt more than alive. After a heartwarming breakfast, Yu Long departed to the Lost Heaven sect. Oh yeah, his parents and sister also followed because it's been a while since they visited the sect. Unfortunately, the arc-shaped profound arc couldn't accommodate more than 4 people, so Zilong voluntarily took them to the Chain Clouds mountain range. Ha ha ha! A loud and excited laughter echoes in the mountain range. My grandson finally come back. The corner of Yu Long's mouth twitched because he always recognized this exaggerated grandiose voice. In 2 years, Yu Long became attached to his grandparents bizarrely. Not seeing them for 3 years actually makes Yu Long miss their presence. They did say blood is thicker than water. On top of a massive pine tree, a muscular elderly in a short and thin robe is waving his hand at them. The vigor he exuded was no weaker than any hot-blooded youth. Yes, this muscular elder is Yu Long's grandfather, Su Sanshan. Devil's bloodline. Zilong, who was in his dragon form, couldn't help but gaze at Su San in surprise. He learned that Yu Long was the descendant of the Eternal Night royal family, which got the bloodline of the Eternal Night Devil clan. However, Zilong didn't expect Yu Long's grandfather to possess such a pure devil race's bloodline. It's so pure that the blood was probably only inferior to the original by a small margin. Although the quantity is lacking, he could easily reach Divine Spirit Realm with enough resources. No, since he is old Yu's grandfather, he might reach the Divine King Realm. Yu Long didn't know what Zilong was thinking and patted the dragon on the back. Old Zi, stop flying in a circle. Get down already. Ah, yes. Zilong woke up from his stupor. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Su Sanshan immediately greeted them with a grin and open arms. Yu Long, come. Hug your grandpa. Yu Long smiled and hugged the bear-like grandfather, making him cry like a waterfall. Okay, stop crying. Yu Mei is looking at you funny. Yu Long patted the back of his grandfather. Su Sanshan wiped the snot-filled nose and stared at the bundle of adorableness in Yu Xin's arms. Mimi. He jumped away from Yu Long. And he left me without saying anything. Yu Long was speechless. Cuckoo, leave him alone. We couldn't visit Yu Mei because she was too young, but since you are here, there shouldn't be any problem. Su Nanan walked from the woods with a small smile. Grandma. Yu Long came and hugged her. Su Nanan felt the strength of Yu Long's hug and commented, you have become a fine man, Yu Long. So, when will you give us great-grandchildren? I see that you have some nice-looking ladies right there. She added while gazing at Hongguan, Lily, Chu Yueli, and Yuan. Cough. Facing such a question, Yu Long choked on air awkwardly. Later, later. I would like to focus on my cultivation for now. Su Nanan chuckled amusingly, that's true, I suppose. You're only 16 this year. At your age, your grandpa and I only started becoming closer. I see. Yu Long sighed in relief. Yeah, we got married 6 weeks later. Su Nanan dropped the bomb, which made Yu Long raise his hands in defeat. Damn, Grandma is wilding in her young days. Su Nanan grabbed Yu Long's hand and dragged him inside. Well, let's go inside. I have prepared a hot pot for everyone. They entered the pine forest, and Ripple sent them to a courtyard in the Lost Heaven sect. The vast land is thoroughly surrounded by green grass, and in the middle is a pavilion. The blue sky makes the scenery even better. This place is... Zilong blinked his eyes in surprise. Su Sanshan patted his chest proudly and answered, a confined space that I got from the nice-looking land in the east. It was left behind, so I connected it to the Lost Heaven sect's great array formation and made it a gathering place. Well, there aren't many people visiting this place. Amazing! Zilong praised. Su Sanshan shook his head lightly, this much is nothing. It's all thanks to Yulong, who left behind some instructions to manage the section. Anyway, let's eat. My wife's cooking is the best, ha ha ha. Patting the dragon god on the shoulder as if they were best friends, Su Sanshan walked to the pavilion humorously. Your grandfather is something else. Zilong glanced at Yulong. Right. Yulong shrugged casually. Don't worry, he's always like that, even to strangers. No, I like him this way. Zilong smiled slightly. He'd be a great friend to drink with. Everyone sat around a long table as Su Nanan warmed up the hot pot, starting their gathering party. On the outside, snows are falling and indicating the end of the year. Yulong looked at the small bowl in his hand and thought, what a good day. King Yu and Sweruo should arrive soon. As if the world read Yulong's mind, 5 people arrived outside the pavilion. Yulong narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance, seeing Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu waving their hands at him. Big brother. Yulong. Xia Qingyu came with her father and younger brother. Meanwhile, Kang Yu comes with her mother. Come inside. Yulong shouted joyfully. We are having a hot pot. And that's how they celebrated the end of the year. The next day, Yulong walked out of a hut with his new winter clothes, a thick purple robe, and black baggy pants. There is also a furred coat hanging around his neck. Standing beside Yulong is Xia Qingyu in her favorite blue dress, but of course, slighter and thicker due to the season. She also wore a coat, but it was a white-colored one made of cold-resistance fabric. They actually didn't have to wear something like these because their cultivations and well-trained bodies could easily fend off the winter season. They wore them because they looked good. Big brother, I heard you found something interesting when I was on the floating cloud city. Xia Qingyu blew warm air from her mouth, creating a fog. Yulong stared at her and replied, it's just a profound arc. Profound arc. Xia Qingyu curved her lips. I want to write it. Sure, I'll bring you around the Lost Heaven sect. Yulong didn't think much about it and summoned the arc-shaped profound arc. As they drove away, Xia Qingyu hugged Yulong's arm and leaned her head on his chest. She gazed at the distance and had this charming and satisfied smile on her face. Ah, I almost forgot. Xia Qingyu suddenly snapped. Yulong looked down on her. Xia Qingyu opened her mouth and asked, do you still remember Xiao Che? The kid that you and Ba used to play with. He didn't expect such a mention but still responds, yes. What's the matter? Xia Qingyu sighed, as you know, he used to be my fiancé, thanks to my father's promise to his father. However, we have annulled our engagement with some favors. Xiao Che's grandfather talked with me 2 days ago. He wanted to use the favors. Oh, for what? Yulong asked curiously. Xia Qingyu put on a complicated look and continued, he wants us to help, and if possible fix Xiao Che's crippled profound veins. Chapter 86, Deviating Start of the Protagonist. Unknown place. On the corner of a cliff, a bleeding man pointed his weapon at a group of people. Each possessed strong cultivation, which exceeded him by several levels. Weirdly, the people with advantages have one similar expression on their faces. And that's fear. I hate you guys. The bleeding man coughed a mouthful of blood. I hate you guys. I, Yun Che, would drag you rotten bastards to hell, and you can do nothing about it. Die, all of you. Nuuu. A collective blood-curdled scream echoed in the cliff as intense green light submerged the area. The green light devoured them into a puddle of black liquid and left the bleeding man in a dying state. Anger. Sadness. Sorrow. Teacher. Linger. I'm sorry. I am too weak. All kinds of emotions struck the bleeding man as he fell into the cliff. A soft white light covered the whole planet momentarily, causing many changes. Floating Cloud City. A secluded city on the corner of the Blue Wind Empire, unknown to many, but people still live in it. 3 years ago, one of the clans in the floating cloud city struck a fortune and allowed their disciples to the infamous Lost Heaven sect, gaining attention from all nations. However, when they discovered the truth behind this privilege, the people of 7 nations couldn't help but curse the clan for being too lucky. 3 outer disciples spot every year and 2 favors from the Lost Heaven Master's direct disciple himself. And all that for annulling engagement between a cripple and beautiful young lady fancied by heaven-favored genius. People thought it was ridiculous, but there was actually an underlying purpose behind it. Xiao Clan Estate, Mountainside Courtyard. Xiao Che, wake up. A humble-looking young lady in a green robe knocked on a wooden door. Receiving no response, the young lady tilted her head and pushed the door. She saw a black-haired youth sleeping soundlessly on the bed with a content expression. The young lady smiled helplessly and pinched the youth's nose. Wake up. Ah, shit. The youth jumped from his bed. He hit the table nearby and groaned in pain. The young lady sighed and checked his condition, finding nothing wrong except a comical swell on his left forehead. Pucci. She giggled heartfully. Hee hee, I told you to wake up earlier today. I know. The youth grumbled. Sorry for being late, little aunt. It's just that I felt sleepy all of a sudden. I couldn't bring myself off the bed. Humph, excuse. The young lady scoffed. It's the truth. Xiao Che sighed in defeat. He stared at his little aunt, whose name was Xiao Lingzi. She was around the same age as him, but since she was basically the younger sister of his father, he called her little aunt from childhood. It was an endearing nickname, which made them even closer. They went to another part of the courtyard and discovered an elder in a comfortable blue robe. He sat near the dining table, waiting for them for breakfast. Xiao Che's grandfather is an elder who looks like someone in his late 70s or even more due to constant sadness overwhelming his state of mind. He was so sad, which made him look older. He still perseveres with such sorrows and raises Xiao Che and Xiao Lingzi alone for years. His name is Xiao Lai, the 5th elder of the Xiao clan. He's also the legal possessor of Lost Heaven Sect's 2 favors, which allows him to bring wealth and prosperity to his clan, but he decides not to. That's why people didn't dare to touch Xiao clan of the Profound Cloud sect because he could easily use his favor to eliminate the threat. The Xiao sect's elders had to treat Xiao Lai respectfully even after knowing the taboo facts about Xiao Che. Xiao Che, Lingzi. Xiao Lai smiled warmly at them. Sit down, sit down. I have great news for you too. What was it, Grandpa? Xiao Che sits down curiously. Xiao Lingzi sat down and had the same curiosity plastered on her face. Xiao Lai put on a solemn look and said, I have used one of the favors. They were shocked. Did you really use it, Grandpa? Yes, Father. What for? You know this favor is very precious. Xiao Lai chuckled and continued, let me finish. You two are so active this morning. Xia Qingyu returned to the floating cloud city 2 or 3 days ago, and I was talking to her about this matter. She listened to my request and told me to wait a day or 2. As for the favor, I used to ask for help. If possible, I want the Lost Heaven sect to fix Xiao Che's profound veins. You did what? Xiao Che flared in disbelief. Gee Grandpa, why did you waste such a precious chance? You know I'm fine not being able to cultivate. As long as we can live well. No, I think Father's decision is correct. Xiao Lingzi interrupted with a grin. Xiao Che, don't lie about your feelings. I know you were frustrated by the constant bullying of the clan members. They called you cripples and all sorts of things. They didn't touch you physically because Father would definitely wreak havoc in the clan. You were a genius. If not for the absurd disaster, you'd definitely be able to achieve a great thing. Xiao Che's hands trembled as he let out a bitter sigh. At last, he couldn't hide his frustration from his only family. Qingyu. I haven't met her for years. Xiao Che swayed his head away. Oh, you dare to change the topic. Xiao Lingzi pouted and balled her little fist. Xiao Lai shook his head weakly. Xia Qingyu has become a fine young lady, but we know engagement is impossible. Although we chew more than we could bite, at least we save some faces for both sides. Your father's sacrifice isn't for nothing. Xiao Che nodded in understanding. He didn't hate Xia Qingyu for breaking the engagement. On the contrary, Xiao Che felt relieved. Xiao Che never got that close to the young lady of Xiao Manor in the first place. In their childhood, the only time Xiao Che ever comes close to Xia Qingyu is when he plays together with Xia Yuanba, her younger brother. And Xiao Che only caught a glimpse of her silhouette at the time. He also knows about Yu Long and acknowledges him as a better fiancé for Xia Qingyu than himself. Xiao Che had to admit that Yu Long has better talents, looks, and even a strong background. Since Xiao Che and Xia Qingyu didn't have much connection, he felt it was okay to break the engagement. No one wants to marry a cripple anyway. Xiao Che self-deprecatingly said to himself. No, if my profound veins got fixed, then I'd use my power to pay Xia Qingyu's kindness back in the future twofold. Well, let's eat. Xiao Lai clapped his hand after noticing his grandson's absent-minded state. Hee, eat. Xiao Lingzi placed down meat on Xiao Che's plate. Xiao Che smiled and started eating. Above the floating cloud city, an arc-shaped profound arc slowly landed near a blue lake. A handsome young man and 3 beautiful ladies jumped off, revealing their appearances. So, this is your hometown, Qingyu. One young lady in an azure-colored dress commented. The atmosphere isn't bad. Yet, added a woman in a snow-white robe. Xia Qingyu giggled, this place is full of memories. I'm not a very adventurous girl, but all changes when Big Brother visits Xia Manor. She stared at the distance and found a familiar-looking spot, a large bush and moss-filled crater. Yu Long brushed some dust from his clothes and said, let's go to Xia Manor first. After doing the favor, we will go to the frozen cloud Asgard. Okay. 3 of them responded. Yu Long stared at the clear sky and felt something unexpected was about to happen. Good, he hoped the plot wouldn't change much. Chapter 87, The Broken Samsara? F***ck the plot. Yu Long entered Xia Manor, relishing the ironic fact he hadn't visited this place for 6 years. A bitter smile formed on his handsome face because he was going here only to take Xia Qingyu's blood sample. Ah, the past Qingyu is so cold. Yu Long couldn't help but comment. She gave me the cold shoulder for a week or 2 if I remember correctly. Xia Qingyu blushed in embarrassment, please, don't talk about that anymore. It's so embarrassing. She covered her face. Xia Qingyu dislikes her past self. The cold and restrained young lady wished she could be more open in the past. At least her younger brother and father won't be so distant. Thankfully, a ray of hope descended and helped her. Qingyu blinked her eyes and hugged Yu Long's arm, I'm interested. Can you tell me more, Yu Long? As Qingyu's voice tingled with curiosity, her soft bosom wrapped around Yu Long's arm. Yu Long chuckled, sure. Let me tell you 1 or 2 about Qingyu's dark past. No. Xia Qingyu hurriedly hugged Yu Long's arm and pouted at him. No secret out, or I will bite. Yu Long was actually tempted to tell the secret anyway because he wanted to see how Xia Qingyu bit him, but seeing her teary eyes softened his heart. I'm more human than I thought. Yu Long smiled inside. As Kaiju Maker, Yu Long has accepted he was different from others since the beginning. However, he sometimes forgot that even monsters have hearts. Yueli, could you check any relevant information in the last month and report to me in 2? No, 1 hour. Yu Long glanced at his frosty maid. Okay. Chu Yueli nodded and left immediately. Let's go. Yu Long pulled his fiancée into the manor. Also, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about your dark past. Promise. I promise. At the same time, the elders of the Xiao clan gathered in the main hall and spoke about the recent topic of the Blue Wind Empire. Phew, I heard Xia Hongai's son also entered the Lost Heaven Empire a few days ago. One elder suddenly said. What, he did? Another elder was surprised. I bet that child could join the inner court or core court because of his connection with Xia Qingyu. Someone sighed and added, such privilege. None of our young clan members ever reached inner court. Even after 3 years. If only we had a better connection with the Lost Heaven sect. Hearing the mention of a deeper connection in these shameless people's conversation, Xiao Lai raised his brows and kept drinking his tea. Greedy people. We are lucky enough that we could hang on the Lost Heaven sect's greatness. Xiao Lai thought to himself. Xiao Lai found it funny because his grandson and daughter got bullied before the engagement announcement. Xiao Lai's son helped Xia Hongai's daughter, Xia Qingyu, in the past. This event leads to the engagement between the girl and Xiao Che, though fate is something else in the future. Even though the ending not everyone wanted, it's still a better outcome since 3 years ago. Maybe it's time to tell Xiao Che about the truth. He became an adult a few months ago. Xiao Lai's thoughts wandered somewhere else. All of a sudden, a thunderclap echoed throughout the floating cloud city. Xiao Lai ignored the chatty elders and glanced at the window. There will be a storm soon. Okay, that's it. I'll go back to my place. He stood up and left the main hall. The elders suddenly stopped talking, frowning at Xiao Lai's figure. As the humbled-looking elder disappeared, the elders began to curse him. Tisk, arrogant bastard. It's just because he holds the favors that we give him some face. Yeah, Xiao Lai is a persistent fellow. He could have used one favor for Xiao clan's glory, but no. He keeps it for himself. He's selfish. Clan master, you should have persuaded Xiao Lai more. At this point, our clan won't be able to aim higher. Someone stared at the Xiao clan's leader. The Xiao clan's master is a man with mid-length black hair and a lazy expression. After the Lost Heaven sect gives them resources, the Xiao clan has exceeded their past self and even made the main branch, Xiao sect, grovel for the spot in the Lost Heaven sect. As the clan master, Xiao Yunhai grew lazier because of this development and power-hungry. Of course, he concealed it. Well, just let the old lie alone for now. Xiao Yunhai responded casually. But then, he boasted proudly, my son just returned from the Lost Heaven sect. He recently made significant progress and will surely enter the inner court in 3 months. Damn! The elders felt jealous. If only their child is as good as clan master's son. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan's young master is strolling in his courtyard. He had a darkened expression as he slammed a mug against a mahogany table. God damn it! It's all Xiao Chei's fault. A few days ago, Xiao Yuanba arrived at the Lost Heaven sect and joined the core court. Xiao Yulong didn't think much of it, but Xiao Yuanba closed his chance to enter the inner court by whispering something to the elder in the outer court. He was angry. That bastard Xiao Yuanba must have remembered how I bullied him and that trash Che. Otherwise, he wouldn't do this. Xiao Yulong clenched his hand. Xiao Yulong released the killing intent, I might not be able to teach you a lesson, but blame trash Che for not being able to cultivate. Fortunately, I bought murdering heart power. He grinned coldly and laughed, hee, just you wait. I must do this carefully. I can't let others discover my plan. Even after changing several future plots, Yulong's existence couldn't erase the beginning of a story. The original plot started with a different twist as if it was actually decided on the stone from far ahead. Xiao Che and Xiao Lingzi walked on a grassy plain. After seeing the storm approaching, they decided to get to the clan. Why did the storm come as we were about to catch that fish? How unfortunate! The youth complained while waving his fishing rod. Xiao Lingzi giggled and commented, I mean, let's be honest. Your fishing skill is not very good. Xiao Che glanced at the bucket full of fish in Xiao Lingzi's hand and grumbled, they just like your bait more. Anyway, let me take that. Little ant shouldn't bring heavy things. Xiao Che grabbed her bucket and ran away. Hey! Return my bucket. Xiao Lingzi smiled and chased after him. Back to Xiao Manor. Yulong listened to Chu Yueli's report and frowned because the protagonist didn't act like he wanted. He's somehow become a good boy. Wait. Yulong frowned slightly. He recalled all the things about against the gods in his memory. Even though he couldn't remember every little nifty detail, the beginning of the story should remain firm in his memory folder. Shit! A curse escaped his mouth. Yulong put his hands together and said, I forgot that against the gods wasn't ice guy. Is there a problem, young master? Chu Yueli tilted her head. Follow me. I want to visit the Xiao clan. Yulong grabbed the winter robe and placed it on his shoulder. Chu Yueli didn't know why her young master acted like this, but she still followed him. Yulong sent a sound transmission to Xia Qingyu and Kengyu before leaving. He jumped to the sky and mumbled, in the original story, Yun Che was literally reincarnated into Xiao Che's body. After he jumped into the Cloud's End cliff, his soul went to the profound sky continent. The current Xiao Che is a different character. Master! A voice suddenly appeared in Yulong's head. Levi! Yulong recognized the voice. Yes, this is me, Levi. The Leviathan coughed awkwardly. Yulong smiled wryly and asked, what's the problem? Have you arrived at the other continent? Levi grumbled, yes, that's the problem. I have arrived at the Azure Sky continent you mentioned, but something is preventing me from entering the land. The same goes for Shadow Realms members. As if the invisible barrier is stopping us. I used my sensing ability and felt countless humans in the Azure Sky continent freezing like statues. As if time has stopped. Yulong's golden eyes widened, don't tell me. Boom. Yulong increased his pace and arrived at the Xiao clan, leaving Chu Yueli behind. He used his profound sense and searched for someone with damaged profound veins. After a few seconds, he teleported to a small pavilion where a young lady was crying a river and shaking a pale youth on the ground. Xiao Che! The young lady screamed in horror. Yulong sensed an intense soul force coming from the pendant on Xiao Che's chest and grinned like the monster he was. Ho ho, not on my watch, bitch. Fu *K the plot. Chapter 88, Meeting the Strongest Simp. Existence in the Primal Chaos. Xiao Che. Xiao Lingzi hugged the fallen youth with tears running from her eyes. They were enjoying fish soup when Xiao Che suddenly crashed to the ground with a pale complexion. Xiao Lingzi has no medical knowledge. So, she couldn't determine the cause of Xiao Che's sudden ailment. She felt as powerless as ever. Step back, girl. I'll handle the rest. Xiao Lingzi suddenly heard a deep voice and felt a pair of hands on her shoulder. A warm winter coat was covering her body. Tears blurred her vision, leaving a smidge of the figure's silhouette. Yes, a broad and strong back. The back that seemingly carried the weight of a whole world. Xiao Lingzi fainted on the spot, and the thunderclouds above sent a black thunderbolt at Yulong. Yueli, take her away. Yes, young master. In a flash, a white cloud appeared and wrapped Xiao Lingzi's body, carrying the young lady out of the pavilion. Boom. Yulong ignored the black thunderbolt and casually waved his hand, erecting a force field. Even though the black thunderbolt possessed immense power that could punish any mortal, Yulong was on a completely different level. He stretched his hand, wanting to grab the mirror of samsara on Xiao Che's chest. As a result, a powerful soul attack struck Yulong in retaliation. Mirror of Samsara, or Reincarnation Mirror, is the seventh of the 7 mysterious heavenly treasures. Although ranked last among the 7 heavenly profound treasures, its power is the most mysterious among the 7. It can pass through the cycle of rebirth and distort cause and effect. The time and conditions for its activation are unknown. After every use, it'll hibernate for 20 years. Yulong recalled every information about the Mirror of Samsara in his memory bank and frowned. Truthfully, the Mirror of Samsara is the key to becoming the against the gods protagonist. Anything that can distort cause and effect is literally plot armor. Yulong could feel the mysterious force latching on Xiao Che like a flex tape, protecting him from harm. But so what? You might have the Mirror of Samsara, but I have Kaiju Maker. He put on an excited grin. Yulong would like to see which one is stronger. Everyone, brace yourself. I'm going to do something big. The kaiju inside Yulong's inner world and other places instinctively felt a deeper connection with their creator. They gasped and immediately supported him with their energy. Yulong amassed an astronomical amount of energy, feeling a single touch of his finger could tear space and time. If he wanted to, the blue pole star might disappear because of his presence alone. The sky turned color. Bright golden light descended and parted the thunderclouds away. However, the thunderclouds stubbornly fought back and stayed above the floating cloud city. Master, the Azure Sky continent is. Levi alerted the situation near him. At the moment, the Azure Sky continent experienced something akin to a time rewind. Every living entity on the continent disappeared and was slowly replaced with a younger version of themselves. The dead even returned to the living world. It was a ridiculous sight, even for Levi. At least, the Leviathan knew that the base Yulong couldn't achieve this result. Yulong took note of Levi's words and mumbled, I see. So, that's why. He gazed at Xiao Che's pale face. What a poor guy you are, Xiao Che. You're just a pawn used to resurrect the protagonist. Yulong made several guesses in his head and knew most missed the mark, but one thing is correct. The death of Yunche in Cloud's End Cliff triggered Mirror of Samsara's ability. And Yulong also knew the Mirror of Samsara wasn't Yunche. There is a lingering, primordial force inside the pendant. Yulong sighed, I don't have much time. You forced me to do this. Forbidden skill, Kaiju Overdrive. Over 100,000 high-graded essence spheres inside Yulong's inner world lit up and lost their glow. Overflowing vitality burst out, making Yulong's nicely tied hair flared out and danced wildly from the air pressure. Force Bubble, F, Force Bubble, SSS. Yu Long stared at the mirror of samsara and released an invisible bubble that covered Xiao Chei's whole body. Using Dragon Phoenix's sight, profound sense, and Insect Emperor's vision also allowed Yu Long to see what naked eyes couldn't see. Meanwhile, thought's acceleration and bioelectricity give Yu Long's godly calculating speed. Let's see what you're capable of. Boom! Yu Long's intent penetrated through the mirror of samsara and caused another layer crack on its mirror. Come on! Show me more! He laughed because the protection inside the heavenly profound treasure had weakened rapidly. The same goes for his Kaiju Maker's force. Show me what this world can offer to me. Ha ha ha! Yu Long was excited. For once, the Kaiju Maker finally met its opponent. Boom! Black thunderbolts and golden light clashed in the sky. A violent earthquake shook the surrounding land of floating Cloud City. Animals and profound beasts shrieked in horror. Yu Long grabbed the mirror of samsara and yanked it away from Xiao Chei's body. Intense white light poured out of the heavenly profound treasure, attempting to escape the Kaiju Maker's grasp. Countless memories appeared in Yu Long's head, making him frown in disbelief. This is... Damn it! He cursed between his breaths. Let go! A cold female voice ticked Yu Long's heart through his ears. Let him go! Let Yunche go! Otherwise, I'd curse you for eternity. Yu Long smiled and flipped his middle finger, try me. Boom! Intense energy erupted from the mirror of samsara and blew Yu Long away, causing him to fly and crash onto a mountain. But still, his hand is formed on the pendant. Let him go. A dark silhouette stepped on Yu Long's stomach. Yu Long stared at the dark silhouette dumbly and chuckled with a bloody mouth, hee hee, you finally revealed yourself, you little witch. The dark silhouette was none other than Xiao Lingzi. However, her appearance is much different. Her face becomes more profound and filled with mystery, possessing this indescribable charm. Like Yu Long's hair, her formerly tied hair has fallen to her waist and glowed with dim white light. At the moment, the two rulers are staring at each other fiercely. One with anger, and others with a misasteriskment. Invisible forces collided in the primal chaos's stream of destiny. What makes you think you're in charge here? Yu Long mocked indifferently. I've traced the mirror of samsara and found some shady things you've done in the background. Oh, ancestral god! It's quite hurtful, to be honest. I thought we were more than acquaintances, considering we have met before. I don't know who you are. Xiao Lingzi grimaced. Her voice is dripping with a tinge of honey. Yu Long was amused, of course, you don't. The current is only a girl who unleashed a bit of your true power. You're too emotional for the ancestral god of the primal chaos. How could you, an ultimate being, be lost to the feeling of a mortal girl? Ridiculous, you're simply playing favorites when countless lives of others changed due to your selfish agenda. You changed the timeline of the world, and you altered it to suit your beloved Yunche. You fu * king simp. Yu Long roared in anger. Through the memories he obtained from the mirror of samsara, he learned that Xia Qingyu's destiny and fate were purposely tempered. Yes, Xia Qingyu suffered so much because she was the device to fix Yunche's destiny. And not to mention every messy thing that happened in the original story. All this is due to Xiao Lingzi's selfish desire that awakened ancestral god's consciousness deep in her soul. It was a temporary and partial awakening but allowed Xiao Lingzi to alter the world as she saw fit. According to the memory, this isn't Yunche's second life. It's his fu * king third life. I. Xiao Lingzi suddenly stuttered. She lifted her hand and covered her face in confusion. What am I doing? Xiao Che? Where is Xiao Che? After a while, Xiao Lingzi fell to the ground with an emotionless expression. This isn't supposed to happen. Her voice came out. It was calmer than Xiao Lingzi and lower by several octaves. My 1000th reincarnation. To think, chaos was created by it. No, I created it. At this point, primal chaos will cease to exist. Yet, you're fu * ked. Yu Long sat up and wiped the blood from his mouth. Anyway, have you calmed down? Xiao Lingzi. No, the ancestral god herself stared at Yu Long and answered, yes. I never thought we would meet again like this, king of monsters. So, what are you going to do to compensate me? Just you know, I wasted my precious force for this crap. Yu Long shows her the mirror of samsara. The useless heavenly profound treasure in his hand is no different than a nice-looking pendant because its cause and effect manipulation and reincarnation ability will lie dormant for 20 years. Ancestral God hesitated for a second, before that. Can you let him away? Even though it was my 1000th reincarnation's selfish desire, her desire is still mine, at the end of the day. Sure, but you have to give something in return. Yu Long put on a sly look. Ancestral God sighed, okay. State your demand. I want you to become my maid for 200 years. Yu Long said without skipping a beat and left the ancestral God speechless. The ancestral God looked at Yu Long's golden eyes and knew there was no room for a bargain. I can't do that. My current state isn't stable enough to create a new body. Don't worry. I can make a new body for you. Yu Long whispered like a devil he was. All you need to do is give me a piece of your soul. I know your true soul will sleep again after this. I won't ask much. Ancestral God bit her lips and waved her finger, writing a soul contract between her and Yu Long. There is also a piece of her true soul in this contract. Yu Long read the contract, done. White light escaped and flew to Xiao Chei's dying body, adding a new life to it. Ancestral God gazed ahead and frowned, why you didn't honor the contract. Why did you erase Yun Chei's memory and karma? He doesn't need it. That guy you simp over will live as Xiao Chei, that everyone knows, not the one you brought from another timeline. Be grateful. You make my King Yu suffer. He gazed at the ancestral God indifferently. If you're any other person, I'd prefer to kill you 1,000, if not 1,000,000 times, in my inner world. But I know primal chaos won't last long without you. You better forget about him. You have lived 999 lives, but one corrupts you this much. You know how ridiculous that sounds. From now on, you're my servant. Yu Long leaned forward and lifted the ancestral god's chin, using Kaiju Maker to drag a portion of her true soul out. After receiving the memory from the mirror of samsara, he couldn't think of any other method than this. He felt sorry for the ancestral god but also ridiculed her weakness. See you later, my ancestral servant. Yu Long bade farewell. As the ancestral god's possession is over, Xiao Lingzi returns to her original appearance, and her energy level rapidly goes down to an ordinary person. Yu Long waved his hand and created several array formations, sealing Xiao Lingzi's connection with ancestral god's true soul. From now on, she will only live as Xiao Lingzi and nothing else. Poor ancestral god. She doesn't know that Yu Long has tempered her path of cultivation. Her 1000th reincarnation has become invalid. Ancestral god, don't worry. You will be reborn as one of my greatest masterpieces. Yu Long laughed and brought Xiao Lingzi back to the Xiao clan. Chapter 89, Sky Poison Pearl and Chu Yueli's Feelings. Yu Long landed on the destroyed courtyard and saw Xiao Chei's body glowing in white light. He ignored the protagonist, who had lost his plot armor and searched for something. There is no Sky Poison Pearl. Yu Long tilted his head in confusion. However, Yu Long shortly felt a stinging sensation on his left hand. At the same time, Levi's voice entered his mind. Master, the continent is stabilizing itself. Every living being on the continent finally moved again. Also, the invisible barrier has disappeared. Yu Long listened to the report silently and lifted his left hand, seeing a circular green pattern on his palm. A connection between the pattern and Yu Long appeared out of nowhere, which caused his lips to curve into a smile. Good job, continue your mission. Yu Long responded. Understood. After saying farewell, the Leviathan cut the communication link. Yu Long stared at the circular green pattern and closed his eyes. He entered the pocket dimension inside the pattern and saw a vast green space. No, it was boundless space with no limit and kept expanding when his senses probed further. The Sky Poison Pearl, or Heavenly Poison Bead, is one of the 7 heavenly profound treasures and ranked 5th. The Sky Poison Pearl's capabilities are mainly centered around poison, medicine, purification, and space. Yu Long just discovered one aspect of it, which is space. If I could extract this profound pattern, I could create a room with a similar function. Yu Long is different from your typical cultivation world's protagonist. As for the poison aspect, Yu Long knew the Sky Poison Pearl that had merged with his left hand was incomplete. The reason is the mirror of Samsara's reincarnation ability that caused a split in the timeline. The other half of Sky Poison Pearl is below Cloud's End Cliff, where Yun Che ended his life. Well, all the goodies Yun Che brought from his failed reincarnation fell into Yu Long's hand. He has become the sole owner of the Mirror of Samsara after some tug-of-war with the ancestral god's will. Haha. Yu Long laughed in a meant. In just 5 minutes or so, 2 of the heavenly profound treasures have become his possession. Well, technically, 1.5 out of the 7. Yulong coughed awkwardly and looked around, sensing no one was staring at him. He sighed in relief and searched for Chu Yueli because she should be around here. He found the frosty maid fainted near a pond, having a pale complexion. "Why, young master?" Chu Yueli called out weakly. "That damned simp." Yulong's heartstrings tug when seeing Chu Yueli like this. He kneeled and checked her condition, finding her blood essence and profound strength were in disarray. Chu Yueli probably felt incredible shock when Xiao Lingzi awakened her ancestral god's true soul. It was so intense her mortal body couldn't handle it. Yulong caressed Chu Yueli's cheeks gently and flowed his vitality into her body. The snowy lady closed her eyes and felt comfortable, unknowingly leaning against Yulong's shoulder. After a while, Chu Yueli's complexion recovered and became healthy again. However, she's still in a weak state, considering how powerful ancestral god's presence was. "Why, young master, what happened?" Chu Yueli opened her mouth with difficulty. Her voice sounds hoarse and sick. Yulong rubbed her head. "Sleep for now. I'll explain later." Okay. Chu Yueli wanted to say she was okay, but she knew her condition was horrible. She never felt that horrible in her life. Still, thanks to it, she could feel Yulong's embrace. This is a blessing in disguise. Chu Yueli thought with a smile, enjoying Yulong's warmth. Yulong carried Chu Yueli like a princess and walked to Xiao Che, doing the last check. He threw a pill that entered the youth's mouth and healed his broken profound veins, opening all the profound entrances in one swoop. Without Yun Che's memory, Xiao Che would only be Xiao Che. If he's being a good boy, Yulong might help him to reunite with his real blood family. However, that would be far in the future. Yulong walked to the fainted Xiao Lingzi and drew some drops of her blood. He was actually tempted to turn her into an essence sphere but guessed it would trigger a bad flag. Whatever. I've sealed Xiao Lingzi's connection with the ancestor god's true soul and probably would leave a kaiju to monitor her later. He stared at the empty air. "Uda, watch her for me." "Gotcha, boss." A male voice echoed, but no one was around. Uda is none other than Spacewalker, a kaiju that Yulong created with a certain Uchiha in mind. Of course, there are some more of him. Yulong sensed something and spotted Xiao Lai frantically running into the courtyard with a panicked expression. "Xiao Che, Lingzi. You, who are you?" Xiao Lai released his pitiful early sky profound realm cultivation before Yulong. Yulong waved casually, "Calm down, Senior Lai. I'm Yulong. I was coming here to do the favor you requested but protected these two from the black thunderbolts instead." "Phew, that was wild." He brushed the matter of ancestral god away. Xiao Lai's eyes widened in surprise as he finally noticed the destruction in the courtyard. The pavilion has turned into a pile of ashes. The same goes for the trees and plants around it. This is... He gazed back at Yulong and noticed some blood on his clothes. "Your Highness, do you perhaps need assistance? I can see that you have some blood." "This is nothing but scratch." Yulong responded calmly. "Then, I'll excuse myself. Oh, by the way, I've fixed your grandson's profound veins. And don't worry, I won't charge extra for protecting those two," he added while disappearing into the distance. Xiao Lai felt grateful and bowed, "Thank you for everything, Your Highness." Yulong whistled and awkwardly forgot to explain to Xiao Lai that the mirror of samsara was now in his possession. "Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it." As Yulong returned to Xiao Manor, he was immediately bombarded with questions by Xia Qingyu and Keng Yu. Xia Qingyu, in particular, asked him about the Black Thunderbolt and the immense energy in the mountain ahead. Meanwhile, Keng Yu asked why the fortune around Yulong increased so much in just one trip. The monarch heart secret art she cultivated could feel the change in Yulong's luck. Yulong showed them the mirror of samsara and narrated the story about Xiao Lingzi's possession, but discarded some parts because those weren't necessary. For now, that is. Xiao Lingzi. Ancestral God. Mirror of samsara. You've gone through a lot, big brother. Xia Qingyu put on a weak smile. She sighed inside because she should have followed Yulong to the Xiao clan. At the very least, she could have seen the ancestral god in the flesh. Yulong brought Chu Yueli to the guest room and placed her on the bed gently. "I want to make ancestral god's new body, but I've exhausted every energy reserve I had." He put on a pained expression. Yulong couldn't use Kaiju's synchronization and Kaiju overdrive for 3 months. That's the same amount of time Yulong needs to gather enough primordial energy to make a new Kaiju. Unknown to Yulong, Chu Yueli is awake all this time. When she saw Yulong's pained expression, she thought he felt guilty for her current state. She felt touched and undoubtedly warm inside. While Yulong did care for Chu Yueli's well-being, the maid just misunderstood his expression and put her twist on it. Even then, this is the last push for Chu Yueli's feelings to bloom wonderfully. It was a small gesture from Yulong, but can you blame Chu Yueli for being a maiden in love? If Yulong knew what Chu Yueli was thinking, he'd probably felt helpless but nonetheless happy. Yulong grabbed a blanket and covered Chu Yueli's body. Sleep well, Yueli. We will go to the frozen cloud Asgard after you become healthy. He decided to stay because the red-haired lowly from the upper realm might follow the plot and be stranded at the blue pole star. The red-haired lowly's blood and evil god's blood are tempting research materials. After saying that, Yulong left Chu Yueli alone and closed the door. As soon as the door fit with its frame, Chu Yueli could feel warmth creep up to her face. Chu Yueli blushed and mumbled, "Why young master actually cared about me this deeply? I love you, young master." She stared at the ceiling while feeling fluttering butterflies in her stomach. Creator's thoughts. 9_clouds 9_clouds. Have some idea about my story? Comment it and let me know. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 90, The Scarlet-Haired Princess. I have added this fanfic to my P4TREON page. You can support me and read advanced chapters there. It motivate me to write more chapters for you guys. Link, p4treon.com/9cloud69. Chapter 89 Unknown area. T that blonde bitch. A hateful and bloodthirsty groan echoed in a lonely dimensional tunnel. I should have known better. The immortal blood of the evil god. She's also desiring this, but I still fell into her trap. Also, those disgusting degenerates. I'll kill them later. A crimson light bloomed in the darkness as a girl walked with staggering steps. Each step the girl took felt like continuous torture. The cursed poison she was unfortunately inflicted with began devouring her body, slowly and surely killing her. She gritted her teeth and forced her petite body to move forward. Her long, bright red hair swayed back and forth. Pain is nothing. In the end, everything will be worth it. For mother. For brother. For Caig. I shall live. The girl's red eyes shone with vengeful spirit. As the crimson-haired girl was about to take another step, the feeling of a dimensional tunnel crumbling entered her ears. She cursed because those hateful degenerates were still chasing after her. She didn't like this. There is no other choice. She lifted a short scarlet-red dagger with immense difficulty. Just doing this small gesture alone felt like torture. The girl breathed in, staring at the incoming enemy with a feral grin because she wouldn't fall like this. They wanted to corner and end her life here. Haha, then she would make this place their burial. Fighting in the dimensional tunnel is excessively dangerous, and with one small mistake, any living being could get swept by a dangerous dimensional storm. It's almost taboo, but these degenerates didn't care. From afar, the girl could sense the disgusting presence of the woman whom her brother had terribly fallen in love with, as if he was charmed and even willingly sacrificed his life for something that wretched blonde woman wanted. God-slaying blade. Feast upon my blood. Today, I'll unleash the power of heavenly slaughter star god. Exterminate everything on my path. Star god's brilliant annihilating slash. A terrifying crimson light arc appeared in the dimensional tunnel as the girl's chasers felt their entire bodies experience pure annihilation. They erected several defensive artifacts and techniques, but the arc literally passed through each of them effortlessly. Die. A single sentence echoed in the cold dimensional tunnel. Boom. The tunnel exploded and created several cracks. The scarlet-haired girl wiped her bloody mouth and mumbled, "Just you wait. I'll avenge my brother." With that, the girl let herself get swept by the dimensional storm and followed the stream of space. A faint white protective barrier covered her petite body, but the girl knew it was a futile attempt. If a miracle truly existed, she hoped she could survive this ordeal. Primal Chaos's Edge, Blue Pole Star. Floating Cloud City. Yulong sat on top of a giant rock while watching the morning sunshine and absorbed the violet chi that comes with it. As he breathed in and out, purple mist came out from his mouth. It's been 2 days since Yulong's clash with the ancestral god, albeit in her incomplete and weakest form. Even then, Yu Long was able to scam. Cough, he meant he finalized a deal with the strongest being in this cultivation world. It's all thanks to the Mirror of Samsara. Before the 7th ranked Heavenly Profound Treasure's ability entered a cooldown time, Yu Long absorbed its master's memory, Ancestral God. The memory is about Xiao Lingzi before Yun Che's second life. Everything is nearly similar in Yun Che's first life, but there is no Xia Qingyu. Well, the youth still died from heart-murdering powder, and Xiao Lingzi used the Ancestral God's power over the Mirror of Samsara to give Yun Che a second chance. Xiao Lingzi created a second timeline, where her Xiao Che reincarnated as a baby in the Azure Cloud continent. The boy grows and learns under the tutelage of Yun Gu, the medical saint. He died again after jumping into the Cloud's End cliff. The Mirror of Samsara was at the end of cooldown time, allowing Yun Che to enter his third life. Still, in the second timeline, Yun Che's soul returned to Xiao Che's body with all his second life's memories. This second timeline was well carved by Xiao Lingzi, Ancestral God, as she even made Xia Qingyu, the artifact of fate, to fix Yun Che's life. She even sacrificed 800 of her lifetime to grant Yun Che a unique constitution called Ancestral Sacred Body or Ancestral Body of Nothingness. Unfortunately for Yun Che and Ancestral God, a variable like Yu Long appeared out of nowhere and broke the well-prepared path. At first, Kaiju Maker couldn't accept how his beloved Xia Qingyu's life was inherently manipulated by this simp Ancestral God. He even ridiculed the first being of the primal chaos because of it. He hated it. That's why Yu Long devised a quick plan. A plan that would change primal chaos and its fate forever by turning Ancestral God into his loyal follower. And he only has 200 years, which is more than enough. Xiao Lingzi, the 1000th reincarnation, won't be able to activate the Ancestral God's power, and Yu Long even sealed the link between the two. By doing so, the 1000th reincarnation of Ancestral God becomes invalid. Yu Long planned to twist that 1000th reincarnation to his benefit, possibly making the oldest being of primal chaos into his simp instead. He would make Ancestral God thoroughly attached to him, even couldn't bear the idea of living without him. Of course, he wouldn't treat Ancestral God as warmly as others because she messed with Xia Qingyu and needed to atone for it. In short, Yu Long would turn Ancestral God into a slave. At least for quite a long period until the karma the Ancestral God forced on others is completely evened. Yu Long opened his eyes and chuckled, haha, at this point, I'm no different than those cultivation world protagonists. But Ancestral God deserves such a treatment. Humph, how dare she temper Qingyu's fate? He was still annoyed by this fact. My what? A voice comes from behind. Yu Long glanced back and saw Xia Qingyu in her conservative blue dress. Even though the dress didn't expose skin, it framed her developing curves beautifully. Xia Qingyu tilted her head at Yu Long's reaction and asked, I heard something about my name and fate. What's it all about, big brother? Also, why do you look like a guilty child who hid someone from his parents? Did you hide something from me? She walked forward with a smile and whispered. Using your heart of snow-glazed glass to interrogate me is cheating. Yu Long shook his head bitterly. His lips twitched slightly. Xia Qingyu giggled, if you don't want to answer, it's okay. When Big Brother hides something from me, I'm probably not ready to learn about it. Yu Long sighed in defeat, fine. I'll tell you in 3 months or so. 3 months, it is. Xia Qingyu's smile widened. She placed down a picnic blanket and sat beside Yu Long, leaning her head against his right shoulder. I wish we could stay like this forever. Yet. Yu Long agreed. However, knowing the imminent future, he knew a peaceful time like this would end soon. Two youngsters sat on the massive rock, enjoying each other's presence and warmth. They could step into the next step anytime, but one is too shy, and the other is too afraid of a certain organization. Hold up, FBI didn't exist here. Big brother. Xia Qingyu called him softly. I heard that when two lovers meet, they always greet each other with a kiss. Don't you think we should start kissing now? Yu Long blinked in surprise and said, I mean. Yet. Do you want to kiss me? Xia Qingyu buried her face on his chest, blushing hard. She could feel her cheeks burning from the embarrassment. Yu Long chuckled and responded, then, do you want to try? Kissing, that is. Xia Qingyu didn't say anything but still nodded her head. It's so damn adorable. Yu Long took a deep breath and lifted Xia Qingyu's chin, watching her face flush. Finally, Yu Long kissed her lips lightly. Xia Qingyu's heart was about to burst from the feelings she was experiencing right now. It was warm and fuzzy, filling her with happiness. Yu Long wanted to kiss her again and thought, the only thing that could stop me is someone falling from the sky. As if the world is responding to Yu Long, a spatial tear appears above them, and someone falls. Oi, oi, you gotta be kidding me. I was joking. Yu Long gazed at the falling scarlet-haired girl. Yu Long somehow felt the mirror of samsara made him inherit Yun Che's shitty protagonist halo instead. Why is it so random? Chapter 91, This princess's name is. Xia Qingyu and Yu Long were enjoying their quality time when someone randomly fell from something that appeared to be a cracked hole. That someone is a scarlet-haired girl with a petite body. She wore a pure white dress with no attachment or pattern, but blood somehow dripped off it. The scarlet-haired girl's beauty makes Xia Qingyu feel inferior for the first time. Of course, Xia Qingyu didn't feel disheartened by those flawless snow-like skin and bright red hair. What makes our heroine feel inferior is none other than the girl's bright red soul, who seeks hope and vengeance. Even with such a ragged outer appearance, the girl's soul still burns brightly. Even with such hate, the girl's soul still carries hope. Hope for ultimate vengeance. Big brother. Xia Qingyu glanced at Yu Long and found a complex expression on his face. It was something Xia Qingyu rarely saw, as if Yu Long was annoyed, surprised, and disbelieving at the same time. Do you perhaps know her? Yu Long shook his head and answered, yes and no, this is my first time meeting her. Anyway, I can't waste those blood droplets. He snapped his finger and summoned a force bubble that enveloped the scarlet-haired girl's body. It also collected the blood droplets that had fallen off her white dress. Some blood droplets are the girl's. Meanwhile, the others are probably from her enemies. Since Yu Long knew the girl's identity, he guessed these blood droplets were from experts of the realm of the gods. Each carries rare profound patterns and aspects. All Yu Long needs to do is decode the profound patterns and learn. He had studied nearly all research materials on the profound sky continent, and this was a chance for a breakthrough. Bringing the force bubble closer, Yu Long scanned the scarlet-haired girl's body and discovered that she had gotten poisoned beyond repair. All her body cells are literally corrupted by the poisonous force, which Yu Long had never seen before. Yu Long extracted the poison with another force bubble and observed it closely. So, this is the absolute god-slaying poison. Even force bubble couldn't plunder this poison when the body has reached this level of corruption. It also corrupts her profound energy and soul, which is something beyond repair in most cases. It was so powerful, the gods and devils from the primordial era of gods were afraid of it. Such a powerful poison. Xia Qingyu got goosebumps when trying to scan the absolute god-slaying poison with her senses. This girl, she carried one with this poison in her body. I can't imagine how painful it was. Is she going to be fine? Even though Xia Qingyu only met the scarlet-haired girl for the first time, she couldn't help but feel pity for her. Xia Qingyu is no longer a cold girl who ignores others' misery. Yu Long smiled slightly. If it was any other people in this primal chaos, she could have died 99.9% out of time. However, this is fate. She's so lucky. Well, Yu Long knew how nonsensical this sentence was. A green light comes from the palm of Yu Long's left hand, and the scarlet-haired girl opens her eyes. Sky Poison Pearl. The girl murmured hoarsely, reaching out of the force bubble. Her hand broke through the bubble and grabbed Yu Long's left hand. Hey! Xia Qingyu was speechless. The scarlet-haired girl bit Yu Long's finger and sucked his blood, making a soul contract between her and the Sky Poison Pearl's owner. After the contract was complete, her soul was immediately sucked into the space inside the Sky Poison Pearl and slowly cured of the absolute god-slaying poison. This is 0.1%. Xia Qingyu was baffled. Yes, the only way to cure/cleanse absolute god-slaying poison is by using Sky Poison Pearl. Yu Long nodded calmly. That's why I said we are fated. To be fair, absolute god-slaying poison was created by the Sky Poison Pearl. Back at the primordial era of gods. I see. Xia Qingyu frowned, thinking about something. Yu Long patted her head with his right hand and added, the current Sky Poison Pearl has lost its toxicity. Even if it still has its toxicity, I have no use of such poison. Don't you know this handsome and awesome fiancé of yours is Kaiju Maker? He patted his chest proudly. Yeah, sure. Xia Qingyu rolled her eyes at how shameless Yu Long was. Qingyu would have been amazed in the past, but now she was numb enough after watching Yu Long do crazy experiments and research at the Dragon God trial grounds. We should have left a warning sign at the wasteland of death because of things Big Brother left behind there. Xia Qingyu thought momentarily. She stared dumbly at the scarlet-haired girl's husk, which was thoroughly filled and corrupted with the absolute god-slaying poison. Xia Qingyu thought of getting rid of the absolute part of the name because she believed Yu Long could think of 100 ways to solve it. What are you going to do with this? She asked Yu Long curiously. Yu Long shrugged, what else? I'm going to turn it into an essence sphere. After saying that, Yu Long waved his hand, and the scarlet-haired girl's body turned into 21 essence spheres. 14 of them are deep green-colored essence spheres with black patterns. These are absolute god-slaying poison's essence spheres. 5 of them are blood-colored, and each has a different saturation. As for these essence spheres, they are from the enemy's blood on the girl's robe. And the last 2 are the girl's essence sphere. One is pink-colored, her blood essence, and the other is crimson-colored with a hint of primordial aura. The one with primordial aura gave off the same sensation as the Dragon God and Phoenix God's blood essence. Heavenly Slaughter Star God. If things go well, I can replicate the profound aspect of it. Yu Long smirked in anticipation. There is also the immortal blood of the evil god that the scarlet-haired girl carries in her pocket dimension, which would be great research material for Yu Long. Well, Yu Long won't get it until the girl is awake. Let's go back. The girl won't be awake soon. Yu Long commented while popping the force bubble off. Xia Qingyu nodded and followed Yu Long. She glanced at the sky and stared at the place where a cracked hole once appeared. She has learned about the realm of gods from Yu Long, Yuan, and Zilong. A place where my mother goes. She whispered in her heart. The girl must know something about my mother. The realm of gods, and she doesn't look like someone with low status. I hope she can answer my question later. Xia Qingyu reached for Yu Long's arm and hugged it. So spoiled. Yu Long helplessly rubbed her head. Xia Qingyu smiled, only with you, big brother. Only with you. Even though Xia Qingyu longed for her mother's presence, she has long discovered a new person to lean on. Yes, a young man with the most beautiful soul in this world. Unknown POV. Brother. I gasped and opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was a vast, boundless green space. This place. I frowned because I couldn't remember anything after running away from those degenerate men. The absolute god-slaying poison has become much weaker than before. No way. The only thing that could suppress absolute god-slaying poison is sky poison. Pearl. Boo. Someone sneaked behind me. Kaie. I squealed in surprise and turned around. A tall young man greeted me. The young man has a handsome face and flawless complexion, his mid-length hair tied in a short ponytail, and some friends fell over his face. He also has these deep golden-colored eyes, which seemingly gazed at me in a **ment. Wearing a purple robe, he looks a few years older than me. Why did it feel like I was naked before those golden eyes? I checked my condition and found myself wearing the same white dress I usually wore. Yug, this bare sensation is no good. Wait, how did he sneak behind me? I returned my focus to him and frowned. Who are you? Calm down, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I'm your savior. The young man smiled carefreely at me. Remember, you're the one who initiates the contract between us. Just doing something like that is a marriage proposal. I'd never thought a younger girl would propose to me. Being handsome is such a sin. He sighed helplessly. Shameless. Who the hell proposed to you? I released my killing intent at the young man, but all he did was chuckle like it was a joke. Cute. That is all he said. The heavenly slaughter star god's inheritor, never felt this annoyed before. Why you? I pointed my trembling finger at him. The young man shook his head and walked to me, reaching for something. I panicked and raised my arms. I expected him to attack me in this weakened state. But to my surprise, the young man patted my head. It was a slow and gentle pat, making me remember when my big brother was still alive and praising me for being a good girl. There. You've gone through a lot. It's okay to cry, come. He even said the same thing. I shuddered and unknowingly hugged the young man's waist, crying silently. After a while, the young man successfully calmed me down. We sat on a mattress he pulled out of nowhere and stared at each other awkwardly. As expected, head patting is effective against this type of girl. I heard the young man mutter some nonsense, but I ignored it. I gazed at him and said, "Thank you. For saving you or for letting you cry on my stomach." The young man flashed a grin. I was taken aback and blushed, "Be both. Damn it. Why can't I show him my dominance?" The divine aura didn't work. I see. He nodded in understanding. "Well, what's about introducing ourselves? I'm first. Nice to meet you, mysterious girl. I'm your savior, Yu Long." The corner of my lips twitched. "Fine, I'll show you something." I puffed my chest and wanted to sound domineering, then, "Remember this. This princess's name is Jasmine. That's my name." Pfft. He covered his mouth and laughed. He laughed. How dare he laugh at my introduction? Chapter 92, Calm in your head. This is. How could such delicious food exist in this world? Even I never heard it in the upper realm. A sound of joyful squeal on a pavilion inside Xia Manor. One could see a beautiful scarlet-haired girl rubbing her cheeks in delight there. She currently enjoys the desserts she has never heard of or tasted in her life. This girl is obviously Jasmine. So much for a girl who was on the verge of death a week ago. In front of Jasmine, Xia Qingyu sipped her tea elegantly. Unlike the scarlet-haired princess, the young lady of Xia Manor has a refined demeanor and nobility. How cute! Qingyu giggled. "Do you want more, Jasmine? This tiramisu was freshly made by me, and I bet you like it more than the one you tasted earlier." "Really?" Jasmine's red eyes lit up like a cat. Usually, she would be wary of any people feeding her food, but she knew Qingyu and Xia Qingyu were trustworthy. Qingyu smiled and took a spoonful of her handmade tiramisu, feeding it to Jasmine's mouth. "On. Hey." Jasmine closed her eyes and anticipated a spectacular taste, but nothing entered her mouth. "Thanks for the food." A playful voice brushed her ears instead. Jasmine opened her eyes and saw Yu Long, who ate her tiramisu. "Her tiramisu? Yu Long, you're scoundrel!" Jasmine jumped and pounced on the young man, punching him lightly with her balled fists. "This princess won't forgive for such heresy. How dare you eat my tiramisu?" Yu Long was actually amused by Jasmine's outraged state. "It's adorable. What a feisty fellow, hee hee. Well, the domestication. The recovery plan is going smoothly." Yu Long smiled slightly. After watching and reading so much media in his previous life, Yu Long understood that tasty food is the easiest method to conquer one's heart. Good food always makes people closer. Even the battered and injured cat like Jasmine becomes closer to Yu Long and others in a week. She still held some suspicion and wariness because of her experience, but at least she was open enough to joke and banter with Yu Long. Jasmine is only 13 years old. That's 3 years younger than Yu Long. She needs to know more warmth and learn about the world, just like how Xia Qingyu broke her ice cocoon years ago. It wouldn't be easy, but Yu Long could see her recovering. As slow as it is, Yu Long has some time to spare. At first, Jasmine is akin to an injured and sick cat who would hiss at any chance. But with enough tender care and food, she becomes mellower. "Naya." Jasmine bit Yu Long's hand. Since she couldn't use her divine power or cultivation base, she resorted to brute-forced violence. "What are you, a cat?" Yu Long laughed and lifted Jasmine's petite body, putting her on Qingyu's lap. After meeting with Jasmine, Yu Long also discovered that even with just her soul, she could still eat normally. As if ascending to the divine realm changes one's nature to the very core. At first, Yu Long thought it was weird, but the change probably related to the transition from mortal to divine that Zilong, dragon god, and Yuan, phoenix god, mentioned in his solitary training. A realm where one's mortal flesh isn't needed anymore. A higher life form who could traverse through space. Yu Long hasn't fully comprehended the secret of Tyrant Profound Realm yet, but he felt it wouldn't be long before he understood it. The Overlord probably has something to do with one's profound strength in the quality of a lord, gaining authority over heaven, sky, and earth. Humph. Jasmine swayed her head away. Yu Long smiled, "What's with that humph? You're freeloading on my territory. Maybe you should start paying rent and food. At this point, Xia Manor would go bankrupt because of you. You gluttonous princess." Jasmine felt like a cat got her tongue and puffed her cheeks. "This princess is still recovering. After I recover my body and strength, I'll pay you back." Deep inside, Jasmine knew she was being a burden, but she wouldn't admit it, definitely not in front of this shameless Yu Long. I remember your words well. He he he. Yu Long responded with a smile that sent a shiver to Jasmine's soul body. This scoundrel, he's up to no good. Jasmine glared at Yu Long, but the latter casually patted her. She felt comfortable and added, "Humph, this princess will allow you to pet me for this once." Xia Qingyu pouted, "Stop teasing her, big brother." She was jealous. Her younger sister position might get taken away by this feisty, scarlet-haired girl. Yu Long felt Xia Qingyu's envious gaze and stopped playing around, allowing Qingyu to feed Jasmine again. He sat beside Xia Qingyu and held her hand under the table. "So, how is everyone? I've been locking myself for a day now." "Good." Qingyu was the first to answer. "I felt Monarch Heart secret art was about to break through to level 18. Xia Qingyu smiled and announced, "My ocean quake symbols is getting closer to level 19. In 2 or 3 days, I might reach it. After that, I'll add another element into the mix and turn it into the heaven-grade cultivation method." "Good, good." Yu Long nodded in amazement. "I'm proud of you too." Jasmine tilted her head in confusion. Monarch Heart secret art? Ocean quake symbols? Level 18 and 19? Heaven-grade cultivation method. What are you guys talking about? She asked while eating her cake. Ever since Jasmine came in contact with Yu Long and his companions, she couldn't use her profound sense, so these youngsters' cultivation base is unknown to her. She could only roughly guess them being around Sky Profound Realm or above because they could fly, which is quite surprising for their age. The lower realm's energy quality is so bad that reaching this realm was exceeding Jasmine's expectations. Not to mention, Jasmine couldn't sense any profound strength around them. They felt like common people, but she knew someone like Yu Long couldn't be ordinary. After all, Yu Long possessed Sky Poison Pearl, one of 7 heavenly profound treasures. "Do you really want to know?" Yu Long put on a mysterious smile. "What's with that face? So annoying." Jasmine scrunched her little nose in satisfaction. "Swearuo, you may show Jasmine your cultivation base." Qingyu nodded and cupped her hand as if she were praying, releasing a small ball of light. The ball of light has 3 colors, white, green, and gold, swirling harmoniously. An auspicious aura erupted from Qingyu's body, making her look like a saint of the world. Her black hair turned white with a speck of gold, and her face became fairy-like. Upon closer looks, Jasmine also noticed Qingyu's eyes became jade-like green filled with mystery. She couldn't read past those eyes. However, Jasmine immediately noticed the aura of Qingyu's profound art. "No way!" The petite girl's jaw dropped slightly. "Light, life, laws. Impossible. How could someone from the lower realm learn profound art with light, life, laws? Even in the realm of God, light-based profound arts are rare as they were known for their demanding requirement. Only one with a sacred body and heart could cultivate light-based profound arts. Does this mean Qingyu possessed a rare sacred body and heart? Jasmine was dumbfounded. She would never think the harmful-looking young lady, who always fed her cakes, would possess such a talent. She glanced at Xia Qingyu and Yu Long. "Are you guys perhaps from the upper realm?" Pfft. Yu Long and Xia Qingyu glanced at each other before chuckling at the ridiculous question. "Don't laugh." Xia Qingyu wiped tears off her beautiful face and answered, "To answer your question, Jasmine. We were born and raised in the Blue Pole Star and never left. Well, we also plan to visit the upper realm later." She added in her heart. Jasmine blinked in awe and asked again, Then, what about Qingyu's profound art? Any light-based profound art is difficult to train unless you have a legacy for it. Nah, I just made it." Yu Long shrugged like it was nothing special. "What do you mean by you made it, Yu Long? You shameless scoundrel, stop bragging." Yu Long sighed helplessly, "I'm telling the truth." "You wish." Jasmine snorted, but then she noticed Qingyu and Xia Qingyu's funny expressions. They are holding their laughs. Her eyes widened as she trembled. Did you really make it yourself?" "Of course, you guys don't." Yu Long rolled his eyes and returned with sarcasm. "Making profound arts is easy as long as you understand the basics. Among my group, it's a pretty common thing. Oh, I forgot. You guys from the upper realm are more shameless as you claim the legacy left by gods and devil race as your own. Tisk, tisk. Talking about being a scoundrel." Jasmine's face twitched. "Calm in your head. Fu *ku. Jasmine didn't know that this conversation was just the start of a crazy and wild roller coaster about the young man she decided to follow for the rest of her life. Chapter 93, Visiting the Frozen Cloud Asgard. Yulong and his companions are about to leave the floating cloud city and go to the Frozen Cloud sect, but someone suddenly visits them. In front of the Xia Manor, a humble-looking young lady is fumbling with her clothes and staring at the gate nervously. Around a week ago, she was actually saved by Yulong. However, she couldn't remember a thing back then. Everything felt fuzzy for some reason. All she could remember was her savior's broad and muscular back, which made her blush slightly every time she recalled that moment. Yes, the young lady is Xiao Lingzi, the 1000th reincarnation of the ancestral god who got her premium privilege revoked. When Xiao Lingzi spotted a young man in a purple robe and black winter coat far away, her heart couldn't help but start beating rapidly. She doesn't know why, but seeing him makes her this skittish. That winter coat is the same one I wore when waking up, Xiao Lingzi thought while staring at Yulong. Yulong walked to the gate and approached Xiao Lingzi with a small smile. To what owe this visit, young lady of Xiao clan? He asked in a carefree manner. Xiao Lingzi blushed and grabbed something from her bag. It was the winter coat Yulong placed on her, which was cleaned and even folded nicely. Ah, this. Yulong laughed helplessly. He forgot about something like this because the ancestral god was another level of mess at the time. Xiao Lingzi stared at Yulong and pushed the winter coat to him. Thank you for saving me. Also, thank you for curing Xiao Chei's profound veins. I'm very thankful. If you visit me in the future, I will treat you to a meal. Ah, that sounds wrong. And never mind. Then, I'd excuse myself. She hurriedly ran away, leaving a floral fragrance in the air. Yulong shook his head bitterly. What now? Am I that scary? Well, it was quite cute. He rubbed his chin. Perv. You have a disgusting look on your face. Jasmine commented out of nowhere. She was inside the Sky Poison Pearl, observing the talk between Xiao Lingzi and Yulong. Jasmine, you wouldn't think so if you knew her identity. Yulong dismissed the ignorant princess and threw the winter coat at her, making her more annoyed. What the hell was that? How dare you throw things at this princess? You will need it later. Yulong replied, returning to Xiao Manor. Meanwhile, far away, Xiao Lingzi leaned on a tree and felt her heart beating like no tomorrow. She bit her rosy lips. Just what's this feeling? I can't shake it off. Yulong, what have you done to me? Yulong unknowingly has triggered a flag, and he won't realize it until the future. He might not even be at the blue pole star anymore. Gazing into the distance, Xiao Lingzi watched an arc-shaped profound arc fly to the vast horizon. I'm just a village girl anyway. She sadly holds the edge of her clothes. Girl, just a village girl is an understatement. Tisk, what a trash profound arc. Jasmine commented while sitting on the profound arc Yulong named Moon's arc. Be thankful. Or else I'm throwing you down. Yulong poked the princess's cheek. Jasmine put on a fierce look. Try me. This princess is not afraid of scoundrels like you. HOH, really? No desserts for 2 days. Yulong threatened Jasmine, which is very effective. The desserts are Jasmine's soft spot, after all. Kyuh, cruel bastard. Jasmine sulked and went to Kang Yu for some consoling. Even though she lowered her voice, Yulong could hear her complaining about his tyranny. Xia Qingyu and Chu Yueli sighed at this sight. Why are you two always arguing with each other, big brother? Xia Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Yulong shrugged, what do you mean? She starts it first. Jasmine. Bastard, I can hear you. Chu Yueli rubbed her forehead because Yulong's harem was growing bigger and bigger each day. At this point, Chu Yueli doesn't know how large it will become later. Wait, if young master really wants a harem, then, Frozen Cloud Asgard will be part of it. Chu Yueli gasped in realization. Frozen Cloud Asgard is a sect that only accepts female disciples. Not only does each disciple have breathtaking beauty, but they also will be a reckoned force within Yulong's group. But to achieve that, Frozen Cloud Asgard must surrender to Yulong's dominion. I hope my older sister and master won't do something stupid. Chu Yueli prayed. Yet, deep inside, she wanted Yulong to show how ignorant women in the Frozen Cloud Asgard were. Especially her master. Chu Yueli clenched her hand in expectation. Hehe, don't be nervous. Even though you haven't seen your family for 3 years, they wouldn't bite you for nothing, no. Yulong rubbed Chu Yueli's hand. In their eyes, you have sacrificed yourself. Yes. Chu Yueli sighed because 3 years ago, she proposed a plan to have a business with Lost Heaven sect with her master. She would go to the Lost Heaven sect and serve as a temporary instructor, while in truth, she was serving Yulong. Master probably won't expect me to be a monarch when I return. Chu Yueli's lips curved a little. By the way, you have sent them a notice, right? Yulong asked. Chu Yueli nodded, yes, I have sent a notice a week ago. They should have prepared for your arrival, young master. Unless they want to offend the Lost Heaven sect, they should be ready by now. Yulong whistled, this will be a mundane trip. Yueli, make some shaved ice. Right away. The maid happily responded as if it was her instinct. Shaved ice. Jasmine peeked at Yulong and Chu Yueli. That sounds interesting. After that, everyone enjoyed a bowl of shaved ice with different kinds of syrups on top while traversing through the sky. And yes, our little Jasmine fell in love with it. North of Blue Wind Empire, a land of pure white snow known as the snow region of extreme ice exists. This place is known for its heavy snowfall throughout the years and extremely low temperatures, suitable for a sect like the frozen cloud Asgard to remain and cultivate. Profound beasts also roamed the land wildly, making it even more dangerous. The snow region was once not called the snow region, because that place never knew rain or snow but was a barren and cold wasteland. Over 1,000 years ago, it suddenly snowed 7 days and 7 nights, covering the whole region with snow for 1,000 miles. Only some people know the truth about this place's history. Yulong oversaw the pure white land and thought, to cover such a large area like this. It seems the frozen cloud Asgard's ancestor, Mu Binjayun, has a profound understanding of the ice element in her profound art. No, it has something to do with the ice phoenix's bloodline. That thing is a cheat in a way. Jasmine wore an oversized winter coat Yulong had thrown at her earlier and blew a breath, watching hot smoke twirl gently. Even though it was faint, she somehow could still feel cold. This place is weird. She mumbled to herself. Jasmine clutched on the winter coat and felt comfortable with its texture and warmth. Humph. She won't say thank you. Chu Yueli breathed in, feeling very comfortable. She cultivated Chronicle of Frozen World, so an environment like this is akin to heaven for her. Is it me, or has the profound arc's speed slowed? Kang Yu pointed out. Acknowledge. Everyone realized something was wrong with the profound arc. Yulong checked the device and smiled wryly, the fuel is running low. Let's use the profound floating technique from here. Everyone nodded and left the profound arc as Yulong stored it inside Sky Poison Pearl. He fixed his clothes and kicked the air. They flew north and noticed a palace made of blue crystal ahead. It was a magnificent building with ecstatic beauty. As if sensing Yulong and his companion's arrival, several women in white snowy robes walked out. Welcome, young Master Yulong and his companions. They greeted him simultaneously. Please come inside. The palace mistress is waiting for your arrival. Hearing the latter part of the greeting, Yulong raised his brows and remained on the spot. Even Jasmine found it weird. She has heard about Yulong's status and his intention to visit this sect, but why are no important people greeting them? Only low-leveled disciples greeted them instead. Master, what have you done? Chu Yueli face-palmed. Her heart becomes cold at this childish way of showing authority. Yulong gazed at the castle and said, how weird. Since when did Frozen Cloud Asgard become equal to Lost Heaven sect? I'm not trying to be pretentious, but your sect doesn't seem to appreciate me, Yueli. I'm sorry on behalf of Frozen Cloud Asgard's disrespectful behavior, young master. Chu Yueli lowered her head grimly. No, it's not your fault. Lift your head. Yulong casually patted the maid's shoulder. He returned his gaze to the ice palace and patted his chin. What do you think? Should we destroy this place? At this moment, Frozen Cloud Asgard invited calamity to their front door and fulfilled their own prophecy. Creator's thoughts. 9_clouds 9_clouds. Have some idea about my story? Comment it and let me know. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 94, Wake Up to Reality. I have added this fanfic to my P4TREON page. You can support me and read advanced chapters there. It motivate me to write more chapters for you guys. Link, p4treon.com/9cloud69. Chapter 93 What do you think? Should we destroy this place? The frozen cloud Asgard's disciples trembled upon hearing Yu Long's nonchalant comment, as if their sect had no weight or value in his eyes. And he doesn't seem to be bluffing. No, why would he bluff? He has the Lost Heaven sect backing him. With a simple comment and a lift of a finger, Yu Long could have destroyed anything beneath him. However, Yu Long was pretty tame most of the time. He wouldn't do something that did not catch interest. It's just like what Chu Yueli wants. The frozen cloud Asgard must be free from its chains. King Yu, I'll let you do the honor. Yu Long glanced at his fiancée and ordered Chu Yueli to make a chair. Sitting on the ice chair, Yu Long watched Xia Qingyu giddily walk forward with a charming smile. Ah yeah, this is going to be loud. King Yu put on a helpless expression. Jasmine tilted her head and commented, the ice palace in front of us is decently strong. I don't know how strong Xia Qingyu was, but a normal attack shouldn't be able to scratch the ice palace. From my observation, each ice crystal used in the palace is millennial jade ice, which is very tough. I'm surprised a low star like this could accumulate so much millennial jade ice. Don't worry, Jasmine. In front of Xia Qingyu's ocean quake symbols, almost every defense becomes meaningless. Yu Long responded calmly. There is a hint of proudness in his sentence, which left Jasmine appalled for a second. Jasmine pouted because she couldn't trust Yu Long's words. If Yu Long knew what Jasmine was thinking, he would cut her dessert consumption for a day or two. Jasmine, watch Xia Qingyu's performance well. She would show you a power that could destroy the world. Yu Long added while crossing his arms. Keep bragging. This princess won't believe you. Jasmine rolled her eyes at this young man's antics. Senior, can you make an ice chair for us too? King Yu asked Chu Yueli. Chu Yueli nodded and waved her hand, creating an ice chair for King Yu to sit on because the show was about to start. The Princess of Blue Wind Empire sat on the chair. Thank you. Let's see how powerful King Yu is. Jasmine focused her attention on the back of the young lady. Xia Qingyu breathed in, feeling her dress flutter because of the icy wind. She grabbed the corner of her coat and mumbled, the air resistance is not bad. If you don't want to get injured, I recommend you to stand behind Big Brother. She glanced at the frozen cloud Asgard's disciples. She felt pity for these girls because they never experienced the emotion that is love. The low-level disciples of frozen cloud Asgard nodded like a chicken and hurriedly ran behind Yu Long. Frozen cloud Asgard's palace mistress. I'm Xia Qingyu, Yu Long's #1 fiancé from the Lost Heaven sect. I give you 3 seconds to appear and admit your mistake. Xia Qingyu used profound strength to amplify her voice. If you don't come out in 3 seconds, I'll destroy your sect's front gate. King Yu's mouth twitched. What do you mean by Yu Long's #1 fiancé? King Yu, you're playing dirty. We have agreed to compete for Yu Long's heart fairly. King Yu's gaze becomes colder. The Blue Wind Empire's princess puckered her lips. Fine, you're the one who started this. Even Yu Long had a weird expression when Xia Qingyu introduced herself. This girl. He sighed while rubbing his forehead. Inside the frozen cloud Asgard's palace, a beautiful woman frowned as she sat on her throne. She looked down and sensed a unique presence standing on the front gate. Master. Another woman appeared. She wore an icy blue robe and veil, covering her beautiful appearance. However, even with all those fabrics over her body, the woman still exudes this beautiful aura. Yueshin. The palace master, Gong Yuxian, nodded calmly. What happened at the front gate? I thought we had prepared for the arrival of the Lost Heaven Master's disciple. Chu Yueshin lowered her head and replied, we did, but it seems we are offending him instead. Explain. Gong Yuxian's expression darkened. Chu Yueshin opened her mouth and weakly said, as master instructed, I arranged the low-level disciples with beautiful appearance to greet the Lost Heaven Master's disciple. However, it seems he wants you to greet him personally. He's looking down on us too much. Why should I, the palace mistress of frozen cloud Asgard, greet him? He doesn't give us a face about seniority. Gong Yuxian smacked her armrest in dissatisfaction. Before they could continue, Xia Qingyu's amplified voice reached the palace master's room. Frozen cloud Asgard's palace mistress. I'm Xia Qingyu, Yu Long's #1 fiancé from the Lost Heaven sect. I give you 3 seconds to appear and admit your mistake. If you don't come out in 3 seconds, I'll destroy your sect's front gate. Yueshan, I want you to de-escalate the situation. If possible, talk with the Lost Heaven Master's disciple and bring him here. Gong Yuxian ordered. Chu Yueshan was surprised by the order but still nodded. She turned around and walked out of the palace mistress's room. She was about to reach the front gate when a young lady in white stopped her path. What's the meaning of this, Junior Jing? Chu Yueshan recognized the young lady as Xuejing, the sole disciple of her younger sister. Xuejing calmly stared at Chu Yueshan. Second master, I'd like to advise you. Advice? What kind of advice could you give me? Chu Yueshan felt aggravated. Xuejing smiled, I advise you not to do something reckless. The young lady who stood before our front gate is not ordinary. Also, don't rile her emotions up, or you'll regret it. Nonsense. Chu Yueshan ignored the advice and walked past the young lady in white. Xuejing helplessly shook her head and used a sound transmission. I've tried, Master, Shadow Bride. Your older sister is such a stubborn woman. Chu Yueli received the sound transmission and sighed, older sister, you're done for. She looked up and saw Chu Yueshan descending from the front gate, landing a few meters away from Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu gazed at the newcomer and admitted the woman in a blue robe was a charmer, but that didn't mean she would give her an easy way out. Who are you? Xia Qingyu asked with an amused look. Chu Yueshan. The disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard's palace master. Chu Yueshan introduced herself without beating around the bush. Xia Qingyu was hit by the realization, oh, so you're Senior Yueli's older sister. You did look a bit like her. Senior Yueli. Chu Yueshan squinted her eyes and noticed Chu Yueli far behind. The woman in question calmly stared at her head with a disappointed look. Yueli, you changed so much. Chu Yueshan's eyes widened in shock because her younger sister's hair somehow had become completely white like snow. Not to mention, Chu Yueli's appearance is also akin to an ice goddess now, very different from herself 3 years ago. Near Chu Yueli sits a young man in a purple robe. He has mid-length black hair tied in a short ponytail and golden eyes that penetrate through one's soul. So, that youth is Lost Heaven Master's disciple. He's strong. I can't gauge his cultivation base. Chu Yueshan thought solemnly. Xia Qingyu suddenly appeared beside Chu Yueshan and said, people say you're the #1 beauty in the Blue Wind Empire and tied with Senior Guan, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You lack warmth. Well, as expected from a sect that cultivates ice dolls. Also, it seems your palace master looks down on my warning. I said to get herself here within 3 seconds, not you. That would cost you a gate. All of a sudden, Chu Yueshan's whole body shivered in fear. Xia Qingyu leaked her presence slightly, allowing Chu Yueshan to grasp the reality the frozen cloud Asgard was about to experience. She slowly turned around and watched Xia Qingyu raise her delicate finger, tracing the air. A white symbol with a tremor character appeared and hovered in the air. No. Chu Yueshan paled in horror. Xia Qingyu pressed her finger gently against the symbol, unleashing a violent shockwave. Wake up to reality. Boom. The frozen cloud Asgard's front gate was hit by an intense shockwave, causing the whole palace to wobble back and forth. Ice crystals exploded one after another, causing heaven and earth to be full of ice dust. It was such a beautiful and terrifying sight for Chu Yueshan. Chapter 95, The Frozen Cloud Asgard is in the bag. The frozen cloud Asgard's palace has turned upside down. The might of ocean quake symbols shook the entire building and terrorized every person inside. If the palace mistress didn't activate the defensive formation array, these ladies would get injured beyond repair. The power of the tremor Xia Qingyu unleashed is not something mortal's flesh could endure. Funnily enough, Xia Qingyu wasn't serious. She hasn't used ocean quake symbols to its very limit. After integrating water, lightning, and wind elements into her personally crafted cultivation technique for 3 years, Xia Qingyu recently chose fire to be added into the mix to increase the destruction potential. Unfortunately, Yu Long advised Xia Qingyu to choose earth elements instead because it would add stability to her technique. Too much power without no control is a disaster. Xia Qingyu thought while looking at the result of her new progress. She blew wasteful air out and glanced at Chu Yueshan, watching the woman open her mouth like a koi fish. Surprise! She smiled at her. Do you realize how ridiculous the way your frozen cloud Asgard acts toward the Lost Heaven sect now? Now imagine if Big Brother Yu Long was the one who did this. And let me remind you, he's 10 times, if not 100 times stronger than me. Of course, Xia Qingyu couldn't gauge Yulong's full strength. There are too many variables, even with just peak tyrant profound realm base, and she knew Yulong was way more powerful than that. Xia Qingyu gazed at the trembling mess of a woman before her, only Zilong and Yuan knew Yulong's full power. But this should be enough to wake them up. Chu Yueshan fell to the ground and entered a state of numbness. She thought of frozen cloud Asgard as the absolute, but Xia Qingyu's display of her makes her realize something. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. The girl who looks younger by 3 decades somehow possessed the power of Overlord. No, this is the power of the monarch. The front gate of frozen cloud Asgard completely disappeared from everyone's sight, exposing the entrance toward the ice palace. Well, the ice palace itself is full of cracks. Even though the palace mistress activated the defensive array formation, it was late by a fraction of a second and caused this heavy damage. Gong Yuxian hurriedly ran outside the ice palace with a frightened expression. She looked down and trembled. The front gate really disappeared. You finally came out. A playful voice rang amid the silence. Everyone moved their gazes to the voice and discovered a handsome young man in a loose purple robe. He flashed a carefree smile with a cup of warm tea in his hand. Palace mistress, Gong Yuxian. Do you like my way of remodeling your front gate? Yulong chuckled. I think you could see the scenery more clearly now. You also could get here faster, no? I. Gong Yuxian doesn't know how to respond. Master, kneel. And admit your mistake. It would lessen the young master's anger. Chu Yueli suddenly sent a sound transmission to Gong Yuxian, causing the older woman's eyes to widen in surprise. Yueli, is that you? Yes, it's me. Let's talk about the reunion later. Just follow my instructions first. Oh okay. Even though Gong Yuxian was hesitant, she couldn't do anything except follow her student's orders. She must do this. Or else the frozen cloud Asgard would get destroyed. Gong Yuxian walked down the stairs and stopped a few meters away from Yulong. She swallowed her pride and kneeled on the snowy ground, pushing her forehead against it. Gong Yuxian seeks young master Yulong's forgiveness. I admit my mistake for doing petty greeting, so please punish me. I'm wrong, I am very wrong. She gritted her teeth and begged, please, young master Yulong, show your magnanimousness this once. Every disciple of the Frozen Cloud sect, including Chu Yueshan, gasped in shock. After all, they have never seen their palace mistress in such a sorry state. No, they also never saw her kneel or beg like this. Yulong sipped his tea. Nice tea. Jasmine. Why did you act cool, hey? Just forgive this poor woman already. Jasmine also couldn't help but wonder where the hell Yulong got his warm tea. They are in the middle of an icy snowland, for Fu*K's sake. Yulong enjoyed the scenery for a couple of minutes before letting out a comfortable sigh. Phew, I will forget your mistake for now. He commented casually. Everyone sighed in relief. But everyone's breath tightened again. Just this once. Yulong finished tea. If you make the same mistake, I will punish you personally. Wait, that sounds wrong. Cough. Anyway, Yueli. Make a new gate for your section. Yulong cleared his throat. Right away, young master. Chu Yueli smiled. And you, escort me inside. Yulong stood up and pointed at the pale Chu Yueshan. Although everyone from the frozen cloud Asgard is still afraid, the situation finally calms down. After that, Yulong walked into the ice palace with Kang Yu, Xia Qingyu, and Chu Yueshan. Chu Yueli looked down on her teacher/mother and said, You can get up now, master. You should have listened to my notice and prepared everything meticulously. Why are you so childish? Gong Yuxian slowly stood up with a curt expression, childish. Yes, that was very childish of me. I overestimated Frozen Cloud Asgard. We are nothing to the Lost Heaven sect. Good that you know. Chu Yueli smiled in acknowledgement. Now, listen to me again. Young master had another task for you. What is it? Gong Yuxian gulped nervously. Chu Yueli leaned forward and whispered something, shocking Gong Yuxian. Why Yueli, you? Since when? Gong Yuxian gazed at her unfamiliar student. She has changed so much. 3 years ago. Young master Yulong decoded our frozen clouds art and found its origin. Chu Yueli answered. Well, your job was to announce the truth about our section. Let me talk about this to the Grand Palace Mistress first. Gong Yuxian bit her lips. Very well, you have 1 hour. The maid went to the space and started making the new gate with Chronicle of Frozen World. Of course, it's a gate that suits her young master's taste. She also becomes much stronger. Gong Yuxian felt the difference in strength between her and Chu Yueli. To think, her unfavorable disciple has grown this far. Gong Yuxian lowered her head in shame. I messed up by offending the disciple of Lost Heaven Master. I must fix this somehow. Watching Gong Yuxian enter the Ice Palace, Chu Yueli put on an amused expression because everything is going according to plan. She also felt satisfied as her dear teacher finally opened her eyes to the world's current reality. It's time for the frozen cloud Asgard to wake up. Chu Yueshan escorted Yu Long inside and glanced at him occasionally, feeling weak and vulnerable. She never felt like this in her entire life, especially from a young man 2 or 3 decades younger than her. I heard there is a good profound art in the frozen cloud Asgard. Yu Long commented casually. Could you show me the way there? Chu Yueshan was hesitant but eventually dragged her leg to the restricted room inside the ice palace. Upon entering an ice crystal door, they were immediately greeted by a large blue ice mirror with several words carved on it. Of course, it was blurry for people with low comprehension. But remember, there is a young woman with inborn cheats in Yu Long's group. Ice, extremity of water, extremity of coldness. All things under heaven can become ice, water can be frozen into ice, blood can be frozen into ice, energy can be frozen into ice, and the profound can be frozen into ice. Mountains, hills, and the skies all can be frozen into ice. Xiaoqing you read slowly. Yu Long traced frozen cloud arts years ago and chuckled, in short, with enough force and coldness, everything can get frozen. To be honest, this profound art isn't hard to master. Unfortunately, the frozen cloud Asgard's disciple doesn't have the key to master it. No matter how much one tries, you can't cultivate this profound art without Ice Phoenix's bloodline. So, that's why you changed the profound art into something else? The version Senior Yueli cultivates is something anyone with the right level of sensitivity could cultivate, right? Kang Yu asked curiously. Chronicle of Frozen World was it? Yes, but only to a certain level. After level 5, I think someone with low comprehension would get stuck. Yu Long responded knowingly. He gazed at Chu Yueshan's back and noticed her ears perked up upon hearing Chu Yueli training another version of Frozen Cloud Arts. As someone who pursued Profound Way, there is no Chu Yueshan won't be interested. If you want to catch your sister, you must beg for it. Yu Long whispered to Chu Yueshan's ears. It was like a devil inviting one to sin. From now on, the Frozen Cloud Asgard finally becomes Yu Long's force and his unofficial harem palace. Chapter 96, Even in the whole world is freezing, my heart is always warm for you. The Frozen Cloud Asgard is a sect full of cold beauties. Or so what people thought. After all, the sect that stood for over 1,000 years in an icy land of snow recently experienced a massive reformation. Besides the ice crystal palace that suddenly becomes 3 times bigger than before, the Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciples finally learned the truth about the profound arts they cultivated. Some hated the sect for hiding it. Some felt betrayed because they got dragged into such matters. Some don't know what to do with their lives anymore. The anxiety of having a target mark on your body doesn't feel good. They can't even sleep peacefully. Fortunately, Yu Long arrived like a knight in shining armor and a white horse to help them. Even though some disciples of the Frozen Cloud Asgard still believe the heaviness of their ancestors' decisions, the new and young members went to Yu Long's side for protection. One is the sect that lies about their cultivation techniques danger. The other is a super sect well known in the profound sky continent and acknowledged as the 5th sacred ground, albeit unofficially. With such advantages on the table, even a blind person could choose which side is safer. There was a lot of disagreement, but every disciple slowly came to Yu Long's side once they realized the nomadic and celibacy lifestyle they had lived for years wouldn't affect them anymore. Yu Long really gave them freedom with the bottom line of being his servants. If you serve me well, I'll be your shelter for the rest of your life. Just this one dominating sentence alone shook the virgin maidens of the Frozen Cloud Asgards. And it wasn't a lie. Yu Long gave them more than they had expected in a mere month. A brand new profound art that wouldn't affect their precious body, like Frozen Cloud art. And several other resources they couldn't afford to dream about in the past. Yu Long also brought designer clothes and tasty foods straight from Silver Lake City with a teleportation array. At this point, he's no different than their sugar daddy. But Yu Long did it out of spite. The lifestyle of these ladies was pitiful in Yu Long's view, and knowing he changed Xia Qingyu's fate by teaching her himself caused him to feel a subconscious impulse to help. Thank God! Xia Qinyu doesn't have to live in a cold place. Although the situation in the frozen cloud Asgard is still awkward, the relationship between the disciples, whether they are old or young, with the palace mistress and grand palace mistress is slowly mending. Yulong casually talked them out because he didn't want disharmony in his palace. Surprisingly, both sides agreed on something. While Yulong didn't know what they agreed with, he let them do it because it was harmless. Who knows, they might even give him a surprise. In a concealed place surrounded by beautiful ice crystals, a handsome young man submerged half of his body comfortably in the hazy-covered warm water. He let out a comfortable sigh. The temperature is nice. Evil God's fire seed is such a versatile thing. You know that, I can hear you, right? An audible pout came from Yulong's left hand. The circular green mark is releasing a dim light. Yulong smiled tauntingly, what's the matter, Jasmine? Don't tell me you have never seen someone in the jacuzzi before. He lifted his hand carefully, and a series of words appeared, forming a blue-colored virtual cube. Inside the cube is a fiery red pebble, which exudes intense heat. Looks pretty nice, isn't it? He added. I've used temperature-adjusting array and spread it across the frozen cloud immortal palace, turning the heat generated by the evil god's fire seed to a wide-ranged heater. Jasmine doesn't know anymore. This guy is abnormal. Who the foo *k used evil god's fire seed to heat the whole palace and bath up? A month ago, when Jasmine saw Yulong heat a freaking pot of water with a red pebble, she thought it was weird. Why did the red pebble look familiar for some reason? Then she realized it was not a fire crystal. It's the evil god's fire seed. People who know about evil god's legacy are frantically searching for the seed, and this guy used it to heat his harem palace. Jasmine has complex feelings in her heart because she possesses the immortal blood of the evil god, which allows someone to inherit the evil god's prowess. Unfortunately, to inherit the evil god's prowess, one has to shatter their profound veins so a new one will be born. Yes, the evil god's profound veins. It's known for its unique strength in the primordial era of gods. But Jasmine doubts this scoundrel Yulong's interest in the evil god's legacy. She has lived on Yulong's side for over a month, and only 2 words could describe him. Abnormal monster. Of course, Jasmine thought of this title in a good way. Should I tell him about the evil god's immortal blood? Jasmine pondered to herself. She was hesitating because she was afraid their dynamic would change after that. It would be a lie if Jasmine said she didn't enjoy her time with Yulong and others. To her, meeting them is like a blessing. She even forgot her hatred for a moment due to some desserts. Even then, Jasmine was afraid. Yulong, Jasmine gritted her teeth and was about to say something when a graceful silhouette walked behind Yulong. She covered her mouth with her hands and sighed. Maybe next time. She quietly fell on the cozy bed Yulong gifted her a month ago. Dumb Yulong. Yulong noticed that Jasmine suddenly became quiet and smiled bitterly because this girl was too shy. At this point, Jasmine will become a chunky cat before being open completely. Well, maybe she has gone to sleep again. He patted his forehead helplessly, such a feisty fellow. Tap. Tap. Yulong stretched and looked back when he heard someone's steps. His golden eyes widened because he saw a graceful figure wrapped in a thin white towel. He gulped unconsciously, Qingyu. Xia Qingyu giggled, hee, it's me. She walked and entered the hot spring, leaning her soft and beautiful body on him. Her long black hair let loose, hovering on the water gently. Yulong rubbed her head affectionately and whispered, why are you here? Don't tell me you want to seduce me with such a thin cloth. Xia Qingyu pursed her red lips and rubbed Yulong's chest, if Big Brother thinks so, Qingyu doesn't mind. We are both adults and engaged to each other. I'm sure we would do the deed sooner or later. She winked at him boldly, riling him even more. Yulong stared at Xia Qingyu and noticed her profound black eyes glimmer with endless love. Her body is heating up due to the hot spring, which allows him to smell her flowery scent. She smells nice. He thought, giving her a light kiss on the forehead. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu blushed inside because she was pushing herself too much. She has learned 1 or 2 things from Yuan, but seducing her fiancé is actually this hard. Xia Qingyu didn't know that her act so far was very effective. She steeled herself and whispered, Big Brother, can you make me yours? Yulong narrowed his eyes, my Qingyu is actually so brave. I can't wait. Xia Qingyu stared at his charming golden eyes longingly. Faced with such a dreamy expression, Yu Long lowered his head and kissed Xia Qingyu's lips. It was different from their usual light and soft kisses. It was more passionate and deeply ingrained in their minds. Xia Qingyu gasped and squirmed, crying on Yu Long's chest. What's the matter? Don't cry, you don't like it. Yu Long worriedly wiped her tears. Xia Qingyu shook her head gently. No, I'm just happy. I'm happy to meet you. I'm happy to be your fiancé. I'm happy to be on your side forever. You've changed my life for the best. Xia Qingyu wrapped her arm around Yu Long's neck and closed her eyes comfortably. Even if the whole world is freezing, my heart is always warm for you. Yu Long felt overwhelmed for a second because Xia Qingyu's feelings immediately hit him at the core. He stared at her flawless face and cherished this very moment. Qingyu. Yu Long's voice trembled slightly before gaining clarity. Will you marry me? Xia Qingyu's profound black eyes slowly widened as tears of joy fell once more. Yes, big brother. I want to be your bride. Chapter 97, Xia Qingyu's Special Night, Lemon's Side Story. Author's note, just head up, you can skip this chapter if you don't want to read Lemon between Yu Long and his lovers. Because it's a side story. I will definitely make more of this in the future as his harem grows. Chapter 95.5. Xia Qingyu happily contented and leaned her head on Yu Long's chest, feeling her beloved man's heartbeat. Thud. 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 He's just as nervous as I am. She thought while peeking at Yu Long's smiling expression. Of course, Yu Long is nervous. Although he had a relationship with 2 women in his previous life, Yu Long is a virgin in this new life. The farthest thing he has done so far is kissing and cuddling with his women. Beyond that is uncharted territory. Yu Long sighed inside and carried Xia Qingyu like the princess she was to the bedroom. The interior of the bedroom is icy blue and white due to the ice crystal, but Yu Long converted some arrays and made the room light up with a warm glow. At the center of the room, one could see a wide fur rug that Yu Long stepped on to bring the lovely fiancé onto the king-sized bed. Placing Xia Qingyu on the bed, Yu Long could see her fair face blushing sheepishly. How cute! He couldn't help but comment. Xia Qingyu covered her face. Big brother, you're too much. Qingyu is shy. You're beautiful. There is nothing to be shy about. Yu Long looked down on her well-developed body. Even though she was unfortunately still covered by the thin towel, he could see that Xia Qingyu had grown beautifully. In no time, the charming girl Yu Long met in the floating cloud city has become a breathtaking beauty. Yu Long chuckled, you don't know how hard it was for me not to eat you right away. But you shouldn't be afraid. I will lead you, okay? Xia Qingyu slowly lowered her hands and nodded, Hearing her soft voice made Yu Long's heart flutter in adorableness. Yu Long sat on the bed and slowly kissed Xia Qingyu's nape, bringing his hand closer to her butt. As he groped those bubble butts, Xia Qingyu's lips smacked against him in a passionate kiss. Their tongues intertwined as the kiss became more and more wild. They let their instinct run wild. The 2 virgins are stepping into a new realm of joy. Ha, ha! Xia Qingyu's cheeks flushed. That kiss felt incredible. Xia Qingyu rubbed around Yu Long's chest as she felt his spectacular abs, feeling the crevice from his determined training. But soon, she noticed something was standing up, causing the towel around Yu Long's waist to form a tent. The pole filled up Xia Qingyu's vision, and she gulped instinctively. Is it always this big? She questioned. No, I'm excited because it's you, my darling. Yu Long laughed and licked her earlobe, causing the young lady to shiver in delight. Xia Qingyu gazed at the throbbing member and questioned again, it looks like it's hurt. Can I help? The curiosity in her voice amused Yu Long. Yu Long smiled and taught Xia Qingyu how to handle his little brother gently. And the learning capability of Xia Qingyu kicked up. Xia Qingyu kneeled and reached Yu Long's stiff and warm is, allowing the young man to release a grunt. That feels great. He said. Slowly stroke it up and down. Like this. Xia Qingyu gave him a sloppy handjob, which was better than Yu Long expected. Her soft and slightly cold hand makes the experience great. Xia Qingyu heard Yu Long's grunt and watched a uniquely scented liquid come from the tip of his is. Attracted by the smell, she lowered her head and licked it. This. Yu Long's precum leaked even more and allowed Xia Qingyu to taste it. Xia Qingyu's profound black eyes widened in surprise. Big brother, what's next? Use your mouth. Yulong gave her a confident look. Xia Qingyu nodded and licked Yulong's pe*is from the bottom. She gave the throbbing meat a gentle kiss once in a while and slowly brought it to the tip again. Xia Qingyu looked up at Yulong and noticed his pleased expression, opening her mouth to suck his member. She didn't even ask Yulong for instructions anymore. Her body moved on its own. Xia Qingyu sucked Yulong's pe*is and then lowered her head, giving him a sloppy blowjob. Her mouth felt heavenly as the tongue wrapped around Yulong's meat somewhat expertly. As she bobbed her head, Yulong inhaled and ejaculated inside. Xia Qingyu's body spasmed as the S*men traveled down her throat. She swallowed everything, feeling her cultivation become stronger. It was a surprise. At the same time, she could feel her nether region become wetter each second. That was amazing. Yulong said, patting her head. Xia Qingyu giggled, really? It's my turn now. Yulong grinned and pushed her down on the bed. Xia Qingyu's eyes widened because she felt a finger up her virgin lips down there. Yulong rubbed her pink lips and carefully caressed the muscle inside. Big brother. This is. It felt, on. She moaned. Yulong smirked and grabbed her waist, bringing her puss * closer to his mouth. He licked her wet opening, causing Xia Qingyu's entire body to jerk up slightly. Electricity current traveled through every part of her body. Even her feet tensed straightly. Big brother, you. Xia Qingyu's world turned upside down. Yulong's tongue messed with her puss * lips. He even kissed the entrance, tickling her. After a few seconds, Xia Qingyu couldn't hold it anymore and orgasmed hard. She sprayed a clear liquid and breathed out, hazily staring at the ceiling. At last, some memories are useful. Yulong thought while licking his lips. How sweat! Ha, ha! Big brother, why you re so good? Xia Qingyu feverishly mumbled. Yulong stared at Xia Qingyu and kissed her forehead. We are just getting started, my lady. What do you think? Should we continue? His voice is full of playfulness. After recovering herself from the orgasm, Xia Qingyu nodded in anticipation. She lay down on the bed, staring at Yulong's hard member with nervousness and excitement. Even though she could fit that thing in her mouth, Xia Qingyu somehow believed it would wreck her bottom. Well, she's an adventurous virgin who wants to know more about sex, so her body heated up voluntarily. Ready? Yulong positioned his pe*is on her entrance. Make love with me, big brother. Make me yours. Yulong moved his hip, and Xia Qingyu rocked her head back. She hissed in pain. Yulong is worried and kisses her to ease the pain, penetrating slowly this time. Keep going. She whispered with a stutter. Yulong chuckled, good girl. As they became more comfortable, Yulong began to increase the pace of his movement. So tight, hiss. Ah. You're so big. Big brother, you're so big. Call me Yulong. Yulong said while pecking her nape. Yulong, give me more. Love me more. Xia Qingyu squealed. The joy in the atmosphere cranked to the top. When Yulong moved his hip, Xia Qingyu would moan in joy and even tear up because she finally became one with her beloved man. Yulong kneaded Xia Qingyu's breast, giving the erect nipple a gentle bite. All of a sudden, Yulong felt Xia Qingyu's puss * clamped around his pe* and wrapped tightly. Aeon. Xia Qingyu moaned even more. Why Yulong, my nipple is sensitive. Yulong stared at her in surprise, is that so? He finally found her special spot. He. What are you? Aeon. Before she could finish her mouth, a lovely moan escaped her red lips. Xia Qingyu rolled her eyes from too much pleasure because Yulong started to move his hip even faster while sucking on her nipple. Love me more, more, more. Her speech becomes incoherent as Yulong's pe* knocks her womb wonderfully. Qingyu, I'm about to come. Me too. Qingyu. Oh on. Yulong breathed in and gave Xia Qingyu a final thrust that made her body tense up. Men is pouring out from his pe*, pumping Xia Qingyu's puss * full of it. Yulong looked down, seeing Xia Qingyu's blissful expression. The afterglow she basked in makes Yulong proud of his skill. He pulled out his cock carefully and noticed Xia Qingyu's stomach was still bulging a little due to his excessive cum. He helplessly laughed because it was too much for her, probably. Laying beside her, Yu Long stared at his lovely soon-to-be bride and said confidently, I love you, King Yu. Xia King Yu already snapped out of her orgasm when Yu Long uttered his confession. So, she turned her head and smiled, I love you too, Yu Long. Yu Long pecked her lips, do you want to do it again? Oh my god, yes. Xia King Yu couldn't get enough of it. That night, the new couple tried many positions and fell into the world of pleasure. They are going wild. Hours passed, and sunlight came down to the crystal ice palace. Inside a sealed bedroom, Xia Qingyu slept on top of Yu Long and breathed softly. After so many rounds, she finally admitted her defeat and fell asleep. Yu Long caressed her hair, Qingyu, thank you. I will make you happy forever. And if the world dares to make you sad, then I'm willing to destroy it. For you. As if Xia Qingyu heard Yu Long's vows in her sleep, she snuggled even more to him. Chapter 98, The Benefits of Dual Cultivation, and Truth. Yu Long opened his eyes slowly, gazing at the sunlight with a comfortable expression. He glanced down and saw a gorgeous angelic face gently squished on his chest. Of course, the drool on the corner of her mouth makes the angelic beauty more adorable. How adorable! Yu Long tickled Xia Qingyu's little nose. Xia Qingyu opened her eyes slowly, blinking twice before letting out a heartwarming smile. Good morning, husband. Her sweet voice is like honey to Yu Long's ears. Yu Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he stuttered, Did you just call me husband? Did you not like it? She puffed her cheeks. Yu Long chuckled and went for a kiss instead, I don't just like it. I foo ** king like it. If such an angelic beauty like Xia Qingyu called Yu Long husband every day, he would be a trillion times happier than other men. After last night, their relationship entered a new realm where two hearts became one. Xia Qingyu enjoyed the kiss and wanted to move her body, but all of a sudden, soreness overwhelmed her senses. Ouch! She hissed in pain. Are you okay? Yu Long worriedly checked her body. Xia Qingyu nodded, I'm okay, just sore. Especially in my lower area. You're so bad, husband. Well, then you should ask the wild lady last night. Yu Long teased back while rubbing her tummy, easing her pain with life, energy. Xia Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered gently because Yu Long's touch felt nice and warm. Her battered body gradually becomes comfortable. Even though Xia Qingyu recovered her body's strength, she estimated walking would be impossible for a day or two. He's too monstrous. Xia Qingyu peeked at the little monster between Yu Long's legs. Although they have gone countless rounds that night, that fellow is still energetic. A spark appeared between the two of them. This is Qingyu. Husband. Xia Qingyu opened her mouth in surprise and felt Yu Long's rich energy flowing inside, causing her cultivation to break through first level of sovereign profound realm. No one knows better than Xia Qingyu that cultivating ocean quake symbols is arduous, but Yu Long's energy somehow supplied her enough to reach the next level. Yes, Xia Qingyu reached level 20 of ocean quake symbols, making her one step closer to the ultimate stage or merging realm. If she could move freely, she would try blasting some air. She also could feel her body become more powerful, thanks to Yu Long's mixed bloodline essence. It seems when we were having sex, we converged and circulated our vital energy. Well, last night can be considered a dual cultivation. Yu Long spoke about his insight. Still, I didn't expect it to be this good. I've only heard of it in the ancient records. Yu Long formed a weird smile. The benefits he received are more than Xia Qingyu. After taking Xia Qingyu's vital yin, Yu Long obtained a perk from her 9 profound exquisite body. If Yu Long were a normal guy, the small world inside Xia Qingyu's body would get transferred to him. But remember, Yu Long has researched profound patterns and aspects for years. He has sampled Xia Qingyu's 9 profound exquisite body and heart of snow-glazed snow to a certain extent, transplanting on himself and others. So, instead of taking Xia Qingyu's small world away, Yu Long's body automatically created one based on hers. Yu Long observed his inner body and discovered 3 pocket dimensions or a small world revolving slowly. One is Kaiju Maker's inner world, where Yu Long stored all his Kaiju and essence sphere. He also used this place to contain primordial energy because his profound veins aren't strong enough to handle it directly. The second one is Green Space, Sky Poison Pearl's dimension. And lastly, the newly formed small world based on Xia Qingyu's 9 profound exquisite body. With this, Yu Long doesn't have to worry about having excessive energy that his body couldn't handle. Above all else, Yu Long already planned to use this new small world efficiently. Hehe, such an excellent extra container. In the real world, Yu Long closed his eyes and focused. He pulled Kaiju Maker's inner world and the new small world, transferring primordial energy to the latter. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead because primordial energy is a terrifying force one shouldn't underestimate. Yu Long used Summer Moon Grand Mist and slowly converted the energy. Xia Qingyu wiped Yu Long's forehead with a blanket and mumbled, "He's doing something unbelievable again. Transferring primordial energy like this. What a reckless husband." She pouted, waiting for him patiently. In the Sky Poison Pearls dimension, Jasmine hugged her knees with an aggravated look. "That damned scoundrel, he's so perverted." The scarlet-haired girl cursed. "How could he and Qingyu do all those things when I'm still around? Shameless, bastard, he should go and die." Jasmine blushed hard because she shouldn't have peeked. They said curiosity killed a cat. Jasmine isn't a cat, yet, but she admitted her curiosity opened a whole new realm for her. She might even develop something a girl her age shouldn't. "Hey? What's he doing?" Jasmine spread her divine sense and noticed the space around Sky Poison Realm's dimension was trembling violently. "Oi, don't drag me along if you want to court death." She was speechless. Jasmine could feel the terrifying force of primordial energy seeping into the Sky Poison Pearls dimension. She sucked a deep breath as primordial energy should have ceased to exist after the primordial era of gods. Yet there is a sliver of it here. Weirdly, Jasmine couldn't probe further as if a barrier prevented her from sensing a few meters outside the pocket dimension. She was dying to know Yu Long's secret but forgot she hadn't shown any of her secrets to the young man. "Ha, as expected of a tsundere. Let's put my theory into practice. Those cultivation protagonists always have something like golden core or spiritual core to aid their cultivation, and I've sublimed primordial energy for years. I know how to shape and manipulate them, but what if I add rotation with enough ratio that it'd spin forever? Go, Jojo! I mean, golden spin!" Yu Long exerted mental power, controlling the primordial energy inside the new container. The energy slowly turned into gas and rotated rapidly, changing into a dreamy, silver-colored sphere. "More, just a little more." He adjusted the rotation until a breaking sound echoed in Yu Long's inner world. Boom! Finite primordial energy slowly gathered into the new small world, sucking the surrounding area and increasing the quantity every rotation. Yu Long added automatic refining and adjusting arrays to keep things going. It means Yu Long doesn't have to painstakingly refine primordial energy with Summer Moon Grand Mist, as the technique would run by itself from now on. He only has to check the rotating sphere once in a while. "I'll call it primordial core for now." Yu Long sighed in relief. In the past, Yu Long wouldn't dare to mess around with his inner world because his Kaiju lived there, but a new container allowed him to experiment. Done. Yu Long opened his eyes. He stared at Xia Qingyu and pecked her forehead. "Qingyu, you're my lucky charm." Xia Qingyu giggled because she didn't do much. Even then, she still felt great when pampered by her beloved man. They cuddled for a few more minutes and realized they were all sticky. Yu Long didn't mind, but Xia Qingyu did. So, they have a bathing session with each other. Of course, they didn't know anything other than kissing. In the side hall, Yu Long gently carried Xia Qingyu and placed her on a bench made of crystal ice. He also put a blanket on her body so she wouldn't get too cold. "He looks like an overprotective husband now." Xia Qingyu was amused. After sealing the Sky Poison Pearls dimension off so Jasmine doesn't eavesdrop on their conversation, Yu Long sat beside Xia Qingyu and rubbed her delicate hand. "I promised to tell you this 2 months later, but you deserve to know the truth," Yu Long said with a wry expression. "I'll tell you something that would break you a little. But trust me, nothing would change between us." "Okay." Xia Qingyu calmly responded. She listened to Yu Long's story about the mirror of samsara and the ancestral god's interference with the timeline and fate. Xia Qingyu learned the truth about her origin as an artifact of fate and nodded occasionally. And then, she sighed. "I see. No wonder you didn't want to tell me straight away." Xia Qingyu bit her lips helplessly. "To think Xiao Che and I have such a connection. Still, this makes me glad for something." She stared at Yu Long's golden eyes and said, "I'm very grateful, husband. With you, I was able to break my ill fate. You give me the strength to fight. I think you're an otherworldly hero who saves me." She smiled beautifully. You're right. Knowing this won't change anything. I, Xia Qingyu, is a woman who broke the shackles of fate. I'm your wife. No, I'm yours. I will always love you. She leaned on his chest. I love you too. Yu Long felt the weight lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 99, The Envious Kang Yu and a New Maid. Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, Dining Hall. Kang Yu sat near Yu Long and Xia Qingyu, noticing the change in these lovebirds. Qingyu, eat more. Yu Long placed a nicely roasted beef on Xia Qingyu's plate. Okay. Xia Qingyu obediently ate, enjoying every bite of it. Nevertheless, Yu Long placed another side dish on her plate before she could even finish the roasted beef. Even though the sight looked amusing, Kang Yu couldn't help but feel restless in her heart. I'm not saying Yu Long never cared about Qingyu before. After all, she's his fiancée, but what's the matter with this excessive pampering? Kang Yu was speechless. The corner of her rosy lips twitched a little because Yu Long wasn't the type of romantic man. But he's not dense, either. He could be humorous sometimes, yet this new side of Yu Long baffled Kang Yu. What Kang Yu didn't know was that Kaiju Maker always makes Yu Long overly possessive over his loved ones, especially his significant other or mate in some cases. If Xia Yan witnessed her son's action right now, she would laugh because it reminded her of Yu Zhan those years ago. The same blood flowed inside him. Kang Yu puffed her cheeks enviously. What's the matter with you? Why are you being chummy with each other in the morning? It is because. Xia Qingyu lifted her head and gazed at Kang Yu. Love. Kang Yu. Do you think you're the only one who loved Yu Long? Girl, the whole Frozen Cloud Asgard's ladies are more than happy to drop their robes for him. Kang Yu frowned a little because she noticed Xia Qingyu was sitting differently than usual, as if she was uncomfortable with her nether region. Her period isn't this month. Kang Yu thought solemnly. Snap. Don't tell me, you two. Kang Yu's mouth was wide open in disbelief. No way, you've done it. You have sex with each other. Yu Long and Xia Qingyu choked on their breakfast as this princess was too straightforward. Xia Qingyu wiped her mouth with a napkin and responded, yes. Do you have a problem with it? The proud, smug expression on Xia Qingyu's angelic face caused Kang Yu to roll her eyes. Humph, no wonder you told me not to cultivate monarch heart secret art. Kang Yu's expression darkened. You don't want me to discover your shady trick. Xia Qingyu giggled, the victor is mine. Kang Yu pouted at Yu Long and said, Yu Long, this is unfair. I'm also your fiancé. So, let's have sex. Yu Long awkwardly laughed, thinking how the saintly aura around Kang Yu became stronger when uttering those words. He doesn't expect his other fiancé to be this bold. As the only princess of the Blue Wind Empire, Kang Yu received a few teachings about marriage and her duty as a wife. Even though she was raised humbly by her mother, Lan Shiro, that doesn't mean she was ignorant. It's always the pure one. Yu Long smiled and recalled Kang Yu's saint heart. He nodded in understanding, okay. Let's do it later. It would be unfair for you and other ladies. Yay! Kang Yu raised her hand excitedly. She jumped from her seat and hugged Yu Long. Xia Qingyu shrugged and didn't say much after seeing Kang Yu's excited expression because she would be the first wife anyway. As the first wife, her position is undeniable. It doesn't matter if husband has a million wives. Hehe, I'll always be the first for him. Xia Qingyu enjoyed her food. On top of that, having more wives would help Xia Qingyu decrease the load on her body. A red silhouette appeared in the dining hall, sitting on the opposite side of the three. Morning, Jasmine. Yu Long flashed a smile to the tsundere. Jasmine made contact with Yu Long's eyes and remembered last night's event. Her cheeks flushed as she responded with a stutter, Morning. Yu Long tilted his head, what's the matter? Did you catch a cold? He leaned forward and gently caressed Jasmine's forehead, feeling her warmth. Well, you shouldn't have too much ice cream for a few days. Don't touch me. Jasmine shrieked like a cat. Her scarlet hair flared as if electricity ran on her body. Go away. Yu Long was taken aback. Hey, Jasmine is acting weird. Kang Yu glanced at Xia Qingyu. Yeah, she probably saw us. Xia Qingyu replied and helplessly patted her forehead. After a while, Jasmine finally calmed down and squinted her eyes at Yu Long occasionally. She checked her forehead, where Yu Long caressed her, and blushed again. Pervert. She mumbled. Yu Long walked absent-mindedly in the snowfield near the frozen cloud immortal palace. He pondered what he should do with Kang Yu because she was also important to him. He can't be unfair to the women who loved him dearly. Xia King Yu, Kang Yu, Hong Guan, Lily, Chu Yueli, and Yuan. To take our relationship even further, I must be confident. Yu Long smiled. All Yu Long needs to do is be honest with his own feelings. There is no need to complicate things. Hiya! A female shout comes from afar. Yu Long's interest stirred as he hovered over the source of the shout. An amused expression plastered Yu Long's face because Chu Yueli is currently sparring with her older sister, Chu Yueshan. The shout earlier came from Chu Yueshan's mouth, which sounded rather desperate. Chu Yueshan's right palm was faintly covered with frost as she sent a powerful palm attack. With the cultivation of the mid-stage Emperor Profound Realm, this attack would cause much trouble for anyone in the same realm. However, Chu Yueli is fundamentally different. She has trained under Yu Long for over 3 years. A mere trick like this won't pose a threat to her. Swoosh! Chu Yueli smiled and pinched her fingers, creating a chill sensation in the surroundings. The icy palm attack stopped mid-air, turning into ice particles. The frosty maid said, "I've warned you several times, sister. You should focus more on the essence of your technique rather than adding meaningless power into it. Don't force yourself. Just rely on your sensitivity and feel it. You're not shackled by frozen heart anymore. There are countless emotions out there. Ice isn't just cold." Chu Yueshan looked at her young sister bitterly. In the past, she would be the one giving advice. But right now, Chu Yueshan felt Chu Yueli was out of her reach. Even the corner of her clothes seems impossible to grasp. "It seems you're stuck." Yu Long appeared amidst the falling snow. "Young master." Chu Yueli kneeled immediately. She has a joyful expression on her face. "Young master." Chu Yueshan also kneeled, but her expression was more complex than anything. After all, this lad conquered her sect in a month. "Get up." Yu Long waved his hand casually. "I have seen your sparring." He gazed at Chu Yueshan and noticed her once white robe had turned into a somewhat skimpy but conservative white maid outfit. The outfit might not show skin, but the cloth framed Chu Yueshan's curves beautifully. He glanced at Chu Yueli and saw her proud look, which caused him to chuckle weakly. "Yueli, are you perhaps preparing your sister to be my maid?" he asked the maid. Chu Yueli shook her head and replied, "No, it's her own idea. I believe you offered her something a month ago, no?" Although my sister refused firstly, the gap between her and me ignited the idea of becoming stronger in her heart. People who once stood at the top always longed for the peak. She realized this and didn't have much choice either. Even some disciples have surpassed her in just a month. Her pride must be hurt. No one knows the best than Chu Yueli how stubborn Chu Yueshan was. "Well, I still have spare time." Yu Long shrugged. "Yueshan, can I call you that?" Chu Yueshan nodded without much emotion. Chu Yueshan's act reminded Yu Long of Xia Qingye years ago. He shook his head and lifted his hand. "I've altered your sect's frozen cloud arts into frozen world arts. Although it's not as profound as the Chronicle of Frozen World, the requirement on the sensitivity is much lower." A layer of frost covered Yu Long's hand, turning his skin into that of jade-like. He pushed his hand. "This is Frozen World Arts, Ice Break. Chu Yueshan's eyes widened as an intense chill suddenly gathered on Yu Long's right hand. He waved his hand and blasted the air with a powerful freezing wave. A gigantic wave-shaped ice soared and split the ground apart. The sheer size of the ice is over 200 meters high. And this is not your typical fragile ice but a solid with the essence of coldness. That's it. Yu Long blew cold air from his mouth. Absolute Zero. A concept of ice where theoretically everything can be frozen and turn into ice. Chu Yueli's eyes lit up. Chu Yueshan stared at the massive ice and gritted her teeth. She inhaled deeply and bowed before Yu Long. "Young master, please accept me as your maid." So soon?" Yu Long was surprised. He thought Chu Yueshan would have a stronger pride than this. He stared at Chu Yueshan's determined blue eyes and sighed, "Very well. I will take you as one of my personal maid from now on." Chapter 100, Small Talk, An Evil God's Immortal Blood. Inside the frozen cloud immortal palace, a secluded place with snowy grassland exists. There is a small house made of ice and a lush crystal tree on the right, where the grand palace mistress of frozen cloud Asgard lives alone. A lady with a calm disposition sat on the bench, feeling the sunlight from the top of her house. Her face is demure with tender skin, which makes women her age jealous. Her hair is half white and black due to receding vitality, but the silkiness of it is a sign of recovery. She wore an ordinary-looking snowy white robe, but it couldn't hide her assets and beauty. Many wouldn't be surprised, but this lady is none other than Frozen Cloud Asgard's Grand Palace Mistress herself. Feng Qunhui. She has recovered her vitality and gained her youthful appearance again. Did we go the wrong path? Feng Qunhui asked the black-haired young man before her. Yulong was in the middle of enjoying his tea. He glanced at Feng Qunhui and admitted the once middle-aged woman had become a stunning beauty, but what was this question? He opened his mouth and commented calmly, Frozen Cloud Asgard was purposely built to take ill-fated girls. Your ancestor, Mu Binjayun, might have lost her memory, but she is still compassionate. People like her are kind but sometimes contradict themselves. She gave you a chance. And that chance comes with a price. Your predecessor is willing to take that price to their graves. Unfortunately, as the new generation overtook the former, Frozen Cloud Asgard started to take the fancy of the talents and appearance of the new disciple. You are plagued by the price and cowered in this confined prison-like space. Well, I can't blame you for being short-sighted. He finally added, finishing his tea. Feng Qunhui smiled bitterly because the secret of Frozen Cloud Arts was actually revealed a month ago. They should be afraid, but Yulong gave them a leeway where they could live peacefully. All Yulong does is modify the Frozen Cloud Arts for a few minutes, and bam! The backlash of their profound art was gone, reduced to an atom. I don't think there is someone who could achieve what young Master Yulong did. She thought while drinking tea as well. Then, Feng Qunhui remembered something. She hesitated a bit before opening her mouth. Young Master Yulong, you're from the Eternal Night royal family, right? Oh, you can tell. Yulong was amused. In the past, Frozen Cloud Asgard was a friend of the Eternal Night royal family, but the latter got annihilated before the former could help. No, the Frozen Cloud Asgard is helpless. How could a first-rate sect fight against the four great sacred grounds? The Eternal Night royal family's bloodline bearer doesn't exceed 5. Su Sanshan. Uxin. Yulong. And the newly born Yu Mei. Although the Eternal Night royal family hid themselves deeply in the profound sky continent for over 1,000 years, it was worth it because the new generation has proven their effort is not futile. Yulong has shown them what he is capable of. Meanwhile, Yu Mei has already shown a sign of being a genius. Thanks to Uxin and Yu Zhan awakening their ancestral bloodline. The mix of two bloodlines increased Yu Mei's talent by a leap. Feng Qunhui nodded and continued, yes, the second Grand Palace Mistress Chu Aiyan left behind an artifact that detects Eternal Night royal family's bloodline. When you're at our front door, the artifact shows a sign of awakening. There are 3 people on your side, but you, without a doubt, are the descendants of the Eternal Night royal family. There is a lingering darkness around you. Ak, sorry for being rude. Feng Qunhui realized her last sentence was out of the line. She lowered her head, afraid of Yulong's reaction. Yulong waved his hand casually, it's fine. Or are you perhaps thinking anything related to darkness is evil or bad? Feng Qunhui shook her head hurriedly, no. I believe evil is firmly based on one's character rather than origin. Yulong stared at her blankly. How rare, someone who isn't blind in this god-forsaken cultivation world. He chuckled, you're good. I will take Chu Yueshan with me because having more maids serving me is nicer than I thought. As for the Frozen Cloud Asgard, I will leave it to you. After that, Yulong stood up and walked away. Feng Qunhui stared at Yulong's muscular and broad back, biting her lips helplessly. Chu Yueshan, if only I were a few decades younger. She mumbled to herself. It's good enough that he forgave Gong Yuxian's rude act and severed the 1,000 years calamity that ancestor Binjayun predicted. She sighed while looking down at the ice crystal table. Her eyes widened because there were 3 spatial rings on there. She swallowed nervously and picked the spatial rings, finding countless heart-opening liquid and other resources inside. There are also some books related to water-type profound art and newly modified frozen world arts. This is heart-opening liquid. I heard the effect of this liquid is several times stronger than heart-linking pills or greater heart-linking pills. At this point, I didn't even care if our age was several years apart. The Frozen Cloud Asgard is no different than his harem palace. Feng Qunhui fell on her butt and laughed in shame. But Feng Qunhui didn't lie. She really meant it. If Yulong is kind enough to let her in, she wouldn't mind becoming his bed warmer. There is no shred of pride in Feng Yunhui anymore, knowing the benefits Yulong gifted to them have exceeded the value of her aged, virgin body. She blushed after thinking of such a depraved desire. After cancelling the frozen heart arts, every woman in the frozen cloud Asgard was instinctively drawn to Yulong's charm. In their eyes, no one is more attractive than him. Feng Qianghui included. As Yulong walked in the lonely hallway, Jasmine appeared out of thin air and hovered beside him. Is it okay to trust her? She asked with a weird expression. After all, Jasmine overheard Feng Qianghui's bold words a while ago. The women in this sect are all perverted. Yulong chuckled and responded, I only sowed good karma for myself. Humph, you make it sound good. Jasmine snorted indifferently. Are you sure you're not sowing a bunch of concubines instead? You perverted scoundrel. Yulong was speechless. Do you really view me as such a person? Yes, Jasmine said without hesitation. Her eye roll even adds up to the straightforward disgust. Of course, it's all cover for her real emotions. Yulong guessed that Jasmine saw his night with Xia Qingyu, but he never thought his image would become this low in her eyes. For God's sake, he never touched a woman sexually until Xia Qingyu came to him last night. This girl is ridiculous, or so Yulong thought. They silently moved as none were willing to open their mouths. Yulong was indifferent. However, Jasmine started to regret her harsh words earlier. She doesn't mean to judge Yulong. After all, Jasmine has become closer to Yulong and relies on him to stay alive. It was her inner embarrassment that pushed her to comment that way. Jasmine's personality and past experience make it hard for her to admit defeat, especially to a monstrous genius like Yulong. After thinking about it for a while, Jasmine is determined to tell Yulong about the evil god's legacy and her goal. Yes, the evil god's blood should lessen our enmity. Jasmine nodded proudly in her mind. What at Sundara? She grabbed Yulong's hand forcibly and dragged him away to a quiet corner where no other people would bother them. What's the matter? Yulong crossed his arms and sighed. Jasmine curved her lips and lifted her hand, causing the spatial fabric to tear slightly. She pulled out something and crimson brilliance filled the room. It was a drop of blood with an ancient, baleful aura. Wow, you actually have spatial manipulation to this degree. Yulong was interested in a wrong matter, as expected of him. Not bad. Of course, controlling the space. Jasmine puffed her chest proudly. Wait, aren't you focusing on a wrong matter here? Don't you see this blood? Jasmine waved the evil god's immortal blood before Yulong's eyes. The crimson blood is shining like it is trying to show its importance. This is the immortal blood of evil god. Yulong tilted his head, so. Jasmine stared at him in disbelief.
Thanks for listening.